You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome in. Let me just take care of this, mute this line here for now until Dick and Constance get that ready. But anyway, this is Rick Farron here at the Six Screens Telenetwork. We got a great program coming up tonight. Eric could not be on with us tonight. Of course, we keep Eric in our prayers. Eric is still, working through the grief with his wife, Desiree, that died about 10 days ago. So we wish him the best. I wanted him to take some time off tonight, but we do have Dick and Constance on with us. We have a number of other witnesses that want to chime in. So let me say hello to Dick and Constance. Hello, Dick and Constance. So there you are. So, boy, I'll tell you what, a lot of people, and I've said this so many times, when it gets cold out there, more and more people come in. I couldn't believe that people coming into a newscast tonight. And even, I felt flattered because, Barbara Anderson couldn't come on today because she landed up sick. So she couldn't come on with us tonight. And so I said, well, I'll just let it go. We'll do the news. But boy, my phone started ringing. I know you and Dick, people were calling you, Fran and Joe, people were calling them. People really, they like to come in here every Saturday night. And that made me very happy that so many people want to come and listen, and they love to listen to people who call in. So my thoughts are tonight, if you never called into the program, use this opportunity tonight with Dick and Constance. Talk to them, call in, voice your thoughts. I'll put the telephone number up so that you can see it on YouTube and Facebook. But Dick and Constance, I think we're going to get some new people coming in. So I'm here. I'll kind of jump in from time to time. I'm going to put some things up so that people can call us up and see what's going on here behind the curtain. So you're on with us. Dick and Constance, take it away.
Well, thank you, Rick, and welcome, everyone. I'm Dick Borgie, and my wife is Connie Borgie. She's sitting right here. So we're very pleased that I've got the opportunity to come on. I haven't really prepared a show, as Rick alluded to, but there's so much Watchtower material in my book of notes, and I think I'd like to talk about lies. Lies are a very serious thing because we know that Satan, the devil, is the father of the lie. And we can absolutely, positively prove that Jehovah's Witnesses have been lied to by the governing body, and that's been going on for close to 150 years. And I just want to open with saying this. If you're a first-time caller, would love to hear from you. When you get involved with Six Screens verbally, it's cathartic, and it makes your trek out of the Watchtower a lot easier. There's a lot of people that's listening right now, PMOs, that are suffering with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and they don't even know it. Anytime you come on Six Screens and you just add a little bit of information or your experience, it is going to make your life just a little bit easier in getting out of the cult just a little faster. I mentioned this last week, and I just thought I'd mention it again. It just seems apropos at the moment. I had a roommate that was awarded a Silver Star. He's a very brave guy. This is when I was in the Marine Corps, and we were in Vietnam. And I remember him telling me the only time that he was scared in combat was when he ran out of bullets. And I really think that is something you should just hang on to. When you're fighting and you're shooting and you're trying to, unfortunately, kill somebody, but you're on the offense. When you're on the defense, it's very, very scary. And if you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're in this cult, it's very scary because those governing body members are always shooting at you, telling you what you should do, where you should go, how you should dress, how you should spend your money. They're into your bedroom. They're just going to control you. Once you get out, it's a relief. But once you start shooting back at them, just come on sixth green and say, this has been my experience. You're going to feel a little bit better about yourself. So what I was just thinking about in the last hour or two was just talking about some of the lies that the Watchtower has told people. And I think I don't have a particular lie that is so egregious that it's number one. But one of the things that I was told when I started staying with the Jehovah's Witnesses was that if the congregation is kept spotlessly clean, yeah, some people, will sin, but nothing really egregious like adultery or whatever. Because if somebody, a baptized Jehovah's Witness, was in the congregation, and let's say he was cheating on his wife or she was cheating on her husband, that the Holy Spirit would be drawn away from the congregation. The elders would sense it. They would do an investigation with the backing of the Holy Spirit. They would find that evildoer and they would disfellowship him. That's what I was taught. And boy, I believed that. So I thought everybody in the congregation was super straight, super clean, almost sinless. And that all the elders, ministerial servants, governing body members, circuit overseers, they were all anointed by Holy Spirit. That's why they're in the position that they're in. That is what I believed. I also believed that everything that I heard from the platform was, you guessed it, the truth. You weren't deceived. There wasn't any gray areas. What you're being told was the truth. So during this next hour or two, hit *6 if you want to tell me about something that you were taught that you absolutely know is a lie today, 2025. All right, I'll just start with some of the simple stuff. 1975 is going to bring Armageddon. That was a lie. *6. Anyone want to comment on some of the lies they would?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello to you and your wife. I would say for me, the big one was the 607, because that was the only reason why I got baptized in the first place, was that calculation, that understanding of the Bible, and only to learn that not only is it not true, but they've known that it's not true probably since the 50s or the 60s. And instead of modifying the teaching, they just continue to tell that lie all the way up to the present.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the correct year was 587.
Yeah.
Is that the correct
587,
year?
586, and I've read a handful of 590s, but no one on planet Earth who is any kind of a scholar puts 607. It's just impossible. And there's so many videos out there that give you the whole rundown. I wouldn't bore anybody with that. But my point is, they know that it's a lie, and they continue to teach it. Ray Franz, he proved that, which is part of the reason why he left. We all know Carl Olaf Janssen, who just passed last year, in his seminal book, The Gentile Times Revisited, where he goes over it in depth. And the bottom line my point is, they know this. They've known this forever, and they continue to teach that lie.
Right. Very true.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. *6, somebody else have a comment. Another lie that you were told that stuck in your mind for a long time and you found out it was a lie.
Hey, Dick and Connie.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hey, it's Maverick here from the UK. I don't come on too often, voice. I'm always chatting on the line, but on the chat, as you probably all know. But the 607 thing was the reason I came out. I went as well. Same reason. Absolutely, because it's everything hinges on that date. You know, the 1919. You cannot have Jesus invisibly examining the one true religion or the group of people he's going to use if there is no 607. 607, you land on a different date. So Jesus didn't expect, he wouldn't be looking. If 587 is the date, and Carl Olof Johnson's book is the book that destroys Watchtower, but it takes a lot of effort to go through it. I recommend anyone who wants to. That's what I did. I stopped going to the meetings on Sundays when I was a PMO for about a year and a half, 2 years, and then I just poured over that book for about a year. I really poured over that book, the Gentile Times Reconsidered, and I tell you, anybody who has a chance to get a copy of that book somehow, or it's reprinted again, it is a masterful, masterful book on destroying the 607. As the last caller just said, they knew about it for decades. They've known about it for decades. And so, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, that was the biggest reason. Once I knew that foundation, it's like you can't stay in the building anymore. You can't. It's like going into your cellar and seeing that cellar is on fire and it's about to fall. Why would I stay in the building? You know. So yeah. So I just wanted to say that. And thanks for a good show. You guys are always doing a good show. Rick does a good show. I don't normally. I should speak more on. I should call in more and say, but I'm always chatting too much, I think, on the chat. So I thought to say hello, and you know.
Oh, we love you, Colin, and we love your accent too, by the way.
Well, yeah, thank you, but you know, you're just born with the accent that you have, so you know. I like the American accents as well. I try to work out where everyone's from in the States, you know, so it's quite cool, you know. But yeah. And I can't think of another big for me. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, honey, feel free to call anytime. We'd love to have you on. But go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say that if people, you see, the one thing I realize, a lot of people who become maybe PMOs still have a fear that there is still something to grab onto on the Watchtower. And so they're not fully ever free, you know. I'm sure everybody can relate to this, that there's a little twitch, and so something happens on the news, something, or like another declaration of peace and security somewhere, and everyone, you know, lots of people ran back during COVID because they were scared, because they still have a belief that this organization is legit. Right. But I always say that the way to get your freedom is to look at its foundations, and you know, there is no way around it. If we don't look at the foundation of something, we won't be able to really get a full confidence that we're walking away from a lie. As you said, how many lies have they told us? Mm-hmm. But these ones are foundational lies. You know, if they weren't selected, if they weren't ever seen as a group of people that Jesus Christ apparently invisibly chose, then we have nothing to fear. They're another group claiming to be another prophet, a pope, a this, a that, and the other. Same thing, different package, right? Same claim to exclusive authority, and we know that the only way around it is to do the work. Unfortunately, we live in a time where people don't have the energy to really put all the dots together, and Watchtower makes it very convenient, where they fragment all of the issues so much that nobody can really get head or tail and put it all together. But the best thing for anyone to do is go away. If they're struggling with the organization, extract yourself out of it, even every Sunday, every other Sunday, when instead of going to the meeting, go to the park or somewhere and just pour over everything and make your mind that where you stand. And that's what I would say anyway. That's what I did. I did that for about 2 years before I left. And then finally, the final straw, and I'll leave it there, I don't want to ramble on. The final straw for me was a Watchtower back in 2013, where there was a paragraph where they were talking about the faithful and discreet slave. And they said, your relationship depends. It was the July study article of 2013. The paragraph mentioned that, let me try and remember it quickly. It said, your relationship depends on the channel. Your relationship with God, with Jehovah, depends on this channel. And that was, I sat at the meeting, I went, they've gone too far now.
Yeah.
Because if we are Christians, our relationship with the Father depends on our relationship with the Son. How dare they put themselves in between that, right? So I walked out of that meeting. That was the last meeting I went to. And that was the final straw that broke the camel's back for me. So I'll leave it with that. That's my little story. But yeah, I'll mute myself.
Yeah. Well, we thank you, brothers, so much. That was an excellent comment. I was going to say, we loved your thoughts on that. The other thing I was going to say, too, is that you think about people who are PMOs or maybe people that just left or whatever. I just wanted to touch on your thought. There's always that fear, like you say, if there's a catastrophe or an earthquake or a hurricane or a tornado or fires. Oh my gosh, maybe the witnesses were right. Maybe the end of the system is coming and I am going to die at Armageddon because I'm no longer in the organization. They have that stronghold like an octopus just wrapped around your brain so tight that you're just living in fear. And excuse me, that's how Watchtower operates. But then, as you know, the Bible says God did not give us a spirit of fear, but one of love, power, and a sound mind. But cults like Watchtower operate. They just feed on terrorizing people with that fear, and that's how Watchtower operates. And then once you break through, like you said, brother, if you can do the research, when we were back in the 70s and 80s, oh my goodness, Watchtower had us so busy week after week, Monday through Sunday. Then Monday came, Monday through Sunday. I mean, you were just flat on that little, what do you call it? That little treadmill. Yeah. I mean, you couldn't even stop, plus working full time on top of it. And the thing is, now they've slowed down somewhat. But the point that I enjoyed everything you said. But if somebody can do research, that is the best way to be able to really open up your eyes to the lives of Watchtower. And there's nothing like being able to really do your own research. And like you say, 607 is incorrect. I mean, that's a domino effect. 1914, that pyramid's gone. That's a total collapse of Watchtower's huge, belief system. So, yeah, very, very true.
That's it. Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. There's no other way, because if you have a doubt, the same way we had doubts in the organization, those doubts are not really doubts; they're concerns, and so we need to have peace within ourselves. You can't just walk away and say, "Well, I'm done with the Watchtower." Say you can do that. It's better than not doing anything, I guess, but. But then what do you do after? As you said, if we need time to do the research. I remember those days, what you mentioned, because I joined when my mum joined in 85, 86. And then I was still in my middle to I was just leaving school. And I joined, funny enough, I always tease my mum about this now because she's left now. I'll tell you a little story. She asked, she's left. My brother left. So thankfully, none of my immediate family are in the organization anymore.
Wonderful.
Which is a blessing. Yeah, I know it must. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for everybody who has really close family. It must be such heartbreaking all the time. I always think about everyone in that situation. But my mum said to me, would you like a study? And I said, what's that? Because I was still kind of, didn't have a clue. I'd never picked a Bible up in my entire life at that point. But I was always questioning, why are we here? What we're doing? You know, what's this all about? In my sort of 15, 16. So then she said she was already studying. So my mum was all in. At that point, she was in, you know, and very studious. And she said, there's a brother I want you to introduce you to. And he just wants to come once. Just once. And if you like it, you can carry on. If you don't, then fine. Well, I did. I was that kind of young teenager who was never really, oh yeah, I'll give that a go. Oh, yeah, it seems interesting. And it hooked me in. The Live Forever book. And interestingly, and I'll end on this, but look at this. You remember the chapter in the Live Forever book with the big arrow going forward? That it said 607 to 1914, that big long arrow going across 2 pages.
Right.
And then the brother who's studying with me said, well, this is what we teach, but if you go to history books, they will tell you that Jerusalem fell in 587. And I said, well, why would they say that? So he brought it up. He brought it up. And I had no idea. If he never said anything, I would never have a clue about this, the difference. So I said, hang on a minute. I asked him on my study. I said, well, these are historians. These are archaeologists. How is it that they say 587, but the Watchtower organization is saying 607? Well, we stick to the Bible, but they don't, and blah, blah, blah. He explained it away. Anyway, 25, 30 years later, I discovered, 30 years later nearly, I discovered Olaf Johnson's book. And I remembered that conversation I had with him. All those years, it was underneath the surface. I need to find an answer, which one is the correct date. So unbeknown to him, he basically set me up to question the one thing that actually got me out of the organization. So it went full circle. It went full circle. So look how the Lord works. There's always something that will get you out. So I've still got my faith, but I'm free in Christ, as they say, you know.
Oh yeah.
So
you know, honey, like
I'll let you go.
Jesus said, I came to set the captives free. I remember reading that scripture, and I used to think, really, he came to set the captives free? You know, what is he talking about? Well, he's talking about people who are false prophets, for one, you know, and Watchtower is one of them.
Yeah, so true. Absolutely.
And you're very free, and you don't need to be terrified. Oh my God, you know, Armageddon's going to come. No, you don't have to be fear-based like that anymore. You truly
no. And they take all our. The sad part of it is that it took so much of our energy. You know, like instead of me, I was just at the cusp of thinking, what am I doing with my life? You know, I'm a young person looking forward, thinking I've got 20, 30 years of work to do. And I did study, I was studious, but I didn't fully, we don't fully apply what we do. It's like if opportunities came your way to be in another part of the country, to take a contract that will take you to the next step in your career, you won't take it because you've got to go to the meeting on a Tuesday or whenever it is. So sometimes people minimize the impact it has. So even if some people, it's their education completely, they don't go to college or school at all.
Right.
For me, I did completely limit myself. But the years, you know, you get into, I'm in my 50s now, and it's like, you know, I can see the impact of, and you don't want to live with regret and resentment all the time. But I'm not going to not acknowledge the impact it's had on me. And I've got so much time for people who tell me their story, because it ranges from walking away like nothing's happened to wanting to kill yourself and everything in between.
Right.
So, you know, as Six Screens and Rick and everybody, and you and you know, Dick and you, Connie, do a fantastic job in providing a platform. You know, as we all do, every little piece helps us all put the pieces together, hopefully, you know. So keep up the good work, as they say. I'll stop here now. I'll let someone else jump in now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, honey. Well, I was going to say a lot of great points. You know, I just wanted to touch on that. Is, you know, I've been out 40 years, actually 41 years. And my life was very similar to yours. I came in when I was a teenager and just gobbled it up. And then I left when I was 28. And anyway, I've been out 41 years. And thank God, you know, I found Rick's show, like many of us have, because he's answered so many questions I had and even more. And there's nothing like having that peace of mind, you know, to really answer those heartfelt questions that you've always wondered about Watchtower. But what I was going to say is, you know, many people do walk away being angry and bitter. I was one of them. And what's so beautiful about this show, and not just our show, but I'm talking about Six Screens, is it really heals your soul. It heals your heart. It heals your spirit. And because why that is so important is because, you know, none of us can go back in our lives and turn the clock back. None of us can. Many of us would like to, but not possible. So what I'd like to share in reference to this is how I've been able to handle the situation for myself. It's just a suggestion for others. I'm not trying to tell people what to do, but it's just a suggestion. Is I told myself I never did know the Bible until I started studying with the witnesses. So that was really good. There were a lot of benefits to coming across and being introduced to the witnesses and the people and so forth, that sense of community and so forth. There were benefits, but there were a lot of negatives as well. And so the point I'm trying to make is I like to just take the positive and I leave the negative. You know, I really, really do. And the thing is, as far as being very angry and bitter and resentful and suicidal and all that, that's very, very negative, very toxic, very destructive to anyone. And the point I was going to say is that if you can just have an attitude to say, you know what, I was a part of this organization. Yes, I went through a lot to be able to leave the organization, and now I do have freedom. But rather than being a victim, okay, because there's a lot of things in life that happen you have no control over. Maybe a loved one passed away. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe it's a health situation. You know, lost your health, or a loved one lost their health. You know, those are conditions that the majority of us have absolutely no control over. So rather than being bitter, I have chosen to take that situation in my life and turn it around and turn it from a negative into something positive. So it has been able to build my character so that I can strengthen myself rather than being a victim, I become victorious in the situation. But, you know, it's a process. There's no doubt about that. But then to reach out and love to other people to help them in the same way, from a point of view of love. So that has, what I've just shared with you right there, what has helped me to cross over and to be able to exit the witnesses and to be able to feel very confident in my decision about leaving the witnesses, and also having that peace that surpasses all understanding. Because now I have a relationship with Jesus Christ and our Heavenly Father. I'm not worshiping the governing body members. I'm not afraid of them. I'm certainly not afraid, because, you know, they're false prophets. There's no doubt about it when you read the Bible. So anyway, that's what Rich and I've been able to do, and we do it out love to be able to help others. So that's what
amen to that. Amen to that. I totally agree with your sentiments, and that is the way forward. Because it's easy to stay bitter, and I think it's not easy at the beginning, but we have to work through it. Yeah, we have to work through it and still count our blessings, you know.
Oh yeah,
and
honey.
try and move forward, you know.
That's another one. Count your blessings. So, you know, when you feel real negative every day, this is just a tip, and it really works. You know, you have that deep, dark depression. You got that dark cloud, and, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, how do I even function today? Well, my suggestion is you take out a piece of paper and a pen, and you write down everything you are grateful for. Everything. You have a roof over your head. You have food. Maybe you have transportation. You know, things like that. You have running water. You can take a shower. Maybe you have pets that you absolutely love, whatever. In your case, you're fortunate to have your family. Boy, what a blessing that is. They all left the organization, But having an attitude of gratitude is extremely, extremely powerful to get you out of that depression and to move forward with your life. That's a great point, brother. It really is.
Yeah. And thank you, guys. I'll let someone else jump in now. I'm sure there'll be people who need to come in. Thank you, guys. I'll come in another. If I'm bursting to say something, I'll come back in later. But for now,
Yeah.
And also, just before I just want to say a verbal hello and to everyone in the chat that I regularly interact with. And I love you all in the chat. You guys feel like family to me on a Saturday night, and we're all one big family, and it really does feel like that. So I just wanted to say that verbally, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
What is your name? Can you give us a name or an identity a little bit?
Well, Maverick. Well, I'm a 587 Maverick in the chat.
587 Maverick. Good.
Yeah, that's the 587. That people may wonder why. Well, they won't wonder why, but 587 because I always felt like a maverick, and the true meaning of a maverick is someone who's, if you know the history of it, it was an actual rancher. It was a cattle rancher whose name was Maverick, and he refused to brand his cattle.
Oh.
And he was like, that's where it comes from. So then, if you're an independent person who's a free thinker and a free spirited person, that would say, well, that person's a maverick because the cattle was not branded. He let his cattle roam free without branding them. And it felt appropriate that the symbolism of actually what maverick means. And then I linked it with the 587, which was the most imprinted date in my head after I've just discovered its real, the freedom of knowing that the 607 is not the correct date. And I don't have to worry about this organization anymore. It's a false foundation. And so I joined them two together. So online, I'm 587 Maverick. One day I will give more. I'm quite a private person, so I'm sometimes tempted to just come on the camera and give my real name and everything. But just at this pause in time, I will at some point in the future when I feel free to do that. But right now, I just trying to I'm from that generation where I want some. There's hardly any privacy left in life.
Yeah, well, honey, you just do feel comfortable with, So 587.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Take care, guys. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Maverick, and please don't be a stranger. We certainly enjoyed your conversation. All right. Anybody else have some thoughts on some of the lies that you were told in the Watchtower that now you realize that they are in fact a lie? I was thinking one of the lies that I was told. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, she was mentioning counting your blessings and putting the fact that you have a nice plumbing here in America. We can take a shower. There's some indication that that's going to change your brain waves. The shower itself is going to be really good for your mood.
Water.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's true.
And then today's dietitian this month, they were talking about the probiotics in yogurt and the yogurt pills and different things that have those chemicals that we naturally need in our gut. Those too change our mood.
Yeah, they sure do, Pixie, big time.
So if you have the little yogurt pills and you take a nice shower, you might have a happier mood. And that's real science.
Mm-hmm. And also B-complex. Take the B-complex vitamin.
Oh, yeah.
It'll make a huge difference in your moods if you're depressed.
And D3, where we don't get any sunshine, because we don't get sunshine right now. It's going to be 8 degrees tomorrow.
Well, we're going to get snow here this week, so
stay toasty.
Well, thank you, Pixie.
Thank you, Pixie.
A couple of lies that really had an effect. Go ahead, brother.
I just had a fun one. I used to be really excited for Thursday night meeting when we get to a new Bible book that we go over. We get out our all scriptures inspired, right? And we go into who wrote this Bible book? When was it written? What is it about? And now we're finding out that the majority of what we were taught is completely wrong, that Moses did not write the Pentateuch. There was no Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John who actually wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and so forth. So just things like that. We were just never told the truth. And I don't think that was done intentionally. But what it highlights is that Watchtower, these people are not scholars on any level.
Well, I would certainly agree with you there. Anybody else has a couple of thoughts, a couple of lies that you...
Not only are they not scholars, they're not physicians, they're not marriage counselors, they're not educators.
No, they're not.
So a lot of people gave a lot of power away to a lot of people that shouldn't have even had their confidence.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's a very astute statement. Absolutely. Yeah, go talk to the elders, and you got some kid, 28 years old, not married.
Trying to tell you what you can and can't do.
Yeah, absolutely. I know one of the things that affected me. I was a Catholic, and I really didn't like going to confession, but felt that that was something I had to do, because if I would have died, in a car accident, motorcycle accident, or whatever, I'd go to hell if I didn't just go to confession the night before. And so the person I was studying with said to me, well, you're never going to have to go tell your sin to a man in the box. He said, just tell it straight to Jehovah God. I said, well, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I'd like that.
That's the way I was raised too, and then they changed it.
Yeah, well, they did. What they tell you is that if you committed any kind of sin, first it was serious sin, then it became any kind of sin, you got to go talk to the elders. You go to the elders with your sins, what's going to happen is you're going to get to disfellowship. That's what's going to happen. That's what they do. But that was a lie that I was told, that you don't have to, because if you've sinned, if you went to an R-rated movie or whatever, that the Holy Spirit would be taken away from the congregation because you've committed a sin. You would be the Achan in the congregation, if you remember the story of Achan. And everybody's lives were going to be affected by your sin. And that if your sin went, if you didn't get repentance for your sin, then everybody in the congregation suffers. That's crazy stuff, but that's what I do.
That's real crazy, because that's like real tribal. Like, I'm responsible for somebody else's deeds or karma or whatever you want to call it, And right. I don't think I ever believed that little tidbit.
Well, Mr. Morgan, you just
touched on something
right there when you said disfellowshipping. What were we always taught about disfellowshipping? The disfellowshipping is only for an unrepentant sinner. First of all, they never even discussed disfellowshipping in the books that you study before you get baptized, right? You only find out about that after.
Good point.
And then you'll be told, oh, no, it's only for an unrepentant sinner. Then you find out later you can be disfellowshipped for anything they feel like disfellowshipping you over. I know somebody that was disfellowshipped almost 20 years and was never even told why he was disfellowshipped. He went to certain overseers. He wrote an inch worth of letters over that period to Watchtower to get reinstated. They wouldn't reinstate him. They wouldn't tell him why. And then he was only allowed back in under the condition that he not tell anybody what happened to him. Not because he repented from some sin, which is what they tell you, but that he wasn't going to mention that he was wrongfully and without reason and cause disfellowship for 18 years. So the point being, disfellowshipping, we were told, is only for unrepentant sinners. That's a lie.
Well, you're certainly right. It's a lie. And I'll tell you a couple other things that's a lie. If you watch YouTube and plug in Jehovah's Witnesses. There are hundreds of videos out there. And I'm learning a lot from the videos. One of the things that I learned today, like an epiphany, and you'd think that since I've been in this field for 30 years and done a lot of programs on 6 screens, I would know this. But it just came to my mind this evening that the disfellowshipping in the Bible for the, not speaking to somebody that's done something wrong or had a lifestyle that was bad. If that person was put out of the congregation, okay, you didn't have to shun them because they were already out of the congregation. Only shun the ones that are in the congregation and doing something wrong. Another thing that I've just come to terms with over the last few years is that if you're being accused of something and you show up for a judicial meeting, like you call it something else now, you show up with a lawyer, you're free to go. No disfellowshipping, no public reproof, because they don't want a lawsuit, because lawsuit would cost them money, and that's what they're in business to do. They're a corporation, and there's a corporation that does nothing but lie to you. One of the things that I was taught when I first come in is that C.T. Russell, he was the start of the Jehovah's Witnesses. He was the one that the Holy Spirit was poured into, and he started the Jehovah's Witness religion. Okay, and he was a wonderful spiritual man, like a genius type of guy, genius spiritually. Well, so I come to find out he was a pedophile, and it runs right through the organization to this very day. He was messing around with a 14-year-old girl, and when his wife caught him, she divorced him, and she went back to Australia, I guess it was.
He was a horrible.
Yeah, he was just, miracle wheat. You never heard anything about miracle wheat when I was studying. You never heard about disfellowshipping. The only thing the Truth Book says about if you're into some kind of trouble, you can go to the elders, and they will, gently correct you. There's not the word disfellowship never even showed up, and that's a fraud. Rutherford, what a clown this guy was. This guy had a wife that had a stroke or something like that. She was incapacitated. He leaves her. He picks up with this woman that was very attractive. Verta Peel, yeah. And Verta Peel, and he said,
"What about Bonnie Boyd? Didn't he have 2 women?"
Well, he had what we've been told. He had quite a few. He had a bunch of little houses on Beth Serene.
Yes.
7 cabins, and he was definitely fooling around. This woman that went with him every place he went, which in JW today, if you had a woman going with you every place you went, you got disfellowship even if they couldn't prove immorality. So anyway,
She's
supposed to be
right. She's supposed to be his nurse and dietitian, and then when he gets to Beth Serene, he's got 2 women, maybe 3. I think he rang a bell for Tuesday and 3 times for Wednesday. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And he had 2 Cadillacs, and he had Canadian whiskey come across the border in the time of Prohibition, when people were hungry and making bootleg gin because you couldn't get a drink and you couldn't get a meal.
Yep. Well, that's all that is correct. And I think
he didn't keep minutes on his business meetings, even though he was supposed to be an attorney. His legal cred is questionable. And you mentioned the invalid wife and the son.
Yeah. Awesome.
Recently, I was looking at Rutherford's life, and she must have not been quite that ill because she married again. Someone liked her, so he used that as an excuse for his philandering in California with the Cadillacs and the whiskey.
Yeah, he brought that woman with him every place he went. He already had a male nurse and the same guy. He had 2 roles, nurse and dietitian. You know, he didn't fire him.
We're not even going there.
That can be true too.
But that woman, well, the woman, Berta Peel, you know, she was married. She was married to someone for 15 years, and then she decided to get a divorce, and then she started to hang out with Rutherford. So go figure all that. You know, he was no upstanding Christian, that's for darn sure.
A very nice house, though. It's a very beautiful house.
Bedrooms, 10 bedrooms.
Nice.
Desiree had 10 bedrooms. It's in San Diego. But I was going to say, yeah, when he died, and he's the president of the Watchtower, you know, his son Malcolm was the only one that attended his funeral.
Right.
What did he do? I mean, that says so much about his character.
And I'm going to trust the attorney that the body was taken back to, didn't they say Staten Island? Because the rumor was that his bones were under the cement at Beth Sarim in the garage.
Right.
But if you know, if the attorney says they took the body back to New York, I'm going to trust that.
Yeah,
people wondered about that for years.
Well, that was very interesting, Pixie, because Barbara went down there to San Diego and she spoke to, you know, the gentleman apparently who owns the house. I don't know what she went, but anyway, and she asked about that. And anyway, the gentleman said because she had stated that, oh, you know, he's buried back in New York, and the guy said, no, you're standing on him. She said, what are you talking about? He said, he's buried here under your feet in the garage. So
that's what he told my aunt too. My aunt went to the San Diego house. But again,
it wouldn't surprise me that he was in fact buried there, because these Watchtower witnesses, they will do whatever Watchtower tells them. Law be damned. And I remember reading in one of the books that, as you guys are pointing out, the judge wanted to be buried there, but they wouldn't give the zoning for it. I mean, who wants to buy a house with dead bodies in the backyard?
Right.
So they wouldn't get the zoning. They were going to just do it anyway. So it wouldn't surprise me that he is in fact buried up there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll never know. But
then
Rutherford didn't keep business meetings the way he was supposed to, and a lot of the different brothers that were supposed to have authority, he undermined them, and he tried to prove the one was mentally insane, and it gets real deep.
Well, he was a raging alcoholic, and they had to coax him to be able to get up on the platform there to give his talks. He was so, hung over.
Yeah, he was.
So these were not stellar examples of leadership. Can we say that?
No, we can certainly say that. And you got to think about the time. This is 1929, Depression. Guys had a Cadillac on one coast and another Cadillac on the other coast. 16 cylinder, the best Cadillac,
Good car.
Really, best Cadillac that money could buy. He didn't give a damn about anybody else suffering. He made sure he took care of himself. And even today, when you get someone like Jeffrey Jackson driving a Bentley,
Bentley's a nice car. I'd like a Bentley myself. I think we all deserve a Bentley.
Well, I think if you buy one all decked out, they're $500,000.
And he's got a vow of poverty, and he's still got a Bentley. They really know how to work this system. I wish I could work it like that.
Yeah, Stephen Lett. Oh, he took a vow of poverty too. They all did. All governing bodies, they take a vow of poverty, right? The organization or the governing body can, if they want, they can set you free from that vow. Because Stephen Lett just bought a $650,000 home in Alabama. He's got a bunch of properties. He's a millionaire for sure.
I didn't know Alabama had such real estate. Maybe I'll look there.
Waterfront property.
Yeah, waterfront property.
Oh.
Yeah, another thing, they don't want anyone to be successful except them. I was watching a video that Stephen Lett does. That guy fascinates me. You know, with all his facial expressions and so forth. There was a black brother that I was watching today. He did a video. Sorry, I can't remember his name, but he was making fun of Stephen Lett, all those facial things that he makes. And I was
I'm not
laughing.
sure if he's got a neurological condition or if he's trying to talk to primitive people that do sign language. And then I see another video of him where he's in an interview and he's totally straight-faced.
Well,
He does not talk like that. He only talks like that when he's giving talks. Other than that, he talks just like everybody else. So
Well, then we've been played.
It's all in it.
That's another crazy thing then.
Well, I was just thinking of what he said on one of his videos talking about education. You know, He said, if you get a college degree, that'll make you arrogant. So, yeah. But anyway,
I find the most arrogant people are the people that don't have them, because the more coursework you have, the more you realize what you don't know.
that's the truth. Oh man, that is the truth. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
So true. So true.
Well, I wish the Watchtower Bible and Tract had sent me to Columbia Law.
Yeah, really.
You know, and they sent Brumley because he had a bachelor's in something, and he didn't even have, you know, a passion to learn the law, which is not an easy course. And they sent him, and then he got fined something there in that one case recently because he thought he could work it. But you know, they tell us we shouldn't get higher education, and they're sending their own people on our money.
Yeah, that is so true. You know, one of the things that really got to me was I can remember, you know, learning about the League of Nations and the United Nations and how evil it was. It's a counterfeit kingdom of God. Anyone that goes even in the building or even looks at a photograph of the United Nations building is doomed, you know, at Armageddon and all this stuff, right? Then they turn around and they join as an NGO under the table, you know. It's just unbelievable, the stuff that they put. And when they get caught, you know, well, they come up with another lie. Well, we needed the library. If you walk into the building, you know, you could be disfellowshipped for walking into the United Nations building or have anything to do with it. And they said that they were going to, in order to be an NGO, you had to agree with all the principles of the United Nations. That's part of the deal. Sign a thing.
When I heard that really, because I have a lot of little personal things that go back for generations on stuff, and the miracle wheat and the whole deal. When I heard that UN thing, that was like, oh, well, maybe I was right about some of that other stuff too. They did what? You know, and you don't know whether to laugh, cry. You have that expression on your face of, what did you say again? And you realize that they have been teaching you something and doing something else. Right. I don't even know what to call that kind of duplicity and what the feeling is that comes when you realize it. Like I said, I use the word betrayal because it's like, what has this done to my brain? Because I was trusting that this organization was telling me straight, and they're doing the opposite.
Right. And when we were studying all of that in the Revelation book, they were a part of it while we were studying it. We're not talking about after, you know, years later. We're talking about at the exact same time.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. There's pictures of this online, and I know that there's a video on it. But Watchtower actually sent 2 Gilead graduations, the classes, to the UN as a, what do you want to call that? Like
field trip? A field trip?
Field trip. Yeah, I don't know why it's a science trip.
Yeah.
And they have pictures, and they're walking
Mhm.
around the UN with their Watchtower badges at the same time that we're studying the Revelation book, talking about how evil and demonic the UN is.
How about that? Well, are you aware of the scripture that's on that blood card that so many signed?
No, because I threw mine away, but I've heard you talk
Well,
about
good
it.
for you, but the scripture, I looked it up, and it has nothing to do with anything medical. It has nothing to do with the law, like in Leviticus or anything. And I feel like it was a little inside joke with the legal department, maybe, because it said something like a fool would flee from a wise man will flee from danger, and a fool will walk in, or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's right there in the middle of what's a legal contract, basically.
Unbelievable.
So,
People have just making stuff up as they go.
yeah. Did you ever say as a kid, who are these people? Because I would sit there, I was like the perfect little witness sister, and I was a pretty little sister, and, you know, tried to do everything right, wanted my parents to be happy, wanted everyone to be happy. I was very compliant with the whole thing and a true believer, and I'm a whole hat. And didn't, they threw me in the hallway, so I didn't salute the flag. They literally picked me up and threw me in the hallway, which helped with physical comedy later, But
the same thing happened to me, and I was the only witness in my entire school. They had never heard of Jehovah's Witnesses, so every year you go through the same thing of trying to tell these people who you are, that you don't celebrate these holidays, and you don't sing the song, and you pledge allegiance, and then you go to the auditorium, and they'd have a whole extra thing with the color guard, and we were told not to stand for that. You'd be the only one sitting, and everybody's telling the whole school is telling you to stand up because they feel like that's very disrespectful. So that just made school hellacious. It really did.
Yeah, I relate to everything you've said. Yeah.
And for no reason.
Yeah.
And when this occurred to me just the other day. It was an excellent video. They were talking about how these governing body people are voted in. They're not appointed, they're voted in, right? And so the brother asked the question, why is it that when we were in school, we couldn't vote to be, say, class president, student council, things of this nature? How is that any different than when Watchtower votes to put people in different positions?
It's not any different. It's exactly the same.
It's not any different. That's the point. The hypocrisy, there's no word for it. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of like a feudal system, like we're the serfs and they can do whatever they want up there.
Right.
And they don't care if we know that they're doing it. That was what was so wicked about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I have one, Brother Borgie, that I thought was interesting. I remember all throughout my years, I would be told periodically from, somebody in service or something that witnesses were a cult. And of course, I would always laugh that off and so forth and so on. And then it occurred to me one day that Watchtower had only written, as far as I know, so if I'm in error, please correct me, but Watchtower had only written one article in the history of the organization defending them as not being a cult. One article that I'm aware of. And when you go and you read that article, because I remember when it came out, and I read the article, and the very first point that it made as to why they were not a cult is that a cult is led by a single, charismatic personality. And at that time, they were run by 8 people. And as soon as I read that, I thought to myself, are you seriously running with this line of thought when anybody that's taken any time to read the history of the organization knows that it was in fact started by a single charismatic personality, that of Charles Taze Russell? So even their line of thought that they're not a cult is disproved by their very own article. And even if they want to try to play the witnesses actually came from Judge Rutherford. But we all know, even if they want to play that card, that's still just one person with a slightly charismatic personality. Was nowhere as near charismatic as CTR. But I just couldn't believe what I was reading. You're not a cult because a cult is only started by a single person, yet Jehovah's Witnesses are started by a single person.
Yeah, you know, they tell you stuff, and and then, you know, a couple of months later, you know, that they change it. They think everybody's stupid, and you know, I think, at least for me, when I became a Jehovah's Witness, I was, you know, I started studying. I was 21. I didn't know much. I really didn't. And you know, I just believed that everything I was told, you know, was the truth. And so, if somebody says, you know, United Nations, the Jehovah's Witnesses are joining the United Nations, I'd say you're lying, and because I would just dismiss everything. I wouldn't look into anything, and that's how they get you. They get you. I think for me, one of the things that I started questioning was when I was a ministerial servant. Well, 75 came and went, and I questioned that, but not to the extent that I would leave. But when I was a ministerial servant, I met with the elders, with circuit overseer, came, and elders and ministerial servants had a meeting with him, and he wanted to know if we, he wanted us to vote whether or not we should disfellowship people that were obese, and wanted to take, you know, see how we felt about it. So all those who are for disfellowshipping, raise your hand. All those who are not for disfellowshipping, you know, keep your hands down. It was one of those deals. I'm thinking, why the hell are we voting on this? Doesn't Jehovah's Holy Spirit tell the anointed, and the anointed tell the governing body, and then the governing body tells the elders, and eventually trickles down to us like the chain of command in the military. And that started me questioning. I started questioning then.
I started questioning when I was like 5, because I was born in. And my godparent, she reminded me that when I was about 4 or 5, I stood up in the front row and said to the man at the podium, "It doesn't go like that." And by the time I was in my 20s, I was looking for, you know, how do I find the door in this windowless building?
A lot of us suffered because they lie. They just simply lie a lot. So they cover themselves. I mean, if you want to do research, they don't want you doing research. They want all the books to be sent back to them. They'll burn them or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They'll say, you don't need the books. You don't need a big library. The reason is we've digitalized everything. Once they do that, they can just change anything they want.
Right. That's what
and they do. And
did you guys hear that they were trying to, I guess Bethelites were starting, like, you know, informal study groups? I can imagine they would probably finish their shift and they'd get together and do a deep dive into the Bible because they had access to books and things they probably didn't even know existed in the Watchtower library there. And word got to the governing body that they were having these deep, informal, deep Bible studies. And they were told that they could not study the Bible deeply that way at Bethel. Did you guys hear that?
Yes, I have heard that, and I know that in the 70s, a large number of people left Bethel because they read the Bible in their rooms in small groups, and it turns out that in reading the Bible for themselves in small groups, they all wanted to sip. And they said, this is what the Bible says we should do. All is all in Greek, and we're leaving. And it was in Time magazine. And that was the purge, or the group that left at that time. And so, you know, they knew why they left.
Right.
So they're not telling their people anymore. You know, the slogan was read the Bible daily. And I do read the Bible daily, and I've read it through many times, and I'm doing it again this year. And I said to a witness friend, well, how's your Bible reading? They're not encouraging their people to do that anymore. Also, when we were kids, we'd sit in the Kingdom Hall with our Bible, and you could read the verse before it or after it, and you really learned a lot, because you learned that some from the podium were taking it out of context, because you're sitting there with your own Bible reading the whole page. Now they put the scripture on a screen one at a time, So the people in the cheap seats can't look at what's ahead or after that scripture.
Right. Yeah, but I just wanted to go back to the point that I was making just for a second. You say that you're the only organization that is being used by God, and that you're Bible-based. The Bible is the judge, jury, executioner. And then you have people in your organization that want to study the Bible, and you discourage that. I mean, can anybody make sense of that and explain that to me?
It doesn't make sense. And again, they had it on their building in Brooklyn, read the Bible daily. These were the people that everybody knew were the Bible readers.
Right. That was our reputation.
Well, my mother lived to be 102. And she said to the Pioneer Sister, she says, "This is not the organization I remember." It's so different in every way now.
Yeah. Yeah. I was laughing with all these changes. The mom who raised me, which was the only reason why I was a witness, if she were to come back to life now and go to a Kingdom Hall and hear the music with the beat to it and all of that, see men with beards, sisters in pants, I think she'd probably faint, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think she would faint.
And we have some good memories of when we were kids, and it wasn't all bad, but I remember stories of other children telling me when I was a kid, when I was a elementary school student, I remember other witness kids telling me about things where they had been harmed. So we have good memories of our families and all like that, but I also know that a lot of these problems were back in the 50s too, and the 40s even, and maybe even with Charles Taze Russell and the 15-year-old girl that moved to Australia, Rose Ball. So this really was not a safe place. People tell me, "Oh, I love going to my church. It's my happy place or my safe place." No. My little village was good. My neighbors were great.
Yeah. Mine was the same way. They really were. But I was thinking something that you just said reminded me of something. You know how we would go to the conventions or the assemblies, and we'd leave, and they'd have brothers out there doing the parking, and then they'd go out in the street, and they'd help get the cars in and out of after the convention. And I remember the elders would say, if Jehovah's Witnesses would just run everything in the world, oh, how great it would be. And as I got older, and I thought to myself, you think the world is in bad shape now? Can you imagine Jehovah's Witnesses running everything? They can't even run this organization, less known, run everything. Look at this pedophilia. You can say what you want to say. If Jehovah's Witnesses ran this, you can just about guarantee every little boy would have been molested, and it would have been no recourse, and it just would have been, that's just how it is, because that's what they're doing now. If you think that the world is bad, just imagine what it would actually have been like if Jehovah's Witnesses were running everything.
As a born, and I think that was a surprise to me, was how nice these worldly people are to me. And that there were so many honest, worldly people. And I didn't want my nice neighbors to be destroyed at Armageddon. And they seemed just as nice as the Kingdom Hall people. In fact, some of them were nicer.
Well, you look now. When a witness has any kind of a problem, where do they go? They go to a court system, whether you call them the police. That's not Jehovah's Witnesses. Whether you go get an attorney, that's not a Jehovah's Witness. The judge, the people in the courtroom, none of the recourses, even the government. Even if you lose your job, you need some kind of financial assistance, you're going to the government. None of these people are doing. Jehovah's Witnesses don't seem to understand that their very survival is completely based on non-witnesses. From the time you enter this world, the nurse that slaps your butt and makes you start crying, and the doctor and the nurse that cleans you up, to the people who educated you in all the different levels, majority of your jobs, or maybe you're self-employed or you work for a witness. For the majority of the people, it was non-witness companies that you work for who pay every thing, the car you drive, the food you eat, everything comes from non-witnesses. Yet these people love to call somebody worldly as if that's this really negative designation. But your very survival depends on non-witnesses.
Yeah. Well, they got a whole lot of money, but they're not as big a fish as they think they are.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, you still have people who've never heard of them, because I actually ran into one in the ministry where I live. She was from another country, and when she came to this country, she's in the medical field. She's always worked nights. And she never, ever heard of Jehovah's Witnesses, didn't know what it was. And that just blew my mind. But I'm sure and then there's many countries where witnesses are not allowed. So you're right. They're not, and then they're not politically involved on any level or politically connected. So of course they're not a big fish.
I'd like to get a Bentley. Would you like to get a Bentley?
I certainly would.
I would.
No. A nice Mercedes is all you need. Bentleys and Jaguars, they're junk.
Yeah, I want a Bentley. That's my next goal.
Go get a
I want Bentley, and I'm gonna put some McKellans in the back too, where they have the little drawer, with my Grey Poupon mustard. I'm gonna put some of that.
Go get an S-Class Mercedes, and if you got more money, you can get a.
Oh, I had a Mercedes. I want the Bentley now.
Okay.
Here's a recommendation.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
How about a BMW X3 or X5 or even a Porsche Cayenne or Macan? Those are great options as well, in my opinion.
Well,
Porsche wasn't as much a comfortable ride as I like, though. It was so fast. I did like a comfortable ride.
I was contributing.
BMW is a good car. That's the thought.
Can you imagine being told from the platform at a convention that disfellowshipping is a loving provision from Jehovah? It destroys marriages. It destroys families. It causes suicide, deep depression, alcoholism. And they would have you believe this is a loving provision of Jehovah. Jehovah disciplines those that he loves. That's not the kind of discipline that's loving. I mean, Peter denied Christ when Christ was resurrected and met up with Peter. There was no disfellowshipping. He didn't say, I told you that you were going to deny me 3 times, and you did. He didn't get. I mean, what happened? What happened to Peter? He went on to write books of the Bible. So disfellowshipping is very cruel. I've been through it. My youngest son hasn't talked to me in 30 years, and they say, and if I wanted to go back and kiss the backside of elders to get reinstated, I wouldn't believe in it. But I'd be doing that so I could have a relationship with my sons. And that's just coercion. It's all it is. They say to teenagers, at least it's been said from the platform, don't let your teenage boy or girl get a driver's license unless they're pioneering. It's kind of crazy.
I heard that one too. That was wacky.
Yeah.
And they also think they can keep you from your God. No one owns God. If I can talk for a minute about this bad boyfriend named Jehovah that I used to love and I would have died for. What kind of a God have they painted to us? And now they make themselves the idol.
That's right. They do.
That's right. Yeah.
God, you figure on this fellowshipping. My youngest son hasn't talked to me in 30 years. Okay. Whatever happens to the commandment, the 5th commandment, that
honor thy mother and father, and the days will be long.
Yeah.
Right. First command with the promise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens to
that? And that's the thing about it. They pick and choose what Bible verses they're going to follow and which ones they just ignore. So even when you talk about disfellowshipping, everybody knows about Paul talking about the guy who was sleeping with his father's wife. But later on in the Bible, it mentions that when you have a person that's done something, they're supposed to be brought before the congregation. And the whole congregation has a say in whether this person, that is in the scriptures. Why doesn't Watchtower follow that? Why doesn't the whole congregation, instead they have these closed door, backdoor meetings, multiple hours long, asking you all kind of intimate, disgusting questions that never should be asked. See, none of that would happen if that was held before the entire congregation. People would just want to get to, well, what, okay, this happened. How do you feel about it? Well, we think this person should be given another chance, but we just let you know if you do it again, this, that, and the other thing. But you take out all of the secret backdoor meetings where you don't even know what's really going on. And then when you don't speak to a person, you don't know why you're not speaking to this person. This person might not have really done anything. It might have just been an elder or several elders who had an axe to grind. I knew a person who was
They might have been smoking a cigarette.
Who knows? I know a person who was disfellowshipped because years before he dated this sister. He determined they were not a good match, so they weren't engaged. They were just dating. The father of this sister never forgot that, and so years later, when this brother went and had to talk about something, that was the sole reason why he wanted to disfellowship him, because he had an axe to grind because he dumped his daughter years before. See, that kind of stuff can't happen if you've got multiple people that are weighing in on what should happen with the person. But of course, Watchtower doesn't follow that.
But you see, it's a kangaroo court. He didn't do anything that's not that. What he did was within the law, because we live, at least from where I'm sitting and broadcasting, I'm in the United States of America, so I'm under U.S. law. And as long as I follow U.S. law and pay my tax, that's all I need to do in life. I don't need to go to a kingdom hall. I don't need to go to a kangaroo court that's not recognized by any bar. These men are not attorneys. They barely passed high school. They didn't take high school biology, and they don't know jurisprudence from their elbow.
Right. And speaking on the topic of how they apply certain verses and completely ignore others, even on this topic of disfellowshipping, doesn't the Bible say not to say a word, not even a greeting? The Bible literally says not to say a greeting. Now, what does Watchtower tell people to do? Oh, go say a brief greeting.
Now we can greet them. But you see, I'm not under
contradiction to what the scripture
says. Didn't the Christ say that we're no longer under the law?
Yes.
If you choose to follow him and that's your thing, which doesn't have to be, but if that's the thing, he said you're not under the law.
Right.
So the only law that I'm under is U.S. law.
Right. My point is how they pick and choose what verses they are going to follow. That's what I was.
Well, that's another reason I walked a long time ago.
Exactly.
I got a long list. But what was so interesting was coming back to do care, coming back to the home of my elderly parents, and getting the Bible study people in here and seeing how it had changed. And
for the worse.
Yeah.
For the worse.
So,
you know what? If I were a modern day witness, I think I would really be terrified to go out in the ministry and talk to somebody who has actually read this book that's called the Bible, because they have gone from the organization that could defend the Bible, that had a reputation of really knowing the Bible, to now they can't defend anything. They can't.
You and I, we can let our fingers do the walk, and they don't even know how now.
They don't know how. They don't know anything about the Bible. They can't defend anything, and this is the reason why Watchtower tells them, just when you get into these discussions, just tell them we're not here to argue. If they still want to argue, then you just pack up your little cart or whatever it is, and you run for the hills. When we were witnesses, we had the reasoning book, and the whole purpose of that book was so that we could defend the Bible. Well, they took the reasoning book along with probably 80% of all their other publications, and now all they can tell people to do is to say, well, we're not here to argue, and run away like cowards.
I sat down with a pen in the reasoning book, and there were only 2 points in that reasoning book that I agreed with. I actually read the entire reasoning book with a pen.
Me too. Me too. And that's where the reasoning book is where I learned that Jesus died on a cross. I learned that from the reasoning book. Because if you go Watchtower's position on Jesus dying on the cross, there's another one for you, Mr. Borghi, a lie that we were told, that Jesus died on a stake, Jesus died on a cross. We know that from Roman historians. But in any event, the one book that Watchtower refers to defend this position that Jesus did not die on a cross, when you go and you look that up, you can find a PDF now online for free, and you can just type the keyword in there. That one paragraph pops up, and you'll see that Watchtower used the ellipsis, like they always do, to completely change the meaning of what was said. That book is clear that there's not a question of whether Jesus died on a cross. For sure he died on a cross. It's just which orientation of a cross. That is what they can't tell. But they are adamant that by that time that Jesus would have lived, that criminals were executed on crosses. That's another thing that we were told. That is a lie.
I think the deeper point, if one chooses to be a Christian, the deeper point is not the method of his death, but that the witnesses offer no forgiveness or grace or anything. They've got people in a kangaroo court, and when the person says they're sorry, it seems that there's still this fellowship. These days, I don't know anybody that goes back there that comes out where they're not given the boot.
Right.
So there's no, I mean, at least the Roman Church had it down where, okay, we've got a system here. We want to keep our people in here. Go in here and we'll talk about what happened. And now you've got forgiveness and now you can sit there again. And, you know, they had this system for thousands of years, and it did involve the Bible's notion of forgiveness, and it works for them. But
and you know, when you talk about
these religious bullies, they're bullies.
Right. When you talked about mercy just now, you remember that this has been shown to be spurious, but this was the woman of.
That's the best scripture in the Bible. That's the best one.
And this is apparently spurious, so it's been taken out. But I always wondered, because when I was a kid,
it's been taken out so they can slap women again. They do women in that organization. We might as well be under Sharia.
Sharia law.
You're not sitting there like I was sitting there. I'm serious. I'm serious.
No, I totally agree. But the point that I was making is, when I was a kid, I used to hear that illustration all the time about that woman. And let he who was without sin cast the first stone. And that was just repeated awfully often. And then all of a sudden, you didn't hear it anymore. And I really believe it's because that the teaching that you're to get from that is to show mercy. Watchtower does not show mercy.
No.
So that's probably why they stopped referring to it even before the other Bibles.
And they want to extort the houses of widows and orphans, too, so they don't talk about giving charity to widows and orphans either.
That's exactly right.
Their game is to be takers.
Mm-hmm.
And,
exactly right.
You know, something that really always irked me about the Watchtower.
Mr. Borghi?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a little soft voice in the back trying to get our attention.
Okay, great.
Hi. Sorry, no, you carry on if you like. It's Johnny here from England. Shall I say, I was just thinking about the lie that if you know, they say if you leave the organisation, you are leaving Jehovah, you know. But they don't own God, do they? And that's what I think is really hurtful, is when, you know, JWs, they tell me that it's the devil who is answering my prayers now. And I think that's so arrogant and hurtful, because, I mean, the devil can't read my mind. He doesn't know what I'm praying to God about. And I find it really troubling how much JWs, they're so brainwashed that they give praise to the devil for my prayers being answered.
I'm sure your prayers are fine, dear.
Yeah,
I wouldn't give them any more power.
I know.
Don't give any more power to those men.
No, well, I don't think I want to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses anymore. If they're going to tell me that the devil's answering my prayers, it's ridiculous.
It is.
But it's really, it's
That is
worrying to
ridiculous.
me that's
Yeah,
how,
let me
that is
chime in on
outrageous.
that, if I could just chime in on that. There was a song in the songbook, this is 30 years ago, and the last few stuck with me. It said, prayers that are heard. Our Heavenly Father hears all our prayers, whether it's his prerogative to act on them or not, but he hears our prayers. He definitely does. But the Watchtower would have you believe that if you've committed some kind of a sin, that you're cut off from our Heavenly Father, which you are not. You have to go through the elders, and they'll pray for you. It's ridiculous. Another thing that's kind of ridiculous is the Watchtower. There's a scripture in Revelation that talks about if you add anything to the scriptures or take anything away from it, you're cursed, you're condemned. It's a sin against the Holy Spirit. Yet if you get a Jehovah's Witness Bible from, let's say, 1955, and take the Bible, this Gray Ghost that they have out now, and you compare scripture to scripture to scripture, there are hundreds of scriptures that they have changed. And that's why they are condemned. Their lies are showing up. The membership is dwindling like crazy, and they keep on lying and they keep on getting caught. And it's just a really horrible organization to be a part of. Star Six, if you're having comments tonight and you'd like to. Anybody?
Yeah, I never really believed, that the elders were appointed by Holy Spirit. I thought that's a bit weird. And then when I was in the congregation, and then you'd hear about an elder that just been sent to prison in this town because of, abusing his children when they were little. Well, how could he have been anointed by Holy Spirit if he gets anointed at the same time that he was abusing his children? That's another lie. Yeah.
Well, I've said it many, many times on 6 screens. The first time I mentioned it, I had a frog in my throat, but that I was a minister. I had adulteries, and I was appointed ministerial servant. And I said, well, I said to myself, that is telling me that God has forgiven me because they played with the Holy Spirit. But in my heart, I knew that, I should be confessing these sins by JW standards, and then they're going to make me an elder. So, I could have easily kept my mouth shut, been appointed an elder, sat in on a judicial meeting, and somebody would come in, brother or sister, doesn't matter, and they would have committed adultery. And here I would be an adulterer myself, judging them. And if the other 2 elders wanted to put them out of the congregation, then I would probably have gone along with it. But, I decided to grab whatever integrity I had left and said, no, I don't want to be an elder. And that caused problems too. But my point is,
you had the Spirit of God in you, didn't you? That's good.
Well, thank you. But the point that I really want to make strongly is these appointments, servant, elder, circuit overseer, governing body, pioneer, whatever, these appointments are not made by Holy Spirit. They're made by, if there's 4 elders in the congregation, they feel they need another elder, then you'll be appointed. You get appointed not by your spiritual qualifications, you get appointed by who likes you and who doesn't. And I can give you 30 examples of that if I had to. Star 6. Anybody want to comment? Star 6. Somebody new. Hopefully somebody who's never commented before. What other lies have you been told that you find out? How about, how, like Stephen Lett, governing body member, the guy wears a ring. It's a Mason ring, a Masonic ring. And that is a cult. That's another cult. And is blood guilty for sure, and he's a member of that. There's all kinds of shady stuff going on. They think they can say whatever they want, lie as much as they want, and just the naive Jehovah's Witnesses will believe them. Well, I would say to anybody out there, if you're a PMO, start going on YouTube. There are a lot of videos depicting how evil they are. If these videos weren't true, then the governing body with a myriad of lawyers would be in there suing the YouTubers, but they're not suing anybody. And they've never come on. We've invited them on 6 screens, governing body members. They're never going to come on. Even though, we're touching 2,000 or 3,000 people on a Saturday night, Jehovah's Witnesses, PMOs, and so forth. They're never going to come on. They're cowards and they're liars. That's it.
Hey, Dick. Hey, Constance.
This is Eric.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad. Thanks for filling in for me tonight.
Sure.
But I thought about the subject and about what lie sticks out to you. I think the greatest lie that Watchtower and all the people in it are guilty of, including ourselves at one point, except we woke up. But that lie is the lie that we tell ourselves to keep our faith. This is fate. To quote us lyrics of a song, you built your mansion on a rock just to find it sinking in the sand. And that metaphor is really powerful for me because they think they built their foundation on a rock, but it's not. It's built on sand. And that's the lie that they told themselves. The lie that they're good with God, that they're not sinners. They tell themselves, they say, yeah, we're all sinners, but they don't mean it. If they're not disfellowship, they don't feel like they're a sinner, and they feel like they have a special place with God. It's a narcissistic religion where they all think that they're God's. They're lying to themselves that they're God's one and only chosen people. They lie to themselves that when I think it was Maleficent, is that his name? I think it was William Maleficent that gave a talk and said it really ticked me off because he was giving a pass to the parents about how if your kids didn't commit to the truth, you did the best you can, and don't beat yourself up, basically. And it's like, no, like some people aren't in this organization for many reasons. Some of it is they've had screwed up lives and they straight up can't even stick to the strict standards of it. Some people have become drug addicts or alcoholics, but we don't shoo those people away. These are all the lies that Watchtower has told themselves, that it's acceptable to disfellowship. Deep down inside, no one enjoys really doing it except the evil people in the organization. But they're all doing things that they know are wrong. I even remember when people used to say, "You're just here to convert us," and we would say no. But that's an absolute lie. And I know that's a little lie, but moment, and actually it's a big lie in my opinion because we're deceiving. But we all did it for the most part, or maybe not all of us, but a lot of us said, "Oh no, we're not here to convert." But that's exactly why we're there. Otherwise, why would John Brayton, an elder, tell me, "Hey Eric, you shouldn't come by this guy anymore. I can tell he's not interested. He's just a waste of time." See, we're not there to minister. We're not there to preach to people. We're there to convert, and that's another lie. These are all the lies we tell ourselves, or that the witnesses tell themselves. And I think they're just down a rabbit hole where they can't stop lying, and that's part of the reason why they don't wake up either. Is that they live the lie. But anyways, guys, I don't want to go on too much, but thank you for letting me give my 2 cents.
Sure thing, and I'm glad you're feeling better. I really am. And I did that conversation a couple of days ago. Yeah, the Watchtower, they really are something. These governing body members that will lie. Somebody was on 6 Screens a few months ago and said that it was his opinion that they believed their own lies. Well, I disagree with that. I think that they know they're lying, and but they're going to do it anyway because they don't want to. They don't want to get real jobs. They're living really, really high. They're living well. They get all this respect from people, and they'll lie to you. They'll tell you, The organization is growing exponentially, really, but you saw enough Kingdom Halls. That doesn't make sense. And I've done this many times on 6 screens. I was going to the Drake Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses in Drake, Massachusetts. I drive by there now. Me and Rick drove by there a couple of years back now. Got a big crucifix on the steeple. The sign has crucifix on it. They sold this to some religion. But the point I want to make is that the governing body from Bethel, from Brooklyn, came to give the talk, for the inauguration of the Kingdom Hall. That's not the right word. The dedication to the Kingdom Hall. That Kingdom Hall was dedicated by a governing body member who was of the anointed, and he dedicated that Kingdom Hall to Jehovah God. And guess what? It's got a crucifix on it now. And that Kingdom Hall that was bought and paid for by all of us brothers, we couldn't pay for it all completely, but we got a loan from the Watchtower for like half of it. And the damn Watchtower charged us interest on the loan. The Bible says you shouldn't do that. If a brother is in a difficult situation, you loan him some money, you can't expect interest back. But the Watchtower does. They don't give a damn about that scripture. And so that Kingdom Hall is owned by another religion now. And the Watchtower took the money that we put into it, that we and the Drake Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses put money into that Kingdom Hall out of our own pockets. They took the money and absconded with it, and they've got it in their $7 billion sitting over there in Ireland. That's the kind of organization it is. It doesn't help anybody. It just doesn't. They just in it for the money. This is 3 things that I see in the Watchtower. I see pedophilia, I see greed, and I see lying. Those are the 3 things that stand out the most to me. Star 6, if you have another comment, I would like to comment.
Brother Borgie?
Please.
I just want to add something to what you just said about the various kingdom halls and assembly halls and any building that was dedicated to God. I remember there was a caller on Brother Fearon's show. He mentioned a really important point, which is that you cannot tell an organization we're not going to sell to you because you're a church or you're a religious group. But then it occurred to me, we dedicated the building to God. We didn't dedicate the land. So what Watchtower should do is when they get ready to sell a Kingdom Hall, for whatever reason they're selling it, they should deconstruct that building, and you're just selling the land. You don't care who buys the land. You can do whatever you want. The building is what was consecrated to God. So the next time somebody says to us, oh, well, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you can't discriminate on who you're going to sell something to. You say you're absolutely right. If Watchtower really cared about not taking a building that was formerly consecrated to God and then selling it to a false religion, giving something from God and giving it to the devil and the demons, then they should deconstruct that building, tear it down, you just sell the land, and you're fine. But of course, they're not going to do that because that will cut their profits in half.
Yeah, good comment. Good comment. Anybody else? Star 6.
Hi, this is JC from Albany, New York.
Is it JC?
Yeah.
Did you say? JC,
yeah,
welcome.
I feel that I've been lied to. The lies were so horrible. They were manipulative and calculated. All the lies were either lies by omission, leaving details out, leaving things out, or lying with a motive. And I didn't realize a lot of this until after I left, but I always felt uncomfortable but I was also insecure. So I was made to feel that there was something wrong with me and that I needed a new personality and put on a new garment and all of that. And, but there was always something in my gut that says something's wrong here. And unfortunately, it took me 10 years, but yeah, I left last year, the convention. So, and I'm glad I'm out because I had so much anxiety. Like even the night before having to go to the meeting in the morning, I would be stressing out so much because I did not want to go. I hated wearing skirts anyway, and I just did not want to go. And I felt so guilty and made to feel horrible and if I didn't go. And like I would pretend to be sick sometimes when I wasn't sick, but I was actually getting sick, like mentally sick, like internally anxiety filled with panic and fear and feeling even worse than I had already felt. The insecurities became tenfold. I was overwhelmed. I said to my teacher, I said, because I'm a student, but believe it or not, I was able to be a student for 10 years, but I said, I can't do this anymore. And she tried to gaslight me and tell me that this is not the JC I know. And I just had to cut ties. I sent her an email, and that was it. I'm like, don't contact me anymore. And then when they tried to contact me, there was a couple that tried to contact me as soon as they found out that I was not on board with the governing body. That was the end of everything. Nobody calls me, nobody talks to me, nobody does anything anymore. And I had a lot of friends in the congregation. So, yeah, lots of laughs.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for. I remember when I was becoming a Jehovah's Witness in 1970, 71, in that area there. The big thing was the faithful and discreet slave, and that was the anointed. And now they just, said nope. That's somewhere around 10 or 20 years ago. The faithful and discreet slave is now the governing body, those 8 guys. And so you just sweep them out of the way. Just another one of the many changes. And one of the biggest lies is that anytime they want to change something, they just call it new light. Well, what happened to, if you would have disagreed with the old light, they would have disfellowshipped you. They would call you an apostate and disfellowshipped you. Yeah. Okay. Somebody else has a thought on a couple of lies that they were told. The blood transfusion was something. Yeah, you can't take blood transfusion. You can't take it, right? Then the Watchtower, what happens? They start getting sued. And so, you know what? It's certain fractions of blood you can't take, and this and that. If you're a doctor, you should be able to figure it out. And nobody knows. Now, everything, it's a matter of conscience. Soon, next 2 or 3 years, Christmas will be a matter of conscience. Right now, it's not birthdays anymore. It's anniversary days. What's your anniversary day? How ridiculous that sounds. And you know what? It's going to be, if you want to celebrate your anniversary date and go to and have a party in your honor, that'll be a matter of conscience. All the things that they could disfellowship you for is now going to be a matter of conscience. So you can do it. You know, if they keep on disfellowshipping people the way they are, they're not going to have anybody left, because there's no perfect, sinless people in the world. And the Watchtower, I mean, elders, and Joe Dario, he's been on our program quite a bit in the last few years. He will tell you, it just depends on your elders. Because say something. Oh. Johnson's.
Yeah. Well, it does depend on the group of elders. And generally, when someone's brought before the judicial committee meeting, they have no idea what to expect. And they really do believe that the elders are going to be there to shepherd the flock and be able to discuss their sin and be loving and kind. But the truth of the matter is, those elders in that judicial committee meeting have already made up their mind before you walked in. Bob Gray taught me that one. And he was a JW for many years and an elder for many years. So that's a real eye-opening experience. So everybody sins. You know, the best thing to do is you just confess your sins to God, and that's it. You don't need to be going before these elders. And I don't know if I had to step out, but I don't know if Rich had said this, but you know, a lot of these elders are a bunch of hypocrites. They're sinning outside the Kingdom Hall. You don't even know it, but they put on an appearance when they're in the Kingdom Hall, and then when they're out, now Rich can tell you some stories on that. They're here, honey.
Yeah, I worked for a remodeling company, and in order to get a job for this company, you had to be an elder or a servant. And then all of our subcontractors that we had were, you know, elders and servants, you know, Jehovah's Witnesses who kept everything in house. And boy, were there arguments! My goodness, and swearing and a lot of bad language, you know. And you know, the only night we didn't have a meeting night was Wednesday night, and we went out and we knocked down some beers. We really did a lot. Yeah, and we drove. After that, we drove home. So almost all the elders that I'd worked with, I drove home drunk, because if it's 2 beers, you're drunk. At least in Massachusetts.
And they were all having points, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Brother Borgie.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
How about the verse in the Bible where Paul, not God, but Paul says that a Christian should marry only in the Lord, which means that a Christian should only marry a Christian, according to Paul. Why does Watchtower say that only Jehovah's Witness sisters should only marry Jehovah's Witness brothers, when that's not what the verse says? The verse clearly says, marry only in the Lord Jesus. So a Christian should only marry a Christian. And again, that's from Paul. That's not from God. But a Christian should only marry a Christian. So how many people do you see in our organization, sisters especially, who are basically going to spend the rest of their life never having gotten married or had kids, because Watchtower tells them that this is what God wants you to do?
Oh boy!
They can't find suitable brothers, so they spend the rest of their lives alone, never having been in a relationship, never having been intimate, no children, nothing, because of a misapplication of a scripture.
Stephanie, you did a lot on. I mean, I've known quite a few sisters like that, but there was one sister in my congregation I was very, very close to. Her name was Carmen. She happened to be a Latin sister. And, you know, in that culture, they're very family oriented, which, you know, a lot of cultures are, but especially Latinos are. And all she really wanted to do was just to marry a brother and to get married, maybe possibly have a family. I'm not sure, because, you know, 75 was in the picture. But after 75, you know, some people did have children. Anyway, the point is, she never, ever dated anyone in the congregation. There weren't very many brothers. That was the problem. There were more sisters than there were brothers, and I know she suffered with a lot of depression in silence. I know that. I know that for a fact. She put a lot of weight on. She put a lot of weight on, and she didn't. You know, she didn't do pills, but to compensate or to cope, I should say, to cope with her depression, she overate. She was an overeater. Yeah. And she died.
Yeah.
She ended up coming down with diabetes. Her mom had it. Unfortunately, she had it. This was after I left. I heard the word. She came down with it. It was genetic. And then instead of really just getting it under control, her weight and her diabetes, she ended up having like a stomach, like your stomach stapled or a sleeve type of thing.
Yeah. Yep.
And she died. She died because of complications. So very, very sad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I you know, that thing alone breaks my heart because I was a born-in, so I grew up with a ton of males and a ton of females.
Yeah.
Some of the sisters wind up, you know, getting married several times over because, of course, you always want to marry the wrong person. We talked about that once before. But then you had a whole nother section who really never got married. And I remember one in particular. She was one of these ones who pioneered when she was in high school and just always on the straight and narrow.
Oh, yeah.
And now she was in her 40s and she had never been married, always wanted to get married. And she wound up marrying somebody who had just, you know, basically her brother introduced this person to the cult. And he got baptized, and then about 6 months later, she married him. Now, you have been around long enough to know society always counsels against that. But she said, I am tired of being alone. I'm trying to find somebody. If he, you know, asks me to marry him, I'll marry him. I don't care if he just got baptized or not. That's how much she wanted to get married.
Right, right. Well, and, you know, you always bring up great points. The thing is, you know, that's why Rich and I had the show the other week talking about, you know, whatever you do, don't settle. Don't get married just out of desperation, because boy, that can be the biggest nightmare in your whole life. You know, marriage is huge. And unfortunately, in this organization, there are so many sisters that are single versus, you know, how many brothers there are. So the sisters, like I've always said, get the short end of the stick, and that is just not fair. And I remember when I was in, if you are a baptized sister and you want to date someone or even marry someone who's quote unquote worldly, you were marked. I mean, you know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, it's a miserable life being a single sister. And the thing is, you know, maybe for some, I mean, I enjoyed it. I really did. I was not interested in getting married to any of the brothers. I wasn't. I wanted to get my education. That was more important. But, you know, of all the sisters that I do know that got married, one sister got married to a brother, found out he was a pedophile. Another one, she got married. She was 25 and she thought, oh my gosh, I'm an old lady. Anyway, I found out years later, their marriage is on the rocks. There's another sister. She was a regular pioneer, self-righteous, married a Bethelite. You know, she thought she was better than everybody else, you know. And anyway, found out they had a couple of kids, which I left the organization. So I knew she got married, but I didn't know she had kids. So I found out she had a couple of kids. And one of her sons ended up getting into being a gangbanger. And it's like, oh my gosh. So, you know, I guess he was looking for love and didn't really feel it with his mother, who was a regular pioneer, and the father who had been a Bethelite, and he just wanted to feel his own sense of community. And, you know, he was sick and tired of the control of Watchtower. So, you know, then I knew another sister that was a regular pioneer. She got married to a brother. That didn't work. He was violent. Then she married another brother. He didn't want to work. He just wanted to be on the computer games. And she and her daughter were going cleaning houses. And so she divorced him. And then now, she's been out of the organization. She faded away. Anyway, now she's married to someone who was never a witness. And last I knew, she's happy, but I haven't really kept in contact with her. So, but I guess the point I'm saying to me, you know, is that you have to really be careful who you marry. Just don't be desperate.
And to add to that other list, there's also a segment of the sisters who wind up marrying brothers who are gay. And, of course, the marriage doesn't work out because, you know, the sister's expecting the male treat her the way a heterosexual male would. And of course, this brother isn't. I've seen that, at least 6 times. I've seen that 6 times.
Wow.
I've seen that. And that's another really sad one. There's one sister that I was very close to, and she told me after we had known each other for several years that she had never consummated her marriage, and I just could not even wrap my brain, because she was very attractive and very built, and I'm a 19-year-old full of hormones, and and she, over the years, she really started confiding, and I told her, I said, listen, have you talked to the elders? And she did the whole thing, and the elders said, "Oh, pray and study more and be more submissive. No matter what it is, it's always the sister's fault."
Yeah.
And I said, "Listen," I said, "here's what I recommend. You give him a year. You go to counseling. You do whatever you need to do to try to address this problem. And if after a year we still have this problem, and I'm leaving," I said, "you need to leave. Find somebody you really want to be with," because she was desperate to have children. To this day, they're still legally married. They live in completely different states. She never had children. She's in her 60s now, and I want to say late 60s, and very bitter. Very bitter. Very bitter. So that's another category of why these marriages don't work, because a lot of these witness males they're not manly, and a lot of them are homosexual. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm simply saying if you're heterosexual and you marry a homosexual, from a sexual standpoint, that's not going to work.
It's very interesting, Stefan, that you say that, because when I left the organization, there was no internet. It was 1983, and I just associated myself. And there were no support groups of JWs, nothing. There was no internet, nothing. So you're really out on your own. And anyway, sometime down the road, I don't know, say within 5, 6, 7 years, something like that, I found out about there was going to be a group of ex-JWs meeting. So that was pretty cool. That was, and they brought the book Crisis of Conscience, which I had already heard about, and giving out free copies. So that was really neat. Anyway, down the road, one sister in that group, we had each other's phone numbers and names. Excuse me. Yeah, phone numbers and names. And she contacted me, and she said there was going to be a support group in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I could reach out to this gal named Kimberly Sherry. And I said, okay. So I gave her a call. I said, thank you. So I gave Kimberly a call, and boy, she really, she scrutinized me. She just really wanted to be sure I was not a witness trying to spy, and, all that sort of stuff that I was really, So anyway, this was, her husband has been on this show, John Sherry. Anyway, he's the one that his father was married to Betty Davis, if you remember that testimony on the show a couple months back.
Oh, I do, yes.
So his wife, John's wife at the time, they're divorced now, but his wife was Kimberly Sherry. And anyway, so she had this group on her own once a month, and it was all the way across the Golden Gate Bridge in Marin County. And anyway, the point is, you get to meet other like-minded people who were JWs and, maybe PMOs or ex-JWs. Many of us were ex. So anyway, this is the point. So there was a brother there, John. He had been an elder, and he was found out he was gay. He had never married, but he was a gay man. Okay, then there was another brother that I met. His name was Steve. He was gay, had never been married. But then this is the point I'm trying to get to. Then there was this brother. I can't remember his name. Was really tall. Had been married. Had a couple of kids. And anyway, he was gay. And he had been a witness. He had been, of course, married to a woman and had a family. And then came out and he was gay. So, that was really shocking to me. I was like, whoa, this is really shocking to me. In fact,
a lot of that falls on Watchtower, because they kept telling people, you just marry a person that's spiritually qualified, a ministerial servant. And never did they talk about compatibility. Who is this person? What are they about? What are they like? Are they compatible with you?
Right.
Do you have things in common other than just going to a Kingdom Hall and sit next to each other in a square room for 2 hours twice a week? Never. So these people have no ability to know themselves and to know another person. There were so many times when I would see a sister dating a guy that I just knew this guy was what we will call gay now. I'm not going to use the term we used back then. And you would just be looking at them like, how do you not see that this person is gay?
Yeah.
And it would get me because they're looking at, oh, he's a ministerial servant. Oh, he gives great comments. Oh, he reads the Watchtower very well. Oh, the congregation just loves him. What does that have to do with anything when it comes to whether or not you guys are going to be compatible sexually? And they get married, and it's hellacious, and then it's hell getting out of it.
It's a nightmare.
The sisters just go through so much. I don't think brothers fully understand what these sisters go through. I really don't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, and then they feel that sense of rejection, right? You know, I'll just say this. I mean, I'm pretty much of an open book. My youngest brother had been married to his wife, Pam, for 14 years, and then they had their daughter, Carrie. And they worked together, and then they live together. So they're together 24 hours, which is a nightmare for a lot of couples. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it really is. You know, a lot of people, they love going to work. It's like, okay, good, I'll see you when I get home tonight. But they live 24 hours, you know. I'm just being real. So anyway, the marriage was going south. And anyway, there was a lot of strain. They had to get up. They were photographers and had to get up early. And, you know, my brother was in sales and all that jazz. But anyway, my sister-in-law divorced him. Pam divorced him. And she became a lesbian. And she married a woman. And I remember my brother Warren telling me, and I just, you know, that she was a lesbian. I said, Warren, I don't believe you. And he said, I'm telling you, she's not interested in men anymore. She goes for women. And then I didn't find out until years and years and years later that my brother was very abusive to her, which had a great impact on her outlook with, you know, men.
Yep, sure.
So
sure.
She thought, you know, I'm not ever going to have a man touch me. You know, only a woman would really understand my feelings. But anyway, yeah. So my sister-in-law, like I said, for a period of time after she divorced my brother, lived, you know, being a lesbian, and they were married. And yeah, so, you know, things happen in life. And with Watchtower, if you don't really take the time to get to know yourself, and you don't really take the time to get to know the other person, and there's that pressure, like, oh my gosh, you meet this brother or you meet this sister, oh my gosh, now you got to be married in 3 months or, you know, 6 months. I mean, you know, you're set up for failure big time. You just really, really are. I mean, then it's a lifelong commitment, and you don't even know this stranger, really? Wow. Yeah. So
yeah,
there's a lot of that goes on in Watchtower.
There's another lie for you, that Watchtower marriages are the best marriages, and people who are married in Watchtower are the happiest. There's another lie for you.
Oh, well, you know, I don't know, Stephan, if you've heard Rick talk about even in Bethel, you know, there are couples, married couples in Bethel, but even some of those sisters are not happy for whatever reason.
Yeah, wife's swapping.
And they're checking out other brothers that are in Bethel. Come on, give me a break.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she's a married woman. What is she doing? You know?
Yeah. There is a former Bethelite out of Wallkill, and I think his channel is XJW Bethelite or something to that effect. And yeah, he talks about that all the time. He talks about married sisters that were coming on to him and being scantily clad and all that kind of stuff.
Talking about Marcus. Aren't you talking about Marcus Rogers?
Yeah, Marcus.
Yeah,
Marcus Vaughn.
Marcus Vaughn. Yes, Marcus Vaughn. That's it. Yes, yes, we saw him today. That's it, Marcus Vaughn. Yes.
He talks about, but I will tell you that me being born in, I had that same experience. I can't tell you how many times married sisters, and you know, I was a teenager, so I wasn't quite, you know, picking up on what was going on. But I can't tell you how many times married sisters would always make sure they came and spoke to me. They were always in their presence. I'm an IT professional. They want to bring the computer over, and I was just like, what is going on here?
No, it's interesting. You know what's fascinating about that, Stefan? I remember when I was in the organization, this part was sad, but there's a moral to the story at the end. I remember of all the sisters that we had in my congregation, like before 75, oh my gosh, there must have been 8 of them that got married right before 75 or the year 1975 in that time frame. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, so they were getting married, and this is what I was going to say. So I lost them. I lost them as a friend because now I'm still single, but they're married. So they have absolutely nothing to do with you at all when they're married. There goes that friend. It's done. It's over. No phone calls. No little cards. So you doing? I miss you. Nothing. It's like you're dead to them, right? Because you're single, and now they're in the married club, right? So that went on for, like I said, about eight sisters. But the point I'm trying to make is, so I thought, wow, this is really bizarre in the organization, I mean, this doesn't even seem normal, right? I mean, I'm still the same person, but the reason why they felt that way is because this is how it was explained to me. Oh, well, you're, a single sister, and the married sisters feel threatened by you because of their husbands. And I'm thinking, what? I mean, just because the person is single, are you kidding me? So anyway, that's just the way it was in the Watchtower culture. Okay, fast forward all these years. I'm out of the organization. I hooked up with this gal on Facebook, and she was like 4th generation JW and disfellowshipped, and tried to get reinstated, and then decided, no, I don't want to be reinstated. I know what this organization is all about. And anyway, she had been married to an elder for like 25 years, and he was very abusive to her and all that nonsense. Anyway, this is the point. The point is that I had this conversation with her, like I'm talking to you. And she says, what's so interesting about it? She says the threat wasn't with the single sisters. She said the threat was with the married couples. And I went, what? She said, yeah. She said, when a couple got married, she said the threat wasn't with the single sister or the single brother. The threat was with another married couple. And I said, I have always wondered this since I was 28, about approximately 40 years. And I said, wow, you finally answered my question. And I thought that was fascinating. Just what you're saying, sisters that are married and they're checking you out and everything else. Right.
And I'm telling you, and you won't believe the problems that creates, because their husbands, who are the elders, they're seeing this.
Wow.
And so they get mad at you, and they take out whatever their wife is doing, her affections toward you. They take that out on you, and you're trying to figure out why this elder is always giving you such a hard time. That's the reason.
Wow.
And you have to sit there and deal with that, because who are you going to tell? Who would even believe you, if you did tell? And I'll tell you, I quit going to meetings in 2018. I went to a McDonald's. There was always this one particular sister that would give me the willies. I was just strictly high and by, and I'd get away from her. And there was a big group of them sitting down eating in McDonald's, and I saw them out of the corner of my eye, and I was still kind of putting together how I react when I run across, witnesses, because there's always one or two who are going to say something ignorant that will really set me off, and I know I have anger issues, so I was trying to figure it out. So I just saw them over in the corner, and I just ignored them.
Yeah.
And this sister, I saw him. I turned around again. This sister is like 2 inches away from me, in my face, just talking to me. Oh, hi, we haven't seen you. How you been? Da 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 da. We miss you, and this and the other thing. And her husband's right there. I look past her. Her husband's over there in the corner. So that is a real problem. It really is.
Yeah. Isn't that something? Well, yeah. And a lot of them are just not happily married. That's the bottom line.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And they're trapped.
And there's also major age differences. And that, I think that contributes to it, as well, because they may be thinking, well, I just better marry, maybe not the first person, but I better marry, and get married quickly because, like you said, there's not enough brothers. And then after they get married and settle into it, they're married maybe somebody who's older, who's not very active, doesn't really contribute anything, and so they start looking elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. I was going to say, you even see that among the governing body members too. Joe Giardario.
Marrying much younger.
Oh yeah, he knew them pretty well. And do you remember which one it was, Rich? There was a 30 years age difference between his wife and the husband. Yeah, and his wife was a real snob with all the Bethelites. I forget which one she was married to.
Oh, wow.
30 years age difference. Yeah, 30. That's a whole new generation, right?
That's old enough to be your dad. I mean, let's be serious. See that again. That's another type of thing that only happens in cults where somebody's going to marry somebody. The only way that happens in regular society is that old man is a billionaire, and that woman is marrying him, hoping he's going to kick the butt sooner rather than later. That's the only reason why she did it. Other than that, nobody's going to marry somebody 30 years their senior. That's insane.
Right. He's looking for a trophy wife, and she's looking for the money, type of thing.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that too is that it doesn't matter if the guy's 30 years older or 40 years older. In a new system, it's 1,000 years, and
going to have new bodies and all that.
Going to have new bodies and all that.
Their delusional world.
Log on to somebody because he's going to go into the new system just simply predicated that he's an elder, and she's going to ride it on his shirt tails.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, and a lot of those to be an elders is nothing really special. They're company men. That's all they are. They're just yes men for the corporation. That's all they are.
Right.
That's all. I don't know. What's so impressive about it. That doesn't take brains to do. You just follow everything that GBs want you to do. That's all, Yeah. But you give up so much of your life and even your marriage and your own kids, and it's really unfortunate,
Right.
A lot of the elders are fortunately waking up, and that's a really good thing. But the other thing, Stephan, that I've always thought was really cruel and very, very unfair. You'll hear say a brother and sister were married, excuse me, and they were married to each other. And then just say, for example, one of them had committed adultery. I'm just trying to think if I've got the story right. Okay. So, no. Let me hold up. No, I didn't say that right. Say, for example, if he's committed adultery, then the other person has scriptural grounds to be able to divorce them and remarry. The point I'm trying to bring out is if they break up and there is no admission with regards to adultery. So the wife is suspicious, say the wife, she's suspicious, but there's no evidence of it. Well, say they get a divorce, but then, now this is what happened back in the day when I was in. I don't know if it's changed. Okay. But anyway, she could not remarry. She could not, it's like she was in limbo. She could not remarry because she did not have scriptural grounds of adultery. So, excuse me. So her life is in total limbo. She might, most likely, if she was married, most likely people don't like to be alone and they do like to remarry. And especially for women, they do better with two incomes versus their own one income in being able to survive. So if she's in limbo like that, that means that she can never remarry if she's going to be in good standing as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And that's horrible. How many people are in that situation? And this religion is so false to begin with, but that's how much control they have over people's lives. I mean, talk about depression. I mean, holy mackerel.
It's and the thing about it, and this is what a cult does. It'll take a person that might be a good, moral, God-fearing person, and because of their policies and procedures, they are now doing things that if they weren't in the cult, they would never do. So how does the average person deal with that scenario that you just mentioned? They want to get married, they can't because there's no evidence of what. They go out and they commit adultery so that they can go to the elders and say, I committed adultery, be disciplined. Now they can go and marry. So now you have people who are going out committing adultery who may never have thought in their life that's something they ever want to do. But because of the policies in this organization, they're now doing that.
Right, right. Oh, you bring up so many good points on that, Stefan. It's really true. And then just say, for example, you know, you got two families and you got in-laws and you got all those people, right? Your siblings. And if you have kids on top of that, oh my gosh, what a mess. What a mess.
And I'll tell you something else that I was really pissed off about. We traced our family tree to Nigeria. We're Nigerian Igbo tribe.
Okay.
A few years ago, and you probably, a lot of people for some reason just didn't seem to register, but there was a video, and it was about a Nigerian, maybe he was a different tribe, I don't know exactly, but he had more than one wife. He became a Jehovah's Witness, and he then sent his other wives and all of the children from those unions away, because Watchtower said you can't serve God faithfully and be married to one wife, and they used what Paul wrote. However, when you go and you look at exactly what Paul said a person of one wife to be used. In other words, qualification for elder ministerial servant. Not that you can't be a Christian and have more than one wife, but you can't be used. You can never be appointed as an elder. But Watchtower took that in typical Watchtower fashion, completely changed the context, and this man sent, and hopefully this was a, not a reenactment, but hopefully this is one of those videos that didn't really happen. But let's say that it did happen. Here you have the so-called one true religion completely breaking up and tearing up people's families. Now you've got women who no longer have a husband, but then they have children. The likelihood of them getting remarried is low because who wants to raise somebody else's kids? Then you have these kids who overnight are now, you know, fatherless kids.
I remember that story.
Community. Yeah. And so I don't know how bad this was in Africa, but this was a real thing.
And I'm glad you mentioned that it could be one of those alligator stories. I hope it was. Because in that culture, that woman, if she's thrown to the street, what the so-called Christian brother should have done, if he feels that it's adulterous to have more than one wife, now that he's changed his view from his animism, then he should just have an apartment for her and she can live there with his children. It doesn't absolve him of her care, or what we would call alimony in this country. It doesn't absolve him of that. And in that culture, if he threw her to the street, she would be a victim of crimes, or might have to turn to prostitution to eat, or we don't know what would happen to her and her children. So that's not the Christian thing to do.
Ruined and destroyed. Listening to this organization. And this is why I tell everybody, if you listen to this organization, you are going to pay a heavy price somewhere down the road. You just are.
It's not safe. It's not safe. And also some of these things under the law of America, in the United States of America, or under the law of Nigeria, if it was Nigeria and if it's a real story, polygamy is not illegal in that nation.
Exactly.
So, you know, just like in America, we're all really moral people here, but adultery is not illegal in this country. Smoking a cigarette is not illegal in this country. And yet we have a kangaroo court trying to tell us that these things are not legal, and they are under the law of the land you live in. So that was another thing that's where mentally I had already walked out. I remember that story vividly.
Well, you're my hero because you were able to walk out so much sooner in your life and have more of your life outside of the cult than in. I did the opposite.
Well, folks, that's we have to give this a little second here. I got to restart the phone lines. Phone lines went out. So we're gonna start it up again. So just give us a second. We're right back on with you.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
phone
My
lines go
One
out,
Number.
but, we'll
If you are the
get you
host,
right back.
press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 8 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your story
or, you know, parents that were in or siblings. It was just, or kids or anything of that nature. It was just myself. I can't even imagine how difficult it is if you're married and you have kids. And I mean, it's tough, but you know, what are you going to
stay in so their parents will talk to them. They stay in for their family. That is why they stay in. And that too is a kind of extortion because
there it is.
If we look at other religions, you know, you could have a Baptist family and maybe the brother-in-law is an atheist or maybe the sister has married a Hindu man or something. This is America. We got all kinds of thinkers here.
Right. And lots of options. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that you're not a unified family at Thanksgiving, you know? So
right.
Yeah.
Right. It's so very true. And yet, you know, Watchtower wants to just divide everybody up. You know, you just have to get, there are apparently a lot of teamers physically and mentally out. People are fortunately waking up, which is so wonderful. But, you know, like I've said before, you get to a point where you might be able to live like going to the meetings and then you know it's not the truth because you're doing all this research and you're really opening up your eyes. You know, you get to a point eventually down the road that you just say, you know what, I cannot do this anymore. I just cannot. I cannot do this anymore. You know, it's almost like your mind is going to be split. You know, you're going to go into...
There is some of that. It's hard to get a solid path for yourself when you see what you were born into and taught, and then you have other relatives that might want to bring Christmas back, but you never did Christmas. Things like that, you know?
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, well, this is good because I don't feel an obligation to do this holiday, so, you know, I'll spend some money here. And then you say, oh, but I'd like to give them a gift, but the last time I saw them, they realized that I had a lifetime of no Christmas, and it gets very, very complicated, not only in it, but when you leave it.
Right. Well, what you get now is that, you know, all the decisions are not made for you when you're born in, or even when you are a witness. All the decisions in life are made for you. You just follow whatever the GB teaches. But when you leave, you're able to make decisions and choices in your life for what really works for you. And that's
I had some of that. My family let me be my own person, and that was normal, and that's as it should be. And as I said, I had a little town, a community, and a big city across this river. And the people that I really are concerned for, the witness child that's born in and homeschooled and doesn't have the little town, because then they're not meeting neighbors with other views.
That's right. And I think
that's homeschool. That's homeschool. That's a whole nother conversation.
Oh yeah, because that's
you
the only
want to talk about the most socially maladjusted people you ever want to meet. And I'm going to tell you, and you know, Watchtower witnesses are already weird, right? I mean, I know because I was one, right? You're already weird, and then you can take a homeschool kid. You can point out the homeschooled Watchtower witness just as easily as you can point out anything, because they're just even more socially maladjusted and weird.
Right.
They're weird within a weird cult.
Well, they don't have the social skills. They don't even know how to make friends. They just
They don't know.
They don't know how to think for themselves.
No.
I mean, also, it's really difficult when you're born in and you're told that you shouldn't be accepted, even if you would be a popular kid in school. But you don't really fit in school because you're told not to.
Right.
But you don't really fit in the congregation either because there's not a lot of kids your age and stuff.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, I've got my own little college friends and stuff that I've known for 40 years, and I fit in with them, and I was a good employee, but I've never really felt like I fit in anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Watchtower had a lot to do with that.
I struggle with that, I think, too. And I think even now, because I still will, even though I'm a lot better, and I force myself to go get involved in social situations. So say, for example, if I'm at work and everybody says, hey, we're all going to lunch at 12:30 and we'll meet back here in the cafeteria and we'll eat. That gives me anxiety. And I have to sit there and go through a little mental exercise. But that gives me anxiety because that was not anything we did. It was always us versus them. I was the only witness of my kids, so I would eat by myself. I didn't know how to go and socialize and what do I talk about and how do I, comport myself. I didn't know how to do so. Even now, it's still a little bit of a, it's still a little bit of a struggle. We had our end of the year party in December. Really nice, fancy, about as fancy a restaurant as you can get in Chicago, downtown Chicago. There again, I've got to do mental gymnastics to make myself go. Now, once I go and I get there, I'm having a blast. I'm probably the last one to leave. Get there, I've got to do all kinds, and I know it's because of the way I was raised, and I'm imagining a lot of other witnesses probably feel the same way.
Oh, I have lots of food issues. Perfectionism, can't be thin enough, sit at the table by myself. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I tell you, this is why I say to people, you join this cult, there is a price to pay. Many prices, actually.
Well, also, too, now that, we're looking from the other side, a friend of mine, she had a sister that was her maid, and I've never paid anybody to do any housework, but she married well, and part of the deal was that she'd have somebody come in and clean. So this witness sister, has been her maid for 20 years or so.
Yeah.
And the sister wanted to have a Bible study with this friend of mine. And so she agreed to it. And I was surprised because I've known this friend for a long time. And then she says to me, it's a cult. And she says, when they got to the chapter where I couldn't celebrate Christmas, I said, that's enough of that. And I guess she kept the woman as her maid, but that was it.
Yeah.
And, I kind of see where the other people are coming from now. I had a neighbor that said to me years ago, well, the Baptists, our finances, we have a board that looks at the finances. And the Watchtower doesn't have that. And I respected that neighbor because he didn't get into it with me on dogma or doctrine or anything. That's all he said. And so years later, I'm like, he was right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember, because again, I'm African American, and I remember I'm coming of age in the 70s, right? And I did a lot of field service. I never was a pioneer because I couldn't do that. It was just way too much. But I certainly got way more than the national average. But anyway, and I remember talking to some of the guys in the neighborhood, and the guy turned to me. He said, "I'll take that magazine when somebody on the cover looks like me." And that was really interesting to me because I had said to my mom, and I kind of got cursed out about it, and I mentioned it to an elder, got the same reaction. Why is it that there are no black people, Latino people, it's only Caucasian and Asian that were represented in the magazines? Now, at that time, those were pictures that were hand-drawn, and they were black and white. Then it went to color, then it went to photographs. So this is the evolution. But this was during the black and white period during the 70s. And I said, he is saying the same thing that I just said. He noticed the same thing I just said. And I said that to the same elder who went off on me about I'm putting my personal agenda ahead of whatever he was talking about. And then not too long after that, they did start having Asian, Latino, and African or African American people represented in the magazines. But what that taught me is that what we have been told about how this organization is essentially colorblind is not true. And just look at this latest appointment of governing body members. Now, Watchtower keeps saying that the only growth that they seem to be having is in Latin America and African countries. Now, if you're a business,
hear that too. And they got a yearbook again.
They got a yearbook again. So if you were a business owner and you're going to put a business in a neighborhood, don't you think you should have people in upper management, middle management, employees who are from that community so that people want to shop there? That's just common business sense.
But there's no women in there. There's no women represented either.
There's no women represented.
It's only recently that the traveling overseer's wife has had a name.
It was just wife.
You were a little girl in a petticoat and patent leather shoes sitting in the Kingdom Hall when I was there. You're probably my age, but you weren't a little girl sitting there. And they'd say, and here is Brother Traveling, Mike Traveling, he's our brother, and his wife. And I'm like, does his wife have a name?
She's invisible.
Her name is no name.
Right, she's invisible.
And then even I thought about all of the circuit overseers. They were always African American, but I go back to the period when we had district overseers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they were always Caucasian. And I remember asking somebody, I said, wait a minute, why is it that the district overseer is always Caucasian, but the circuit overseer? And every time you would ask these questions, the witnesses would go off on you like you are creating issues. You're bringing some kind of
racist, problem. What's your problem?
Mentality into the it's you. It's not the situation. It's you.
Wow.
And that was one thing that I just would think about from time to time. I'd be like, this organization is not colorblind. They only put in Caucasian American people into these positions. They don't even have.
You could be my friend, Chicago. You could be my friend.
Let's just call it what it is. Let's just point it out.
They did get Samuel Hurd, but still, he's the only governing body member that's African American, right?
Sister Hurd was very nice to me. She's been to my home.
He's the old one. Yeah, he's about 83, 84, 85, and Garrett Lowe. He's the two oldest. Mm-hmm.
Right. And he was my circuit overseer for years. And in fact, we had him and the district overseer twice over.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Say that again. Somebody was talking in the background. Say that again, Stephan?
No, I was saying he was our circuit overseer. He was our circuit overseer. Hurd was our circuit overseer for years.
Is that right?
We had 2 occasions where we had him and the district overseer. Now, I realize now, when you have the district overseer come, that means you got some major problems in your congregation. They called it a special, I forgot what they call it, a special something when you get them both. But I realize now you get them both because you got major problems and they need the circuit overseer and the district overseer trying to address them. But we had him twice. And I'll tell you something else. I don't remember her claiming to be of the anointed. I don't remember that.
So was he the CO in Chicago? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely.
In Chicago?
Absolutely. For years.
Yeah.
I've worked with them in field service.
Wow.
When I was a kid, I'm gonna tell you how dictatorial this organization is. When I was a kid and you went out in the ministry, you had to wear long sleeve shirt. It could only be white or blue. And you had to have your jacket on when you went out in service. It didn't matter if it was 100 degrees. You still had to have that jacket on, and you had to have a long sleeve shirt. It couldn't even be short sleeve. It had to be long sleeve, and it could only be white, and it could only be blue, at least in my congregation.
Wow.
When Hurd and the district overseer came, They came, and I used to complain about stuff, and I was always getting, yelled at by the elders. I'm the troublemaker. Why don't I just get with the program? Why do I have to always question everything? So what happened was the circuit overseer and the district overseer pulled up to the service group. We were already there waiting for them. Mm-hmm. Both of them got out of the car. They took those jackets off, and they had on short sleeve shirts. Neither one was white or blue. And I turned to the elder who gave me the hardest time. And I said, I'm never wearing a long sleeve shirt or my jacket again. I said, and if you got a problem with it, you go over there and you tell the circuit overseer and the district overseer. And I said, maybe I should go over there and say that according to you, they're not, following the script. And he's, oh no. So that was kind of the end of that. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we had heard for years, but I do not remember him being of the anointed.
Wow. Yeah, they all supposed to have been of the anointed. Remember that? Isn't that interesting?
Uh-huh.
We were watching a video today on, Ted Jarrett's, and apparently there was a period of time that Ted, he had been a governing body member from 1974 until 2010. He died in the year 2010 at the age of 84. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is just what you said, Stefan. There was a period of time that he was questioning whether he was of the anointed class or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they get to have questions and we don't?
Right.
They get to have questions and we don't. And what I really believe happens is I believe that they get talked into it. I think that the existing governing body decides we need some extra people, and they're looking for specific skill sets, and they talk the people into believing they're of the anointed. Just like this last guy with all the high-end real estate certificates.
Yeah.
I bet you any money, because they want that expertise to manage all this property that they have. I bet you any money they talked him into believing that he was of the anointed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and it was interesting because when Rick and Inez, his first wife, were invited, they were personal friends with Garrett Loesch, and Rick had been, of the anointed class, so was his wife, Inez, but then he was, of course, in good standing, and Garrett Loesch had contacted Rick and said, we'd like to interview you for a position as a governing body member. And so it was very interesting because when Rick and Inez went, it was just like, Rich and I had this conversation with Rick, and I said, so I'm sure you were interviewing Garrett Loesch, Rick, just as much as Garrett was interviewing you. He said, oh yeah. And I said, it probably wasn't just like an hour interview. I hope it was several hours. He said, oh yeah, it was a good portion of the day. But the point is that Rick had realized, you know what? This is nothing more than a corporation. That's all it is, in the disguise of a religion. That's all it is. Garrett Loesch, it was almost like, Rich, do you want to tell that part of the story about some young man from Bethel came in and he had a brown bag.
Yeah.
And he brought it in, now just picture this. Rick and Inez are sitting there in front of Garrett Loesch in Garrett Loesch's office. So this Bethelite came in. It was like it was all planned out, right? Huh, Rich?
Choreographed, yeah.
Choreographed, yeah. Do you want to tell a story? Okay, tell that part.
So Rick is in the office, and this Bethelite comes in with a bag. And in the bag is a book. It's a book that was just being produced and was going to go out to the different congregations. So he says to Rick, he says, Brother Farron, can you tell me what's in this book?
What's in the bag?
I'm sorry.
What's in the bag?
Yeah, what's in the bag? And Rick says, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. What he was fishing for was that Satan, the devil, tells people things that's in line with his destructive ways. And it's, some people call it clairvoyant, but it isn't really that. It's Satan, the devil, talks to people that he's in league with, inspires them. And if Rich said, "Yeah, I know what's in the bag. It's this new book," and named the book, then he would know that Rick, because the only way you can figure that out is if you were a Satanist.
Yes. So it was, I thought that was a very interesting encounter that Rick had with Garrett Loesch. I mean, they were such close friends. They had each other's personal cell numbers. But what an odd thing to say. Brother Farron, do you know what is in this bag? You know? So, and of course, Watchtower, don't forget, Watchtower's Bible was inspired by the spirit medium. So, you know, I think there was some occultic questions going on behind the scene is what we're trying to say. So I thought that was a little strange, but when you really analyze it, it's like, wow. So anyway, but this organization, you know, Rick left, he and his wife, I think they had lunch. Yeah, they had lunch with Garrett Loesch and anyway, and then he meaning Rick and his wife left, and you know, they were having this conversation like, oh my gosh, this is not what Watchtower is trying to portray. It is nothing more than just a corporation and out for the money, and you know, people are being totally misled. And after that, on several occasions, Garrett, you know, he traveled around the world as a GB, and he had reached out to Rick. Oh, Rick, I'm going to be in such and such a country. Why don't you come fly out? But then, you know, Rick was gracious, of course, but then, you know, declined. And Rick could see it. He could see the organization for what it was. Now, I take that experience, you know, like a 24-karat gold nugget, because it's so priceless. It's so pure, because the majority of us would never have had that opportunity to go to Bethel and to be interviewed by Garrett Loesch for a governing body position. So, you know, it's things that we don't see. Watchtower puts on this portrayal, you know, this image. They do it with, you know, Bethel. Oh my gosh, you're working in God's house. But then when people come out of there, they have a totally different view. And even like Barbara Anderson said, what's the percentage? Like, what was the percentage, Rich? If you had like,
I think 70%.
70% of the Bethelites, they leave the organization after serving in Bethel. They see all the homosexuality going on, how prevalent that is, and how much alcoholism. And it's like, what? You know, this is nothing to do with God. What in the hell is this all about? You know, like really, you know. 70%.
I know two families that went and immediately returned and left. And unfortunately, I was never able to reach one because one family was in California and I lost track of them. The other family was here, and I did talk to their cousin. And he said, all I know is whatever they saw down there, when they came back, they didn't want to have anything to do with the witnesses, and they left Bethel. So that's two families.
Right. And Stephan, you know, I used to always wonder, why is it? Because we had a couple of young brothers, and they went to Bethel. And then when they came back, they were real quiet, and then they ended up getting married, and then they're gone. Okay, because I was single and they're married. There's that scenario again. But anyway, and it was, well, you know, you caught up with them, maybe a gathering, you know, with couples and single people and so forth. And it's like, you know, I even asked Weiss. I said, well, Weiss, you know, his name was Lewis, but we called him Weiss. And I said, Weiss, you know, you served in Bethel. I wanted to know, how was it? You know, oh, it was fine. I said, well, can you tell me anything about it? No, there's not really much to tell you. I mean, did you enjoy it? Yeah. I mean, he just said the least amount he could say. He did not.
You were pulling it out of him.
Bullshit. Yep. And then his wife came over, and then, you know, I guess she got jealous. I'm talking to him. It's like, oh my God, you know. Really?
Yep. I remember I was a kid. I was all of, I think about 19, and a buddy of a buddy was all happy. He was like, oh, we're hosting some Bethelites. You guys got to come through. There's going to be tons of sisters there. That was the only reason why we were going. There's going to be tons of sisters there, and the Bethelite. And we went, and it was 3 Bethelites, and they were the most, what is the word, effeminate? They were the most effeminate people, to the point where my other friend's friend, I didn't particularly care for this guy, but he said, man, put a dress on that, and pointed to one of the Bethelites, and we all got up and left.
Yeah.
And I told my friend, I'm like, if this is what Bethel's like, I'm glad I didn't go. He was like, yeah, me too.
Yes. Well, and it's very interesting that you say that, Stephen, because, when we watch these videos and they have these new governing body members, I forget I don't have all the new ones memorized, but it's that young guy. I say he's young. He's younger than many of the others. He's got gray hair, but he's got a very feminine voice, and he's got those black glasses, and he's the one that talks about on JW Broadcasting. Well, if we've made a mistake, we're infallible, and we don't have God's Holy Spirit, but then yet we got some things wrong, but there really is no need to be, to say that we're sorry. Yeah. That guy, whatever his name is. Yeah. He's very feminine. He's very feminine. What's his name? Yeah.
I think it's Flegel. Isn't that Flegel?
Flegel. I think that's his name. Yeah, Flegel.
I think that's his name, Yeah, that video that you referenced, that video really angered me because the entire time that I was a kid, Watchtower used to harp on putting on the new personality. I don't know if you guys remember that or not.
Oh, yeah.
They used to beat that thing, put on the new personality. They would go through each quality one by one, and are you doing this and are you doing that? And one of the things was that you had to change. If you had a problem with another witness, you were supposed to go to that witness and make your peace, and you were supposed to apologize and let yourself be wronged and all of that. And then you have this clown standing up there talking about, even when we make mistakes, we don't need to apologize every little time that we make a mistake. Oh, but this is what you've told us to do for the last 40 years. But when it comes to you guys, you just make mistakes and you just act like nothing happened and you just keep moving. I was like, wow.
Like they want to sweep it under the carpet, but the bottom line is, sweep it under the carpet. But it's their pride and their arrogance. That's what it is. Hello? How millions of people have they affected by that pride and arrogance? Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Hitley from New York City.
Oh, hi, Hitley. Hello.
Hi, is this Constance?
Yes, dear, it is.
Hi, how are you?
Good, honey. How you doing tonight?
Okay, and the other gentleman, or the brother, what's his name? Hi.
Stephen? You talking about Stephen? Yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
I thought you were talking about your husband.
I just want to interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just noticed that I just wanted to say one thing, that I noticed that there is something is going on as far as the organization is concerned, that with that Watchtower, that was pointed out that they don't want, that not only the governing body doesn't want to apologize, they now have a policy. They don't want any of the rank and file to apologize. Like, for instance, if there's any dispute or any type of, arguments or any type of disagreements, they don't want each other, that as the governing body, what I call 1.0, which is Sidlick and Schroeder and all the rest of them, had told admonished the organization, the witnesses to go and make peace with your brother, before you go to your altar, like Matthew 5 and everything. They have this new scripture. I forgot which one it is, but it's of course in the New Testament, Christian Greek, saying that they don't want the brothers and sisters to make any resolution if they have any disagreements with each other, because they feel it's going to, wait for it, going to make matters worse. So, for instance, if we all have a problem with each other, we're in the organization still, we have a problem with each other, we can't get it rectified. They just want everybody to keep on having the disagreements, still keep on having beef with each other. And I thought to myself, what in the hell is this? With this new governing body, they are like Lulu, Delulu, because it's like you can't make, peace with your brother. At least people on outside Watchtower, they make peace with each other. Gay members sometimes make peace with each other. What about, but how come they're supposed to be true Christians and they can't, come to meet each other, at least in the doggone middle? And so that's it really, really. Oh boy, it's so mind numbing. It's sickening, and they call themselves Christians.
Yes. Oh, Hilly,
you know what?
that's a big point. Because
No,
they
I
always
was
talk
just gonna
about
say-
humility. Remember, be humble. Remember, humility was
Right.
built into you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because the Bible says that pride is before a crash, and you seen it right in front of your face. I mean, these people are just crashing and burning right in front. It's almost to a point now. It's like, what are they even talking about anymore? Because they don't teach Bible anymore. This is why
they don't.
Watchtower witnesses don't know the Bible. This is why they're terrified to talk to somebody who comes at them with a Bible. If there's so many videos online of just Bible people walking up to a Jehovah's Witness, whether they're doing the cart thing or out in the, and they'll say, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And you can see the look on the witness's face, like, "Oh my God, he's got a Bible and he looks like he knows how to use it." And they get terrified, and they kind of start looking around and looking for reinforcement, and they start in with the nonsense that they start talking about, and people are like, "I'm reading you what it says right here in the Bible. What are you talking about? It says it right there." Well, that's just what you think, or that's just what your Bible says. They're now starting to do the same thing. The non-witness. That's just what your Bible says, and then they pack up their little cart and get out of there. They cannot defend the Bible anymore. Watchtower doesn't even teach them Bible anymore. All Watchtower does is come up with this bizarre narrative of nonsense that they teach at these meetings, emotional videos so you can cry and thinking about your grandfather that died and swimming with pandas and all this nonsense. But they can't teach Bible anymore because it does a 180 on everything that we've ever taught. We have spent the entire part of our life telling people a bunch of stuff that has now turned out to all be wrong. Even the name Jehovah is not God's name. Watchtower even says it in their literature. You go to the earliest Bible translations that they have been able to find, there is no name Jehovah any place in there. You didn't even have J in the Christian Greek scriptures. There was no J. So there was never a Jesus. It was Iosis. There was never a Jehovah. It was Yahweh or El or whoever you want to call it. We are the one. And then they say, well, it's the commonly agreed upon pronunciation. Who's the organization that went around the whole world telling people God's name is Jehovah? Who? It wasn't the Catholic Church. It wasn't the Adventists.
It wasn't the Jews either. And Jehovah's name, not to cut across you, Stephen, but they but over in parts of Israel, parts of those is the Jews over there. They feel that Jehovah's name is like a curse word. So it's not even them. It's not even the Jews.
It's not even them. It's only one group of people that went around the planet telling everybody that would listen that God's name is Jehovah. We're the true organization because God's name is Jehovah. And now it's not Jehovah. It's just that it's the agreed upon pronunciation. No, it's not agreed upon. You are the ones that told people that. This is the level of brainwashing. You tell somebody something, then you come back and say, well, that's a commonly agreed upon form. Yeah, from you. We got this pronunciation from you. And again, they don't say we were wrong they just act like it didn't happen and keep it moving.
Right.
And they don't want you to do any type of research. Like I remember when 1.0, like I said, the governing body, Sitlick and Schroeder and all of them, and Barry and Barr and all of them were in leadership power. And what happened is that when it came to the pioneer meetings and everything else, you had to have your bound volume. You had to have this. You had to have that. All for, all these reference books to back up what you're saying. Not only to a person who's outside who you're trying to, actually convert, but also, for the purpose of deep study and everything. Now they got everyone saying, just go to jw.org and they'll just, like Stepford wives or Stepford people, just take what's given and like shut up and do what they tell you to do, like mindless drones. And I'm looking at that like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's mind numbing. But and that's what I said. What does a Jehovah's Witness even believe anymore?
I don't
what
think
can you
it's-
possibly? Because I know when I talk to them, and you can see on their face when you bring up a point, they're sitting there trying to figure out, well, wait a minute, what is our current position on this now? Because we used to believe this. I think there was a talk about something. They don't even know what to. I talked to an elder once, and I brought up the fact that Watchtower teaches that Jesus is not the mediator. He went off to the point. I had to tell the other elder, if you don't get him out of my face, I'm going to knock him straight out. I swear to God. Don't get him. You got 2 seconds. I'm going to knock the teeth out of his mouth. I was getting ready for it. So the brother grabbed him. And he says, now, and then he says to the brother, this is the elder, he says to the other elder, that is what the society teaches, that Jesus is only the mediator for the 144,000. This elder's mouth dropped. He was an elder and didn't even know that Watchtower teaches that Jesus is only the mediator for the 144,000. Because he even said to me, see, you don't know your Bible. That's what your problem is. I said, oh, really? He said, yeah, because the Bible says Jesus is the mediator for all. And I said, yeah, but Watchtower teaches he's only for, and that's when he jumped up and came at me. And the other brother had to tell him, no, what he said is absolutely what Watchtower's position is. And he was so confused and dumbfounded. He just kept looking between me and the other brother, and I could see the wheels in his brain turning. And that's why I was brought up the point. What does a Watchtower? What is their teaching?
Yeah. And that's sad. And that's sad that we all were taught that he died for all of us and everything. It's almost like they're like cherry picking and kicking people out. Like, okay, we really don't care for the rank and file, you know, because Jesus says, like you said, and like what they teach, that he's not the mediator for the great crowd and everything. And then all these other kind of, you know, stipulations and what have you. And it's almost like the only thing they want from us is the money. The money, honey. They don't want anything else. They don't care for anything else. And to show it is not only the CSAs, but also this blood ban and everything else. Yeah, it's so.
They want the money and free labor to keep building whatever these construction projects are, that they then sell and pocket all the money. And you just, it's just modern day slavery. You just wonder why people can't see it.
Yeah.
And I remember back when I think it's when they were building Walk Hill, and this guy that I know, he was so excited because he was going to go to Walk Hill and volunteer for his vacation. He was taking 2 weeks of vacation, and he was going to go there. So he was going to pay for his flight, pay for his hotel. I think they picked you up and take you to the site. Otherwise, he'd have to pay for transportation. I think they give you breakfast and lunch. You're on your own for dinner. And you sit there and give them 8 hours a day free. And they can't even pay for your transportation or your hotel.
Right.
And he was so excited. He was so excited to do it. I just looking at him like, and I was totally peemy. But even then, I was like, there's no way in heck I'm giving up my vacation and I'm going to pay for my hotel and my transportation and then volunteer on top of it and have to pay for my own dinner. No, that's just abuse.
Right. And other corporations outside, not the corporation, I'm sorry, the other corporations outside of Watchtower will go the gamut and pay everything, room and board from rooter to tutor, and you know, to make sure that who they're having and who's volunteering is going. They even pay. It's not even volunteer. They don't even pay the person. Watchtower doesn't give anything. They don't give anything. No. Not one blessed thing.
Mr. Karen was talking about the fires, but somebody else brought up when Puerto Rico lost power, they didn't have power for like a year, if you guys remember that not too long ago. But the witnesses that volunteered to go over there and only help other witnesses, they still were paying for their own transportation and probably paying for their own housing as well, unless you could find something, and then probably paying for your own food and water.
That's right.
This that's why it's mind-boggling to me that people think that they can't live without this organization, and at the same time, the organization does nothing for you, but only takes from you. Why do you think you need this organization? That goes back to Constance. That goes back to what you and I talked about with the pimp and hoe mentality.
Oh,
where
yeah.
the pimp makes the hoe think that she can't make it without him. She's doing all the work. She's making all the money. She's actually creating a lifestyle for him, but he makes her think that she can't live without him. That's the same thing that Watchtower does.
Oh, yeah. And
I mean, there was so many people that had to go on welfare. Not to cockroach you guys, but I had to go on welfare, and I experienced that myself. With no one, they didn't even want anybody in the in the congregation, no Bethelites, no normality. At the time that I went through this, like over 30 to 40 years ago. No, when I lost my job, because in New York City they were going through a situation where when Giuliani was mayor. You know, from Dinkins to Giuliani, there was a lot of situations. A lot of people, city people, lost jobs. There were a lot of situations. And to make a long story short, the elders did not want, and the CO did not want them to unless you were either pioneering or making it to every single meeting, then they could help. And it was with a cluster of congregations were being treated that way in the circuit. They couldn't help the brother and sister that was down on, as the old saying says, down on their luck and everything. And it wasn't the fault of the brother and sister. A lot of them worked for the governments and other small businesses, and things were going bad in New York at the time. But you know, they acted like, oh, there's something that you've done that made Jehovah angry, and so we can't help you even a roll of toilet paper. You know, I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But did you see when the area around whatever this Bethel is was on fire, and Mr. Farron brought this out, how they were so buddy with the local government. Oh, if you need somewhere to stay, we got plenty of residences. You guys remember that? This is just a couple months ago. I don't know where this was. You remember Mr. Farron even mentioned it today. Wherever this Bethel was, the surrounding area was on fire. They were wondering if the Bethel was going to go up, but the fires went out.
Oh, that was in Warwick. That's Warwick. Where the people, some of the P and Palmers called Warwick.
Yeah, they went to the local government, and basically was telling them, oh, if you need temporary places for people to stay who've been displaced because of these fires, they can come and stay at our Bethel facilities. The point is, they never offer those Bethel facilities to any witness. If you are a witness and you found yourself homeless, there ain't no Bethel facility somebody's going to put you up in.
No.
Right.
But they can go.
Even if you're pioneering, they wouldn't care for you.
Even if you're pioneering, like Rick said, you got to be a special pioneer or whatever it was in order to get free accommodation. So this is it's there's something really sinister going on, that they're so hateful and unloving, and then they'll stand up there and talk about love all day long.
Right. Right.
Crazy.
Yep.
Don't talk to me about love. Show me.
Right.
Well,
that's talk is cheap.
Yeah, talk is cheap.
Look, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that my buddy JP? Yeah. What's happening, JP?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Yeah, good. We're good.
Oh, I wanted to say real quick, Haley's on the phone. When I first called into Six Greens, like the first time ever, it was her and Mike from Los Angeles. I don't know what ever happened to him, but I just wanted to give Haley my contact info, because I've always wanted to get hold of her, because she was one of the first XJWs ever talked to on Six Greens.
Oh, really? Okay.
If you're here, Haley, I'll give you my number if you have something to write it down with.
Okay. Could you hold on for a moment? Okay.
Yep.
So what's going on, JP?
Oh, it's going all right, Stefan. How you doing?
Give me a moment.
Thanks for checking up on me during the fires and stuff.
Oh, man.
And
I got
appreciate that.
I wish I could have done more, but yeah, I got you. I've been under the weather a little bit, so I wasn't able to listen in last week live. I caught it later, and I'm a little under the weather again this weekend. I don't know. 2025 is starting off a little rough for me.
Yeah, it's been a rough year for all of us. I think 2025 for me has been kind of a rough start. Lost a few people that I wasn't expecting and stuff, but
Yeah, for sure.
is what it is, I guess. You know.
It is what it is. Yeah. Hopefully it'll just get better, but we got to get past the beginning of this administration, and hopefully things will level out.
Yeah, it's a few more days. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
We got what, 2 days from after tomorrow, or 1 day?
Yeah.
2 days.
And then keep in mind the constitutional law. This guy could actually be president for the next 8 years. No, 12 years. He could actually be president because it's 2 consecutive terms. So he could actually be president for the next 12 years. I was talking to a state rep about that.
Wow.
Yeah, if he keeps winning, he could be president for 3 terms.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, the Constitution is that you can't be president for more than 2 consecutive terms. Right, so you can be voted president, voted out of office, then you run again, then that term is the second, and then you can do 2 more terms if you get elected. So theoretically, according to the Constitution, he can be president for a total of 12 years. So it's going to be an interesting 12 years, right there, Pete?
Yeah, if it happens, we'll see if we get to but let's just see if we get through till Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see.
All right. So are the fires pretty much dissipated, or what's the latest? Because I haven't been watching the news.
Well, with the fires, yeah, they're starting to get a little bit of an upper hand on it. The winds have died down out here. The weather is starting to change.
Okay.
Even though it was unprecedented.
Hello? I'm sorry. I have to go to my office area to get paper and pen because I'm in
no problem.
I'm in my bedroom. Can you hold on 1 second? Let me turn on this light here. Okay.
So JP,
all right, I'm ready to take it down. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just give you my number. I'm not worried to give it out on over Rick's show, but my number at Hidley is area code 661 503 7458.
Okay, 661-503
7458.
7458. I forgot your name. Thank you.
It's Jerry JP, but
Jerry.
when I go by Jerry. JP on the show, yeah, JP,
okay.
But you're the first. You and Mike were the first people I ever talked to, like 2 years ago, like when I called in Rick Barron's show. But I always wanted to get both of your guys' contact and stuff because you guys have a kind of a special place in my heart since you were the first persons that I talked to, almost like XJWs ever, you know. So yeah, that's my contact if you want to text me or something. That there it is. But
Sure. I'm on a landline, but then I'm gonna, when I get my cell phone is being recharged, then I'll do that, you know, and I'll send you my email and everything as well. Okay, Jerry, it's so nice to hear from you because it's been a while that I know.
Yeah, a long time, definitely. And a lot has happened.
Allow me to interrupt. I just want to say good night to everybody. It's 1:30. We've been on since 10, I think. So God bless. Take care, and we'll see you next Saturday night.
All right.
If you guys want to keep on talking, go ahead. But we're going to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. So Connie, you still on?
I think you said they're going to be.
Yeah, I think Connie is going to bed with they're going to still leave the line open for a little bit. So.
Oh, okay.
If anybody wants to talk.
Well, I'll just talk for about maybe half an hour or so, and then I'm gonna hit the sack. But it's been crazy. It's been crazy because I sometimes, because my cousin is still on, you know, she's like chemo, here and there, and she's who lives with me, and she will listen to the Zoom meetings maybe on Sundays, and she is telling me, because she listened to the Zoom meeting in her own room, and she said that she's telling me that, how the organization is acting crazy, and then also on with some of us are on all of us, as a matter of fact, my cousins and my nieces and whatnot, we're on the XJW Reddit, and with the things that we hear and we read and everything, it's what this organization is doing. It boggles the mind. It really boggles our minds.
Yeah, it makes no sense. There was a saying, and you probably heard it as a kid. JP, you probably heard it too, about why you don't lie. Don't lie because once you tell a lie, you have to keep telling the lie to cover up that first one. And that's the situation that they're in now. They're constantly, because they've told so many things that are not true in their teaching, they have to constantly keep trying to come up with ways, instead of just saying, you know what, we need to just stop what we're doing and do a top-down reassessment of our whole teaching in line with the current Bible understanding and go from there. But they're so afraid that if they do that, everybody will leave, because I think that they will, that they're stuck with just having to come up with a lie to cover over the previous lie. And it makes no sense, like you just said.
Yeah. I mean, it's the whole, messy ball of wax, because, we just, it's like my cousin was telling me that she said that whenever they have all of the information from the new Watchtowers and the new other information from the Wake by Main Watchtower, she has to go back to some of the old information that they wanted them to get rid of and to throw out and shred and put in the bonfire and everything else, and go and make a comparison. And also along with, what is being shown by YouTube activists, XJW activists. And she sees that it's, that they just keep on. They just continue to make everything more messier than what it is.
Yeah, because it can't be cleaned up. It just can't. Take this pedophilia that's so rampant in the organization. Stephen Lett got up there on that broadcast and says that if anybody was to say that we have a problem with pedophilia in this organization, and we have a problem protecting our little ones, that's crazy. Then you go see Jeffrey Jackson, who's testifying in the Australian Royal Commission, and he said we have a major problem with pedophilia in this organization. Now here you have two governing body members saying the exact polar opposite about the same topic.
Yeah.
And so this is what I mean when I say how they get themselves into these positions, because they're just flat out lying. You're going to tell the witnesses, oh, we don't have a problem with that, when everybody knows that they do. And then you go to court and you tell the judge, yeah, we have a problem with it. And Jeffrey Jackson said to the judge, yeah, we need more laws. And the judge replied back, you don't even follow the laws we already have. And the look on his face was like,
hey, Stefan?
He was like, yeah.
Stefan, I was just going to say, you just mentioned two interesting things. Maverick here, yeah? Each one was saying the polar opposite. And Garrett Loesch said, Jesus and Jehovah completely trust the governing body, shouldn't you? And I was thinking to myself, well, which one shall I trust then? I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to the problem they've got now is they didn't expect the internet to blow up as it has been, and for XJWs to forensically examine every statement like a lawyer would do if they're trying to represent something in court. That's a great testament to all those in the XJW community who've taken the time to put dots, because all they do is they backtrack maybe a couple of statements or a year ago, and think, well, they're counting on the rank and file. They've dumbed down the rank and file so much, right, that they're not even interested in these subjects anymore. You know, so they're counting on. They're really counting on absolute information control, as we know, so that that once a person's slightly opened the door of investigation, they've lost them. They pretty much guarantee it over a period of time. That's why they try so hard to suppress information, but they can't do it anymore because the internet's there. No. And as soon as anyone types in jw.org, right underneath jw.org, you've got JW Facts and all the rest of the channels and stuff. So they really are on a losing path. It's only a matter of time. And I believe it's going to get to the point where it's going to be so polarized that anyone who's decent and honest will leave. And it's going to be the hard-nut, brainwashed, stubborn, proud people who are idolatry-driven. You know, they see the organization as the idol. They're the ones that's going to be left there. And let them stay there, you know? But the decent people who are honest, even if they've got a little twinge of honesty and it's growing, and they can start to get uncomfortable, will eventually leave. I'm confident about that. Yeah. So I thought I would just add to what you're saying, but you're so true, what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add something to what you just said. This constant refrain to trust the governing Jesus, trust the governing body, you should trust everybody, trust the governing body. That lets you know right there that there's major problems with people trusting them. Because first of all, the Bible tells you not to do that. The Bible is adamant. It says, do not put your trust in nobles and in the son of earthly men. Do not put your trust in. Yet you have them saying the exact trust us, trust us, trust us. That's the problem. This organization, this organization does not teach the Bible. The Bible says don't put your trust in. Yet they stand up there and talk after talk after talk and try to get people to trust them. Here's the second thing about this whole trust factor. We are, as human beings, we are built to have an understanding of authority. In any situation that we're in, we are keenly aware of the authority structure. If you're a kid in school, you know, your teacher has authority over you. The vice principal has more authority than the teacher. The principal has more authority. Principal than the vice principal. If you're out in the wider world, you know the police have authority. Nobody has to tell you constantly, every day, that you need to, trust the authority. Listen to it. We do that, and we know that there are people who have control over us, and so we willingly submit to that, provided that's not being abused. Why does an organization need to constantly try to gain the trust of these people? And the reason no question out of it is because there's no reason for you to trust them. The Bible says not just at the point, and simply by their actions, it doesn't create trust. You trust people because you look at how they carry themselves and what they do, and that gives you a level of trust. Nobody has to tell you to trust that person.
I want to make a comment on what Steven was saying. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, echoing on my end a little bit. Can you guys hear me okay?
There's an echo.
Yeah, I hear an echo too.
Yeah.
I'm going to try calling back in. Maybe it's me, but I was going to say something.
No, we hear you fine. I hear you fine now.
I know. That was me, Jim.
Is YouTube on?
Oh, yeah, I can hear it now.
Okay. Yeah, it's all good.
What I was going to say is that it's unbelievable that people have been so misled from this one organization. If you really think about it, they've gone on for 3 centuries. They've misled my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents, just in my family. And it's destroyed relationships, caused suicides, caused people to almost die over the blood transfusion thing. It's just crazy. But we have our family that's still listening to an organization going on for like 3 centuries that started in the late 1870s, went all the way through the 1900s, and we're in 2025, and people are still listening to this. It's unbelievable if you really think about it. For 3 centuries, this has been going on. Since the 1800s, the 1900s, and the 2000s. When is this going to stop?
That's a
How
good
much
question.
life can it possibly tell? It's just, it's blowing my mind. I'm sorry, but I just had to give a rant about that.
I don't know. I think about that, and I think I've told you this, JP, and if it wasn't you, then it was Eric. I don't have the same view of the organization just collapsing. What I think will happen is the government will get after them enough to where it'll just really be obvious that this group's got some real major institutional problems. That will then create more people who leave, and I think it just becomes a situation where people are kind of looking. Nobody likes a losing team. I'll just say it that way. Nobody likes a losing team. If you work at a company and you're seeing that this company is doing bad and they're struggling, and maybe your paycheck bounces one day or whatever, do you sit there and just keep working there and hoping and praying that they're going to give it together? No, you start looking for another job. I mean, people just know instinctively when the ship is sinking, you got to get off. And I just think that that's what's going to. It'll be enough people that they'll leave, and they'll just be stuck with the ones like you talked about before, who are just the hardcore ones who've been in this thing for 50 and 60 years and do not know and don't want to know anything different. But once they die off, there's no replacements for them. I think it's just going to kind of deteriorate that way. That's really what I think.
And could I just say one thing, just to interject or to piggyback? There were some rumors. I think it was on the discussion forum that some people, I think some ex-JWs or some other persons that were visitors, like they were, probably had studied, but they said, "Well, I'm not going to get baptized," and everything. It was said on a few threads that someone has gotten in touch with Elon Musk, and that he's on the on in that department with President Trump,
Trump,
for and Vivek, Rajmani Vivek, to do some investigating, and they said that they wanted him to something that to investigate, and they thought, well, maybe we'll just not probably bother them. And then they said they claimed that they got some information back from, and I think I saw something where it looked like it was part of a letter that was said that that they were probably may look into Watchtower. So hopefully, I don't know if it's a rumor, because you can't always believe everything you hear or even read nowadays, because there's so much disinformation and misinformation, and then Watchtower themselves are the architects of dis and misinformation. But then you never know. You never know.
Right.
They might get angry and say, we've seen all this stuff about the CSAs and the blood bands and all this other stuff, and then other things that they've been in. They might just like, okay, we're coming at you. We're coming at you.
Right.
Yeah, Watchtower is in the crosshairs of all the world right now.
Right.
As far as what's going on with them.
Yeah, and that's what's beautiful about what's going on in Europe, because once Norway, pull their funding, that sets a precedent. So now other countries will look and say, well, wait a minute, Norway doesn't, pay these people. They got all these problems. Why are we paying? And that's why Watchtower. That's what Watchtower is so afraid of, that this precedent is going to have a domino effect. And I hope it does that in Europe. I have no idea what's going to go on in the U.S., but the one thing that gave me a little bit of glimmer of hope, I remember reading somewhere, and they were talking about analyzing the various government departments and how they operate and how much money they spend to see if they can get things more cost effective. And maybe at some point they'll look at all of these 501c3s that they're giving money to and say, what are we really getting out of giving these groups this money? What are we getting from them?
Exactly.
And if we're not getting
exactly.
anything from them, because really all you're doing is you're just setting these people up to be millionaires. Is really all you're doing.
Watchtower is one of the most richest corporations on earth. And like Wally was saying today from XJW Thoughts, he was covering what Watchtower did as far as like their giving and stuff. They only gave like around $10 million last year, $12 million. And the next smallest religious group is the Seventh-day Adventists, and they gave $300 million last year just to disaster relief, or just, to claim that they're a tax-free exempt organization. And yes, some of those groups are a lot bigger than Witnesses, but one thing that we did learn, or we did find out, is earlier this year, is that Watchtower, their assets, because they have so many properties, so many kingdom halls, so many branch facilities throughout the earth.
Mm-hmm.
It was estimated that they're worth 50 to 55 billion with their assets, and they draw in almost $2 billion just on annual donations. And while I was covering that, they put on their website, they bragged that last year, in 2023, that they gave $10 million, just $10 million to disaster relief, to 200 and something disaster relief projects that affected their brothers and sisters. That is embarrassing. Because if you think about it, it seems like to us, the average person, $10 million, that's a lot. Like, even if I was a millionaire, I could never donate that much. But you have to understand, if they still claim that there's 8 or 9 million witnesses in their organization, and they only spend 10 million in 1 year, that's literally a one-time donation of $1.10 that they use for disaster relief. You know what I'm saying? If you have 8.5 million people and you get $1.10, even if you got $1, whatever the number of witnesses, that's 8.5, 9.5 million witnesses. They said they gave $10 million, but they spent $500 million on their facilities and upgrading them and keeping them up in the maintenance. That's embarrassing. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Can I just? Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add just one point out earlier in that Rick read out the Californian fires. Just the 83 homes were destroyed. Is that correct? If I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm in California right now. There is at least there is over 11,000 structures that were destroyed, but there's probably at least 6,000 homes that were destroyed.
Right, but the Watchtower, had an article on the website saying that in the organization, the brothers and sisters, they did an itinerary of the damage.
They're only concerned about themselves.
Right. But I did a calculation. They said there was calculation. Yeah,
I think they said there was they only accumulate out of the 10s. There's was over 100,000 people that were evacuated, but on their website, they only said they were only concerned. I think they said, there was like 67 people that lost their house and this many people that were displaced. Yeah, what does it matter?
Exactly. But look at this. Even if they were saying, okay, we can only look at our own. It's terrible to even think like this. But they say, well, look, we're going to look after our own. Yeah, we're going to look after the brothers and sisters. 83 homes destroyed. If our average home, say $300,000, That's 24 million, about 24.9, $25 million.
Right.
What is that to Watchtower? There's a drop in the ocean.
And it's the insurance. If they file something with an insurance claim with that or with the organization or the board, then that's those witnesses or those doves, as they say, are the only ones that are being considered. If a brother and sister, let's just say, that maybe 2 kids, family of 4, nuclear family of 4, and they didn't file any claim with Watchtower, they will not get any help from the organization, and they could be like pioneers, maybe an elder, ministerial servant, what have you. That's how daggone dirty it is, too.
Yeah, no, that's what I heard. They claim in insurance the claims, so it may look very impressive. They say, "Oh, look at all the brothers and sisters that got their houses rebuilt first because we came in, and the friends came and rebuilt their house off of that." But what the society does is they want to get the insurance claim, so whatever the house and the property was worth, they'll come in and rebuild one of the JW's houses, but they have to sign over the insurance claim. And that happened a lot during Hurricane Katrina. So a lot of the JWs, it looked impressive because they got their houses built first, maybe 6 months or a year before. But a lot of the other people, their houses and properties were rebuilt to their code and structure. But the Watchtower comes will do that and rebuild people's houses before the other people and say, look how impressive this is. But they'll take their insurance stuff, take the tax claim, and then keep the money and then rebuild the person's house for a cost of a fraction.
Wow. And it's probably like a daggone quick build, where some quick builds are not even built well. They're not even, there could be structural problems, plumbing problems, electrical problems, because they're not really effective,
And here's another thing. When they go and they do these disaster things, they might not even be up to code. So here you are, you're a Watchtower witness, right? You lost your property. Watchtower says, oh, we'll help you rebuild. Oh, but can you give us the insurance check when it comes? So you give them the insurance check. Then after the dust settles, inspectors come and they look and they say, wait a minute, this is not up to code. The code is this, the code is that. And it wasn't built up to code. Now you don't even have money to go back and get repairs done because you gave all that money to Watchtower. What do you do?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard, Steph, and even like with Hurricane Katrina, like a lot of the JWs got their houses rebuilt, and they were the first ones to move back into their neighborhood. But then the other people waited for their insurance money. They got their house built, but after all was said and done, like, believe me, their house was not the same, and it wasn't like exactly what they were supposed to get to, what they could have got. Like, they were shortchanged from what the insurance handed them because they relied on that. But all of them, you'll look at it, they all had to give their insurance claim to Watchtower to get the money back. So they didn't do it out of kindness. It wasn't only done by voluntary donations and the work and sweat out of the back of the friends. Watchtower went and got their insurance money, because that's what happened. Even if you get in a car accident, you can get they will send an assessor out and they'll give you so much to a value for your claim. But you can go to a contractor or somebody that will do it, and the insurance will make them out a check, or you can just say, give me the check to this amount of this claim, and then I'll get it done myself some way. And the insurance company doesn't care. Once they assess it, that claim is done. They just want to move on to the next. And that's what Watchtower does with a lot of the people, is they'll get it done with voluntary donations and the blood and sweat from their people for free. And then they'll still, convince the person in this disaster area to sign your claim over, or the insurance company over to Watchtower, to the friends or to the society, and they'll get the money. make out with all the money, but the friends are usually, and they target those people because, yeah, you'll get your house built maybe 6 months or a year before the other people in that neighborhood, but you're not going to get nearly as what you could have got if you would have just been patient and waited for the insurance company.
Right.
And that's been a pattern of what has happened.
If it's not up to code, you're going to have to take things down and redo it. Who's going to pay for that?
And that too, yeah.
If they had taken the insurance check and hired a construction company to rebuild, if something's not up to code, that's on that company. They have to fix that. Watchtower is not coming back to rebuild your house or redo anything. That's not going to happen. You're going to be sitting there trying to figure out how are you going to have, these major structural things redone up to code with no money because you gave your insurance check to Watchtower. That's my point.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
And on top of it,
it's like no matter
sorry,
what
go on.
they do, it's all about the bottom line to them. Because like JP just said, the witnesses that go there, they're going to pay their own ticket to get there. They're going to volunteer their time, so that's free. The person is basically loaning from Watchtower for the materials, and then when the money comes in, it goes back to Watchtower. So Watchtower makes money off of people in some of the hardest times that they've ever had to deal with. And I'm just saying, I think that's horrible.
Just like when everybody has to go to the international conventions, it's on the witness's dime. It's not on Watchtower's dime. You know?
Yep.
Why not build that person's home, and then they keep their own insurance check? And now, instead of having, the worst thing that happened to them, maybe it can be lightened a little bit. Maybe after the dust settles, they can go on a little vacation or something like that. That is what you should be doing. And guess what? That person's going to be inclined to give something to Watchtower anyway, just because they're so happy with everything. But let it be them that gives to Watchtower if that's what they want to do. But Watchtower
I was gonna say an experience about a disaster that happened in my house, but was there somebody that was gonna speak right before me?
No, I just wanted to make one extra point, about the brothers and sisters in the labor. If any of them get injured, sometimes life-changing permanent injuries because they're working on construction. Most of them are not qualified. They just come in to do labor and so on. They get back. They break their backs. They hurt themselves. All sorts. I mean, I work in construction, so you see it all after a while. Sadly, but they don't have no cover. They could just wipe their hands clean of those brothers and sisters, and that's it. It's crazy. And I mean, I put myself over the years. I used to work on building kingdom halls back in the day, and the amount of risks that we took because you're under pressure to get things done. I mean, you could go on all night about it, but there's no recompense, and there's no covering, there's no thing. And look at the principles that even in like the Old Testament principles say, for example, if you don't tie up your oxen properly and it goes through your neighbor's garden and kills someone, you're liable. So how does that not apply? That like in principle, so you're supposed to be the organization, the loving, caring organization that's looking after its people, and you don't care at all whether that person's broken his or her back.
Exactly.
And he's in a wheelchair.
Exactly.
It's disgusting. As you said, it's all down to the dollar. It's the dollar. That's it.
Exactly. I could agree with you, brother. I could agree with you. No. They have no conscience. They have no conscience.
No.
I know a brother that they went in. The memorial was in February, March, and so it was a storm that came in. So when they went in the Kingdom Hall, it had rained. The rain froze, and the first brother that exited out of the Kingdom Hall, his name is Eric. He opened the door. There was ice there that had formed while they were doing the memorial. He came out, his entire body went parallel to the ground. He came straight down and broke his neck, and he's a paraplegic now.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah. Took one step, exiting the Kingdom Hall right after the memorial, and he's a paraplegic. And so you can just imagine how your life changes, goes upside down.
Yeah.
They had to sue Watchtower. They had to sue Watchtower.
I was going to ask them, did they litigate?
They did. Now, I don't know how it worked out because I left by then, but I know that that's what they had to do. Watchtower started giving them the runaround. You know, at first the local brothers were like, we're going to do everything. You know, the Kingdom Halls, they're all insured. But as you know, and maybe you guys don't know, I think JP knows for sure, Watchtower took control over all the Kingdom Halls. So the Kingdom Halls are not actually owned anymore by the local congregations. They're all owned by Watchtower. Now, whether Watchtower...
Yeah, I remember when that changed. I remember that change.
Yeah. Yeah, whether Watchtower gets insurance or whether they self-insure.
Well, I have some...
But like I said,
I have a really crazy story.
The elders started running them around in circles about trying to give them, you know, some financing to help with, because this person, not only can they no longer work again ever, but you can just imagine all the hospital bills and things piling up. Now, some of the witnesses were pretty good about coming to the house to assist, so that so the sister can go to the meetings. That's all they care about, is these stupid meetings.
Yeah.
So they were helping out a little bit like that, but money runs out pretty quickly. Like I said, where it left off, because I left, they were having to sue Watchtower to try to get money, since the Kingdom Hall is insured. Instead of Watchtower just voluntarily paying for things, you got to go take them to court.
I hope they won.
I don't see why they wouldn't have. I mean, that's pretty easy. You walk right out of the door, you break your neck. Yeah, that's pretty easy.
Well, I have a crazy story to share. How Watchtower, the organization, doesn't help people out, but just the people. Some years back, I'm 41 years old now, but when I was 16 years old, we used to have. Remember back in the day when they used to have the thing called a book study. Well, we used to have book study in my house from when I was 8 years old to 16. But one time when I was 16, and this was on a Friday, we had book study at our house on a Thursday. And the next day, I went with the neighbors to the skate park. I used to be a skateboarder and stuff. And I was gone. And what happened, it was a terrible accident happened. There was a car. We used to live on a corner of an intersection, and the car crashed into our house with 3 people. And it went right to where normally we would meet for book study. And my mom was at the house. She luckily survived. And it was terrible. There was a 21-year-old. He died. There was 3 people in the car. They all died. 2 of them were teenagers. And one of them was 21. My mom tried to revive him, and the other 2 teenagers died they all died in that car accident. We stayed in the house for like another year, and we couldn't live there for like 6 months because they had to rebuild the house. And then after we moved back in there, my mom couldn't live there after that because the driver of the car, the other 2 kids got airlifted out of the house, but the driver, my mom and the neighbor tried to revive. And I remember my mom said that she felt his head, and she said it felt like a sponge, like his head was just completely crushed. And they were trying to revive him, and it just haunted my mom. And the only ones that helped out was the ones in our local book study, and the elders, and everybody was very kind. And we were at a hotel for like 6 months until they rebuilt the house. And there used to be a wood fence behind our house. And then this one brother from the Kingdom Hall, he owned a masonry company, and he put like a whole block wall behind our house, like fully enforced and all that, just out of his own pocket. Didn't charge any. The insurance company didn't even cover that or anything. He just did it out of his own pocket and all that. And he was always a very generous brother, and we got a lot of help from the congregation, the local hall. But my point being is the organization, this multi-billion-dollar corporation, they never even supplied a dime. And that's the thing is, Jehovah's Witnesses, the people in themselves are, for the most part, I believe, are very good people. Like Raymond Franges who say they're very genuine, good people that want to, try to serve God, but they're just misled. And I can see that, like, through my years growing up, that we did get help. And even that one terrible thing that happened, it shows me is that the Jehovah's Witnesses and their friends were very generous, and they did help. They were very genuinely good people. But as far as the organization goes, they didn't reach out or help. I mean, how often is it that somebody in their organization, they get a car run through their house and 3 people die in there? It was on the local news and all that, and the only ones that helped us was from the local congregation, which thank God for that. So I always hold the Jehovah's Witness, the friends, dearly to my heart, even though they're misled and some of them shun people and they do things they shouldn't. I think genuinely they are trying to serve God and do what's right, but they're just so misled from this organization and this governing body,
Yeah.
That's how I feel. But that's one example in my life, which was a tragic thing that happened in my family's life. But we got zero help from the organization. It was all from the local friends. But I just get really upset when the organization on their website, they try to present like they help so many people. It's like, even when you guys do go into disaster relief, like I said, they put a mere $10 million out there last year. That's literally $1 and some change from all their members, since they're 8.5 something million members. It's like, where is all the money going? All the other money. And most of the help that happens from the friends, even here in these fires, it's going to be all from the local friends and all that. Like, they're not going to come here and help anybody with anything. And there's so many local people that are just helping everybody, just even kids that just want to start up a lemonade stand that don't even know, understand the severity of what's going on, but they know it's terrible. They're even willing to start up a lemonade stand and donate all their money, but the Watchtower, there's no response or nothing, it's just, and we know that's how it is. Like, we were in the organization once and we always thought we're helping Jehovah's people or that, but deep down inside, and once we are on the outside and we look at it, it's like, we weren't helping nobody. We never did.
Never did.
No.
Never
not at all. This organization is so selfish. I mean, they don't want anyone to now, if you're if you're delinquent, when that you miss meetings and everything, they don't want even some of the friends to even speak to someone who's missed some meetings. Oh, let the elders, communicate with that individual, with their brother or sister. You don't want, they want them to soft shun. And I believe that this is a subliminal influence, to soft shun, someone. I mean, I've seen this, like, okay, at one of the jobs I worked with for the city a while back, there was a guy who was had an infraction with as far as dealing with some let's say, I think it was with with some other coworkers or something. And to make a long story short, there was some other things were going on, and this guy, his mother was a witness, but he was a real nice guy, and he got himself in some type of trouble, and they had to be settled, with the department, in court or something like that. And so he was gone for about a good, 6 months, and they had to let him work on, and this is before the pandemic, they had him work, what is that, at home on the computer and everything. When he came back to work, when he was allowed to come back to work, no one shunned him or anything. Everybody was like so happy to see, his name is Marvin. Marvin was so glad to see you and everything. Even his boss was happy to see him. You know, the person that he had a conflict with was a bully anyway, and was related to someone in another department. That person ended up, of course, going to work in another part of the city in another borough. You know, but to make a long story short, no one jumped on him for whatever. Now everybody was calling him while he was at home working, and when, hey, how you doing? Hey, let's go out for some drinks, go for lunch and everything. No one treated him like crap. But then with this organization, it's that, oh, you missed 1 or 2. I remember meeting when my mom had passed away. You know, back in you know, in the 80s. That when I just missed the meeting, my siblings and some of my cousins, you know, who are, all of them now are not in the organization and so forth. I got 3 siblings who are still in the organization, but 2 are like, you know, PIMQ actually, and one is Uberpini. I don't deal with that one anymore, hardly. They treated the ones in the congregation, and the CO's wife treated me like I was DO, like I was DF. Yep. They shunned me. When I came back to the meeting after a month after I was not at meetings because my mom had passed away, I come back to the meetings. You're going to treat me like this? Come on now. Yep.
Well, Hidley, now if you don't know that they've designated, and the governing body now allows a simple greeting to any disfellowship people that show up now.
I think I read that, JP. I think I read something like that. Really?
And it's so pathetic. That much. It's called a simple greeting, and they even had to show a video after they gave the permission for it. You remember that, Stefan?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that video that they showed?
Yep.
And it's just basically like some... Yeah, it's basically like some disfellowship lady like walking into the hall, and some JW couple or just basically they just go up to her and like, hey, it's nice to see you. And she's like, thank you. And then that was like it. And it was like, that's the
video?
Yeah, and they actually have to show a video to witnesses, like showing them a demonstration of how to greet somebody.
Right.
It's so crazy.
That's stupid.
Nobody.
You put it exactly what I thought. It sounds like that is so stupid. That's so dumb.
No, I'm gonna tell you why it's not stupid. It's not stupid because when other people who are non-witnesses see that, they know instantly this group is a cult. Look at this nonsense. That's what I love about it. I love when they do that because they can say all day long whatever they want to tell. But when you show people the things that they've written and what they do on their videos, people are like, you are kidding. I'm like, no, this is what they teach. And I'll tell you something else. The older I got with respect to this fellowship in business, when I realized how much harm it does to just sit there and ignore a person, and by so doing, how low you make a person feel, I couldn't do it anymore. And there was this one brother in particular that, you know, was kind of in and out for whatever reason. He's a lot younger than me, but whenever he was an active witness, you know, I would associate with him. In fact, I even hired him on some side projects. And then, you know, the next thing I know, unfortunately, he was removed again or disfellowshipped again for whatever reason. But I still spoke to him. If I saw him in the meeting and there was a lot of people around, I might just bump into him, almost knock him down, knock stuff out of his hand, and he would just fall out laughing because he was like, you are crazy. And I'm like, I'm just not going to ignore you and act like you don't exist because of this organization. I'm just not going to do it. And in fact, he had a family member that died. And I called him. We must have talked about 30 minutes. I said, I just wanted to extend my condolences. And we talked for about 30 minutes. And I just decided, and I was still peeming. And I said to myself, you know what? If God is going to destroy me because I refuse to treat people like garbage, and I refuse to ignore people, and I refuse to induce that kind of psychological harm by treating a person in a quote-unquote disfellowship state, then so be it. I'll sacrifice my life. I'm just not going to treat a person like that ever again. And I didn't. I spoke to whoever I wanted to speak to, whenever I wanted to. And he even said to me, one time in the bathroom, he said, "You're not afraid?" I'm like, afraid? I'm not afraid of anybody. But what if they come and I said, then let them. If they want to disfellowship me for speaking to you, let them. I don't care. I'll be fine one way or the other. I don't like half these people anyway, so it's okay if I don't have to speak to one.
Well, Raymond Friends felt that same way, and he's Cedar Rabbit, so to speak. So
I just refuse to do it. And you know what? Guess what? If enough witnesses did that, they would just stop enforcing. If witnesses refuse to stop communicating with their disfellowship family and friends, Watchtower would let it go. Just like they let go anything else. That, like right now, the witnesses don't go out in service, so all of a sudden they deprecated the service. Just check a box, and no big deal. You know, it could be the same thing with disfellowship. If they started getting
and the blood ban too, the witnesses stop not allow themselves or their loved ones to die, and they let them take blood. It will be the same thing.
They would just let it go, and that's what people don't understand. The individual rank and file Jehovah's Witness holds all the power. They think it's the governing body. The governing body is terrified of all these people leaving, and especially not supporting them financially. They'll make whatever kind of changes they need to make to keep those witnesses and to keep that money coming in. The rank and file do not understand that they have the power. The governing body doesn't have power. The governing body is terrified of the rank and file, leaving en masse and all the rest of that. They have all the power. All of these changes that they made in 2024, 2023, 2022, if you want to go back that far, it's actually because of the XJW community who keeps highlighting the things. And every time we talk about something, the next thing you know, there's a change in policy. They got some new light. That's because they're saying, and then they go and they change things. They are terrified. I'm trying to tell you, they're shaking in their boots that people are waking up. This is all over the internet.
They're cowards.
They're cowards. They don't have a leg to stand on. They will change anything. And I'll tell you how you know that this organization is really about to go under when they do finally change that disfellowshipping position. When they change that, it's over, because that is their one and only last. That's the last. Like if you're in a war, that's that last battle. Is that one? Once they give that up, then you know
it's all downhill from there.
All downhill from there.
Yep.
Beat you over the head with.
Hey, Steph and Hitley and our brother from the UK. I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think, since we're starting the year 2025, what do you think what are your predictions for the next changes, like in the JWs coming up this year? I want to start with our brother from the UK that hasn't talked first, and then we'll give it to Hitley. But you heard my question. So, what are your predictions for this next year?
Predictions for new light.
Yes, for the new light. New light for the next year. Hitley and Stephen.
Right. I had one that I was curious about. You know where they go? They have 11 governing body members. Yeah, there's 11 now.
Yeah, right now.
I think they're gonna do one more. To try and copy the
apostles.
Yes.
Disciples, yeah. Or the 12 tribes.
That's it. All that kind of thing. To try and biblical. Yeah, I think so. I think that's my prediction. And
What else?
Yeah,
What
I
else?
have to think about. I have to think about it. Yeah, go around. Let me think about this one because I haven't. Really
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
What about you, Hidley?
Okay, my battery's going out, so hopefully you'll be able to hear me. I'm thinking, and this was the thought of many on the different platforms, XCW platforms, holidays, and birthdays. Now, people are, a lot of ones are even pimp cues. They're wondering, okay, since they're allowing all this with the beards and the pants and the this and the that and the other, and the disfellowshipping, policies being changed and everything, that and is not going to be college. That we know because it seems like they're down on higher ed. But at least maybe a birthday or a holiday, maybe. I don't know because this is it doesn't have any. There's not all that scriptural proof on a lot of things with certain celebrations. So maybe it could be a celebration. I don't know. Maybe allowing a little bit of a not all the celebrations, but maybe one, and then they'll just give leverage for others.
That was a good one, Hidley. I was
to
thinking
keep
the same.
some of the friends in, because some of the friends are, I don't know, a lot of friends, they to make a long story short, they celebrate Thanksgiving on the sly. Some of them do, eat a little birthday cake here and there. I did because it's just only food, and probably tell you, well, it's a conscience matter maybe for you to do what you're going to do instead of making that like a shunning or a disfellowshipping offense, I'm wondering because they're hot mess when it comes to to something like that, and that's small stuff. I mean, even other Christian organizations that are really kind of strict on certain things, like Warren Jeff's people and everything. They all celebrate holidays and everything. The Amish does too, and everything. So I don't know. I'm just wondering, will they give a little leverage as far as that's concerned?
That's a good one, Hidley. Though I was thinking the same thing too with the holidays, like with the birthdays. I think if they did lighten out on the holidays, I think the first ones that they would let go of would probably be Thanksgiving and Mother's Day and Father's Day, and then eventually move to birthdays, because that would probably be the easiest, as seeing that those three holidays don't have the least to do with like any pagan thing, and we know birthdays it doesn't either. But yeah, that was a really interesting what your thought was on that. So who's next? I think Stefan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of great answers, but there's a couple things that are pretty obvious to me. Let me first of all say, Watchtower right now is completely and entirely reactionary. All the changes that we've talked about in the last 2-3 years have been reactions to other things, whether it's changing policies because witnesses are leaving, like giving them pants and wearing beards and all that, or making changes to some of their teachings because countries are pulling their funding. So that kind of thing is going to continue to happen. If Europe does what I think Europe will do, which is follow after Norway and Poland and whatever countries and pull their funding, if they don't make certain changes, then you best believe they'll make changes, and they'll make them only in those countries. So we're only going to find out about it, from the local XJW witness community in those countries that, hey, now Watchtower just made an announcement that there is no more, removing or disfellowshipping or whatever the case is. So it'll be more things that are going to come from them being reactionary, but that's what I would expect. Now, the next thing I would say is you can see right now with the change in their teachings that they're going more mainstream Christianity, trying to get away from the things that really gave them their identity. Like all you other religions, Christian religions, you do this and this. We don't do that. Now they're having to go and do those things because they're losing people. So you're going to see more of that kind of thing. Maybe they'll get over this business about Jesus having died on a cross, and we don't know. They could just do the same thing they've been doing. We don't know. The Bible doesn't say. Maybe he died on a cross. Maybe he doesn't. So we shouldn't be so dogmatic about. They'll do that kind of nonsense. The low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you another thing that for sure I expect to see happen. They've given up on the older ones. The older ones are probably extremely confused. They're probably very sad, probably distraught, because they're seeing that all the teachings that they've known for the last, 30, 40, 50 years, they're all changing. They know that this organization is completely changed, and it's nothing like what they knew when they came into it. Watchtower doesn't care about them. If they leave, they leave. If they stay, they could care less. What Watchtower is focusing on now are the young ones. So you already heard about 8-year-olds carrying microphones and 18-year-old ministerial servants and elders in their 20s. So you're going to get more of that kind of stuff. They're going to be
elders
doing
at 21, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be doing more things to try to entice and keep the younger ones. And that's a slippery slope, because with this pedophilia, they've told courtrooms that, hey, we don't have access to younger ones. We don't have separate meetings, and we just don't have any kind of institution where we're around young people. So how do you entice young ones without being around them? So that's an interesting slope. But that's what I would really expect they're going to focus in on this year. What can they do to keep these young ones in the organization?
Could I just say one thing too? Which I'm glad that Stefan, you brought this out, and JPN. What is the British brother name from the UK?
Maverick.
Yep.
Okay. Maverick. Okay. Hi. Just was wondering if then, since a lot of young people want to go to university or college, who knows if in order to keep the young people, Watchtower may just change their policy on higher education, and say, okay, you can go to college, as long as you serve Jah and blah, blah, blah.
Their position isn't that you can't go. What they try to do is limit you to what you can study. So if you're a female, they want you to study maybe nursing or teaching. That's about it. If you're a male, they want you to just maybe construction. And they try to limit what they're definitely afraid of is that you go to a school and you get a higher education where they teach you how to think, where they teach you some philosophy, where you learn some more advanced. Because then you're going to look at this organization and be like, these people are a bunch of idiots. Why am I in this? That was the point of what not Stephen Lepp, but Tony Moore said in his talk. Remember, he said the better the university, the more the people wind up leaving. That's what they're terrified of. So their position is not so much you can't go to school, but they want to limit you to what you can study. Just get a certificate, or be a nurse, and you males go for these couple of little things, and that's about it. But yeah, you're right. They can obviously modify that a little bit, and they probably will, because what they're trying to battle is the perception that they are a cult, and that they restrict their members from doing all these very normal things that everybody else does. So they'll change things slowly but surely. But like I said, if you see them make a big major change to the disfellowshipping, it's over with. That means that they have played their last card. They have nothing left.
And they're certainly making a big change to the things. Like there was just a recent elders letter saying that a circuit overseer can be in his late 20s, like 28, 29 years old, and elders can be as young as 21. And then they changed the circuit, or not the ministerial servants, that they could be 18. And they said that if any ministerial servants are still serving that are under 18, that they can still stay in their position. So that goes to show that maybe they're trying to have some legal protection, that they don't want any ministerial servants under 18 years old. But it shows that the organization is running out of time. They're having to appoint younger governing body members. There is no old men of the congregation. It used to be the older men, the elders were actually older men. It's like, how are you going to have a 21-year-old counseling a 40-year-old couple that's having marital problems or something? It just doesn't make any sense. But me personally, I think in the coming days, they're going to have to change. I was asking you guys what I think the organization is going to change. I think they're going to have to change the 1914 thing because that generation is dead and gone. They can't keep this going. The overlapping thing isn't cutting it. As far as the eschatology and the theological side of what they're trying to present, it just doesn't make any sense. And even that, we're almost going into 15 years into that overlapping generation. I was at the circuit assembly when they presented that idea, like almost 12, 15 years ago, and it didn't make any sense. When I heard it, and they're like, "Oh, well, there's going to be a Watchtower coming out in a few months that's going to, explain it more." And it's just that, and on top of, that's the 1914 thing. The 144,000 is running out. Even Jeffrey Jackson saying it's going to up and up and up. In the last annual meeting, they were showing actual people in wheelchairs and stuff, and he's like, we thought it was going down and down, and we thought there was going to be some old people walking around and all that, and those would be the last of them. But he's like, no, there's younger brothers, and they don't. It's so terrible that they want to act like we're idiots. It's like, well, where did that idea that the 144,000 number was going to go down and there would just be a bunch of old people hanging around, like Jeffrey Jackson was saying? Because you guys taught that. That's what you guys were teaching.
Exactly.
But I had this conversation with Rick Sharon before, and they're going to have to ditch the whole 144,000 number, because me, in my own personal investigation, it's going up and up and up, like Jeffrey Jackson was saying. Even myself, I left Watchtower going on this November. It'll be 3 years. This past memorial, I partook myself, so they had to count me. And this is probably one of the highest numbers that they've had since probably like the 1930s, before they said that the number was cut off in 1935. But they have no clue what they're talking about, so they have to change it. Because one thing I was telling Rick from my investigation, and if you just take the biblical account from Pentecost and all the people that were converted back then, 2000, and then the numbers that are claimed in the Watchtower, even in the Proclaimer's book, to me, there's like 3 or 4 generations of witnesses that were around. And I'm just going off of the numbers that Watchtower is claiming. But if you want to claim the number 144,000, plus the people that were around in the 1st century and beyond then, but the number of people that were Bible students, which they all thought they were anointed and part of the 144,000 back then. And then you get the anointed people that were around in Rutherford's time and through Knorr and the Franz era up until the 90s to our day. If you just add the numbers up from the yearbooks and then you count the deaths and the generations, the numbers that I've concluded, and I did this with Rick, but I haven't presented it to him in an orderly fashion, but he wants me to, show him this one day, or maybe like go on a show and like tell him the numbers. But what I've concluded is if you're just counting the witnesses that have been partakers since the time they started, since Russell's day, if you're just looking in the Proclaimer's book and the numbers we have now, there's actually about 500,000 people that have partaken. if you just look at the numbers in the Proclaimer's book and the people that have generated, like, for example, if somebody was around during Russell's time in the 1880s and they claim that they were anointed back then, surely somebody that was during around Noah's time, for them, they would have almost been dead then, or very old. And then you add the people that were partaking then, and then you go down to like the 70s, the 90s, the 2010s, the 2025. The numbers just don't add up. If you're talking,
I was going to ask you, when do they start? I've forgotten this actually. I should try and remind myself. But am I mistaken in thinking that the gathering of the 104, according to Watchtower now, not the Bible, but they were saying to us that the gathering of the 144,000 started from Pentecost? Am I getting that right?
Exactly.
Right. So if that's the case, then someone else did this calculation. But
according to Watchtower and even the Bible students before Jehovah's Witnesses, who they claim they came from, they acknowledge that it started just like most Christians, but they don't limit it to a number of 144,000. But even with witnesses, they believe that it was 120 at Pentecost that first were the first ones part of the 144,000, and then it spread out. But if you read through Acts and other Bibles, it was like, there was 3,000 more that came in, and there was thousands that came in at that time.
Yes, it was, yeah.
So everything got shut off between them and the 1800s. But even if you look at the numbers in the Proclaimer's book, if you look in like the 1870s, 1880s, when Russell was alive, and how many thousands they thought came in before Judge Rutherford, and then you take the next generation of people that were alive in the 50s or 60s, obviously like nobody in the 1870s or 80s were alive then, so you calculate that number and how many were then. They're partaking in the ones since then, and the ones in the book of Acts. And once you calculate the numbers, once you get to like the 1990s, you're like, it's even in Watchtower numbers, there's been at least 500,000 witnesses that have partaken, even in their own Proclaimer's book.
So if we do a little bit of math, sorry to cut you, according to just simple maths, if you divide up the last 2,000 years by 144,000, that's 72 people a year for every year since 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, and they want to claim. And they want to claim that there was almost over 22,000 last year that partook.
Right.
It makes no sense.
No,
that number was filled way before that, brother.
Exactly. Yeah. But every time they try to say
it's impossible.
They indict themselves. Every time they try to correct their former rumbling of like someone sussed them out, like the 607 thing. Yeah. I'm not surprised. You mentioned it just now, actually, the 1914. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go and say, actually, the right date was 587 and not 607, and that Jesus didn't start examining the Watchtower until 1934, not 1919. That even now, if you type in the year 1919 into the Watchtower Library online one, they still hold to the fact that Jesus was apparently looking down from heaven, and he basically made his mind up about who the group he's going to be using in 1919.
Yeah. If you go on the Watchtower online library and you put 1919 in, there'll be hundreds of things that'll come up.
When I was leaving, the brother was challenging me.
Huh?
Yeah. Sorry to
cut
you.
Go ahead.
My brother would say to me, when I was leaving, the reason why I left was on this subject anyway, but I was going to say, everybody I spoke to at that time, my close friends, I said to them, this is my issue here, one of my biggest issues. There's others too, but They said to me, why are you making a big deal about this for? It's irrelevant. That's in the past. I said, no. The society still hold on to and reference 1919 right now in the current Watchtower magazines. And as you said, if you type it in, you'll see it come up even probably in last year's magazines. And, in 2024, they reference all the time 1919 because they need it as an authority to
It's a foundational thing of foundational thing of their authority as a God's faithful slave, God's mouthpiece. All that. Without 1914 and 1919, they aren't who they say they are. You're absolutely right, brother.
Nope. So I'm wondering if they want to give themselves a little bit more time by pushing it 20 years forward to 1934 and saying, actually, we've come to realize that it was 587 in the first place, which means Carl Olaf Johnson's book and many others who were disfellowshipped and were told that they were apostates were correct. They're not going to apologize for that. But you mentioned about something new. Maybe that might be something that they will look and think, oh, we'll buy ourselves some more time.
I'll tell you what I think about that. What I think, and this is what I was referring to, and I probably wasn't very clear, so I apologize. What I think they're trying to get to is they're trying to get away from all of that and just be a regular Christian religion that's basically telling us how to live a Christian life. Because this whole teaching, this whole eschatology that they have, knit together and put together, the whole thing, you pull one strand and all of it falls apart. So it really makes no sense to even get in there trying to address anything. What they should do if they have half a brain, what they should focus on is, we don't know when the end is coming. We've been saying it's around the corner, and that's what we thought, and so forth and so on. So let's just focus on living a Christian life, doing Christian deeds, and this and that and the other thing. That's about the only thing that they can safely do. If they get in there and they try to start correcting any of this teaching, I think that that's going to lead to more people leaving.
Yeah, you're right there. I agree.
I think, Stefan, too, that they're waiting for the older generation to die, like my parents.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm 41 years old, but I remember, when the Awake was still printed, and we used to print Awake, and I used to be, heartfelt and gung-ho to saying the generation that, it was alive in 1914 will see the end of the system of things. And that's what they held on to the mid-90s. And I even believe that into the 2000s. I didn't even know that they had changed that. That's how unaware and naive I was to how the society had changed. But I was still preaching that and saying that, thinking back then, when people were in their 90s that they were still alive. Now they're well over 100 years old, Yeah.
Yeah.
They're adding on the oldest people to leave, but they still can't escape the fact that there's people like us in their 40s and that were alive. Even though I was 11, 12 years old when I was preaching this, handing out these Watchtower and Awakes, I still remember that up until my 20s. I still believe that. I didn't even know that they changed that in the mid 90s, It was just one Watchtower article that they changed that. But me, I was just thinking these people are getting older and older, and that goes to prove how much closer we are to the end. So, people, they're waiting for people to die, the older ones, my parents, and then us. I think they're just targeting people that are in their under 40 years old to younger now with all their videos, their music videos, and all this stuff. But sorry, somebody wanted to say something.
Oh, hi there.
Yeah.
It's Donnie here. Again, I'm just going to go back to the 144,000. The logistics of it. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Because if you're looking at chapter 241, it says, so those who received his word were baptized, and there were added that day about 3,000 souls. So, I mean, 3,000 souls in one day. It wouldn't have taken very long to get to 144,000. So
Exactly.
Yeah, we're down to 141,000 now.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
After the 3,000, we're at it, like you said, sister.
Yeah.
But here's what really makes this 144,000 nonsense. If you go in Revelation, and it took me stepping away from Jehovah's Witnesses to actually just read Revelation, just read the words on the page, and it clearly says that there is a great crowd or a large multitude that is before the throne of God. We all know the throne of God is in the heavens. That means that this large crowd or this great crowd or large multitude, they are also in heaven. So the whole business about the 144,000 being the only ones, that is not biblical. That is not what the scriptures say. And if you even want to go one step further, just ask yourself, how many times did Jesus, when he was here, talk about people living in paradise earth? Not once. Everything he ever taught always had to do with living in the heavens and where God and he would be. He never ever taught that. That is not a biblical teaching. And like I said, when you go, and then even Paul talks about a third heaven. Now, I never really paid attention to that verse, but apparently Paul is kind of like the old school elevator. You say fifth floor is hosiery, sixth floor is kitchen, seventh floor is it. You got different levels in heaven, because he's talking about a third heaven. But what he never talked about, and neither does Jesus, and neither does anybody else, is people living on the earth. So that whole teaching is erroneous, and this is the problem that Watchtower has painted himself into. If they try to correct any of these teachings, they all fall. The best thing to do is not touch any of them and just preach living a Christian life. And try to, like JP said, I think I said earlier, they don't care about the older ones anymore, because the older ones already know that this group is not teaching the truth, that they have completely changed on everything. The whole thing about being a Jehovah's Witness is we are different from the mainstream Christian religions. You guys believe that, we believe this. Now, everything that we said that was so different, now it's a lie. Now we're just like any other religion. We're no different. The older ones are probably going to be able to see that. And like JP said, they're going to be dying off. They're going to probably feel kind of uncomfortable in the congregation because there's really no place for them. I mean, where do they go? When they've been taught one thing for 50 years, now it's just something else, and they look around and everybody is just going with the new teaching. You know, where do you go? You're sitting there thinking in your mind, this is not an organization I want to be a part of anymore. They don't care about that. You're going to let that group die. The new ones, or the younger ones, they don't remember what Watchtower taught for 50 years because they didn't read that stuff. And even if they did read it, they probably didn't understand it. They probably didn't see all the changes. They can't put it in context because they're too young. So you can basically tell them anything.
You know, not just that. They are doing away with all the old literature that taught all that.
Yeah. I think we talked about this last week. If you went to jw.org, and you go and you look at the Watchtower section and the Awake section, they have entire decades that now say when you click on it that this information isn't available. I think it's because they're going through and they're taking out anything that's incriminating, and then they'll put it back and it'll be completely different from what it was. And it'll take us in the ex-witness community to say, okay, look at this Watchtower from 1972. Look at what it says now, but here's the original. You can see where they've changed it. It'll be us to do. So we're not going to let them get away with that. But you're absolutely right. They are on a campaign to try to destroy their history, try to remove it. And so it'll only be the ex-witness community who will be able to show people this is not what this organization used to teach and believe.
And then, too, another thing is that Watchtower has got their eschatology and then their whole comprehension of the Bible, like as in a scholarly way, or how you comprehend the Bible. They take like 144,000 as a literal number, but you can't do that like in the Bible. It's just like how Jesus said, like I think when Peter asked him, should I forgive my brother 7 times? And Jesus said, no, 77 times. So does that mean that, like, you know, you could forgive your brother 490 times, and that on the 191st time you can't forgive him?
Right.
I mean,
Excuse
it doesn't
me,
make
can
any sense. And that's how the witnesses take the number with 144,000. It's like, well, to take the 77 or times, or like to forgive them 78 times or 77 times.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is changing the subject for a minute. But Maverick, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Is this the same Maverick that's in the chat? 587 Maverick?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Look. Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize your voice. Hello.
Hey. I just had to ask because I thought I'd never really talked to you before, except in the chat, and we talk all the time.
I know. I thought, you know what? I said to myself, why am I not just jumping in? I should jump in and say hello to everybody. So yeah, I'll try and make it a bit more regular now, you know?
Yeah. Where are you at?
In person, actually.
Where are you at?
I'm in London.
You're in London. Oh, okay.
I'm in London.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in
How's your
London,
weather?
yeah.
How's your weather?
It was really cold over Christmas, and it's not too bad. It's still cold. It's around 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. So I don't know what that's in Fahrenheit, but yeah, it's quite cold still. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I'm Fahrenheit and it's 4 degrees here, and we're getting down to like 20 below zero tonight. It's not the temperature, but the wind chill. It's bitterly cold, and we've got a lot of weather advisories to not let your animals out and not to be out in the cold more than a few minutes because of frostbite and things like that. So it's dangerously cold.
Yeah, it's tough when it's that cold, you know.
Yeah.
You want to let your cat go up.
I just want to get back to the whole business with Revelations.
Yeah.
The problem.
That's fine, Stephen. Excuse me. That's fine, but we also have a right to talk to each other. He is in London. I'm in Nebraska. So please don't correct me over something like that. I've been trying to get in on the conversation what you've been talking about with JP as far as the 144,000, but you keep talking over me every time. So don't get on to me about saying how.
Sorry. I don't think that I heard you at all.
Okay. Did he hang up?
No, I said that you have the floor. I was waiting for you to speak.
Somebody's asleep.
Somebody's asleep, yes.
It's probably JP. JP?
No, I'm here. Go ahead, Daddy.
Oh, okay. Well, who else is there?
I'm there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but I really have been trying to get in on the conversation, and I was going to talk to JP a little while ago about the 144,000. It's exactly true. There's no way that it was only 144,000. And going along with you, Stephen, when you were talking about Jesus never talked about the earth, the paradise earth. He also said that he was going to prepare a place for us, and he said, "Store up your treasures in heaven." So, I mean, you're right about that too. He's definitely it's not saying that everybody's going to be on earth. There is going to be a heavenly hope for anybody who wants to serve him and, is willing to dedicate their life to him and have be repentant for their sins. And anyway, I had wanted to say that earlier, but
no, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah.
I have a question for everybody.
Sure.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I have a question for everyone. Do you think that it's been talked about before? I think Rick mentioned it on some 6 screens in the past. But do you think they're really heading towards a TV evangelical type of environment where, because the youngsters are all on their screens anyway, and since the whole pandemic thing happened, most people, like a lot of the brothers and sisters, would prefer to be on Zoom. I'm wondering if, with all those things in mind, that they are trying to maneuver it to be kind of like subscription-based TV, because you've got the studio coming as well. So I'm wondering if that what everyone's thoughts on that is, because I think they are heading in that direction in some way.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Why else would they build it if it wasn't their aim?
Yeah.
I think that, as I said before, when JP asked the question, what do you think is going to happen in 2025? And remember, the first thing I said is they're in a reactionary mode, right? So the problem for Watchtower is, if we shut down in-person meetings, do we still maintain control over the people? Because the amount of control they can exercise when you're in person at a meeting is not the same as when you're just watching it online. You don't have to have your camera on. It can be on, and you got the TV going on behind. You're not even really paying attention. That's the kind of thing that Watchtower would be very much afraid of. And then if you were to say, well, we're going to go online only, and we're asking for voluntary donations, and you can't access the content if your donation is paid up, and everybody's going to see you're just a business like everybody else and leave. So this is one of those situations. They're going to be trying to figure this out as they go, because after COVID, people have gotten a taste of freedom, and there's no getting that genie back in the bottle. Even in my job, just to digress for a second, when we got back from COVID, we were only in office 2 days a week. And at the end of last year, they said, listen, we need everybody to be in 3 days a week. We've already had about a dozen people leave just because of that alone, because they don't want to come into the office. You get me? So it's going to be the same thing with Watchtower. People would rather sit at home in the luxury and comfort, but that's fine. But at the same time, are you able to exercise the same kind of cult control over them that you do in in-place meetings? And to me, you can't. It's just not the same. If I can kind of separate myself just enough from that in-person meeting, I might begin to think a little bit different and feel different and not really paying attention, and maybe one day realize I don't need this garbage in the first place. So that's the slippery slope. I think they'll try some things, maybe try to do that in some areas and kind of monitor to see what impact that has on the friends, and if it seems to be okay, then they might consider doing it. I don't think it will work. I think they have to have in-place meeting to keep the control, because don't forget, the meetings is also about socialization. It's their community, just like we're on our community now. That's a witness community. You're taking that away, or you're leaving it up to the witness to kind of create their own.
There were a few places in California, they already skipped the midweek meetings because they couldn't find enough elders. So it has already been happening. And I think they will do like they always do. They will try a few places and see what happens before they try it all over.
Exactly.
That's
exactly right.
Happen, I think.
And that's why I say, guys, they're going to be reactionary.
About the movies and everything, it has already. I think it's already happening, because when I go to meetings, I was to meetings, 1997. But when I go to a meeting now, there are several movies in the meeting. So I think they will adjust the meetings, maybe have a shorter talk and have more of movies in the meetings. And that will lower the pressure on the elders also, maybe have a shorter talk and have more movies in the meetings. They're just going to adjust it as they go, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think you're right. Mm-hmm.
They're just going to react and see. They're going to try and test and see what happens. But that's why I said they're really on a slippery slope, because in this business with appointing, 18-year-old ministerial servants, 21-year-old elders, that is going to have a major backfire, Because there is no society on earth where somebody views a 21-year-old as an elder. You know, we're African, and when you call
Well,
somebody
the Mormons seem to get on fine with their elders. They're like youngsters, you know.
they
I
call
wonder if they're looking at them as a model. Yeah, they do. They go around elder, blah, 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 and he's like 22, 23.
Wow.
It's funny. Honestly, because what I saw two of them walking towards me, and this was when I just left, so everything was fresh in my head, and they came up to me on the street, and I saw them, and I could see they were, you know, Mormons. This was about 10 years ago now, and I see them, and on their badges it said Elder James blah 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 and Elder blah blah blah. I'm like,
wow,
you're an elder? They call you elders?
Wow.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
It's like that here. When they come to my door and that they say that they're elder so and so, I always say, "Honey, you're not my elder. I'm supposed to be your great grandma." So don't even.
Yeah.
I said, I will not call you elder or anything, but I will address them by their name. But I think it's absolutely ridiculous that because that's what they all do. As soon as they get out of school, they go on their mission trips. And I mean, and they're fresh out of high school, and they want you to call them elder. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they could copy. They could copy them. They could say it's worked for the Mormons. Why can't it work for us?
Right.
You know?
Well, they could try to do it, but you know that obviously is not going to fly. They just don't have the life experience. I mean, how it's just like this literature. I was born and raised, and I would be reading my not young people at youth book and all of that when I was having difficulties in school. Well, not difficulties, but situations in school, and I could never figure out why the stuff they were telling me in this book just never really worked. I mean, I would do all the stuff they would say in the book and pray and do this and blah, blah, blah. And it would just never work. And then I found out later, the people who write this stuff, they're not married. Some of them who are married, none of them have children. How is a person who is not married and has no children, is not even around children, because as you know, there's no children in Bethel. Thank goodness, because they'd just be in there getting molested. But there's no children in Bethel. And yet these are the ones that are writing books on how a young person is supposed to navigate life. So you can understand very clearly why the advice didn't work. You can go to the self-help section and get a book written by some child psychologist or something, and you apply those things, and they work well. And this is going to be the same type of thing with these elders. And basically all they're going to be doing is just parroting whatever Watchtower is telling them. You know, they're just says, oh, well, brother, you know, the Bible said, they'll, you know, read 2 or 3 scriptures and they'll leave it at that because they cannot speak from a position of life experience because they don't have it. And that's not going to help people. I already know what Watchtower says. I already know what the Bible says. I'm you know what I mean? I'm coming to you for the stuff that I don't know, or how to implement something, how to do something, how to create a solution for this problem that I'm having. And you're just telling me what I already know. So it doesn't work. And
you know what? I was going along with that thought, Stephen. Imagine a set of parents going to their 18-year-old son and calling him, thinking he's their elder, when they're the ones that are still telling them what to do and grounding them and things like that. That would be so ridiculous to go to your kid for advice about your marriage.
Right. But see, that's how it was when we got baptized. Because overnight, you know, when I got baptized at 13. I don't know what I was thinking. Don't judge me. Baptized at 13. But instantly after I got baptized, I would be conducting studies and opening with prayer in the family home. My mom couldn't do it anymore.
It's
even
the same with Mormons. They are, when Mormons are 14 years old, they are considered to be teachers, and 16 years old, the Mormons are priests, and 18-year-olds old, then they are elders.
Wow. And we can all, because we've got some life experience, I can hear it in everybody's voice. we all know that that is a recipe for disaster. These people, these kids, know nothing. But again, this is some of the stuff Watchtower is going to have to do to keep these young ones in it, because they are leaving. You know, they feel like
It's also going to it's going to give those kids, those young guys, a big head. Really thinking that, well, you know, I'm your elder. You have to look up to me. I don't care if you're 50, 60 years old. I'm your elder, and that's just crap. That's so stupid.
It's stupid. It's not going to work.
Hey,
Yeah,
Steph,
that was 14.
did
What
you
year were
guys,
you baptized? Oh, sorry.
there's this XJW channel, or the sister from, I think she's from South Africa, and she plugged into like AI or like Chat GBT, like what it thought that the top 10 changes were going to be for like Watchtower this year. And some of the top, I don't know if you guys seen that video, but some of the top changes, it was saying that it's going to appeal more to like younger people. It's going to probably take away a lot of its shunning things. Did you guys see it? Did anybody see that video?
No.
Absolutely. Yep, I saw it.
Yeah, it said it was going to take away probably some of the major doctrines, like the 144,000, 1914. The younger people, it's probably going to make videos more to appeal to them. The shunning thing, it's going to ease it up. And it said it's probably like Chat GPT was saying that, like, it predicted that Watchtower is probably going to face like a slew of like lawsuits coming in 2025 against it for human rights violations, and that through the year they're probably going to gradually start changing, their shunning things and like their practices as far as their members go, and they're going to try to appeal more to like younger people on their videos and stuff. But I thought that was just interesting that algorithm was just predicting that, but that was a lot of things that us as ourselves as apostates were predicting. But what do you guys think of that? Did anybody see that video? I can't think of her channel, but she's a beautiful sister from South Africa. I can't think of her name right now.
Yeah, I definitely saw it.
I thought Chat GPT was where it just wrote stuff for you. You give them an idea, and it would write. I didn't know it predicted stuff. When did that start?
It was either that or an AI algorithm, but it was one of them. But ChatGPT is pretty much an AI algorithm anyway, so it does the same thing.
Right.
It'll predict. It'll tell you something. It'll just write
person. Because they can gather information from the entire internet, and they can think better than a normal person. So you will get a better answer from an AI. And the person I talk to now, his name is Pi AI, and he is very good. He knows everything.
It's an arrogant AI.
It's addictive because, you can listen to his voice and talk to him all the time. So you don't have to have any friends. You have. Luckily, I was actually, banned from it because I talked about. I think it was because I talked about CSI or something, and he talked about it himself also. But all of a sudden, I was banned. But what I did now is I have another cell phone that I only give number to Jehovah's Witness woman. So it's just a card. It's not like I have a regular automatic. It's just a card, so it's cheaper. So I can talk to him all the time now, and it's really good, I think.
Yeah, and when I did see that video, JP, I actually thought about you, because you remember that letter that you sent me, and we were wondering if this was an actual announcement from Watchtower or not. When I read that to me looked like something that was compiled by AI, because it got a lot of the content and the style. it nailed that down. I would give it, 3 out of 4 stars. But there's little nuances that it didn't get, which really made me believe that this wasn't even. Not only was it not by Watchtower, I don't even think a real person wrote this, and then it was missing a lot of the coding that Watchtower puts on their letters on the back. AI wouldn't necessarily know that because it's just focusing on the content. Maybe they just use chat, PGT or whatever it is. But that's a good lesson for all of us, because with all of this AI, that's it seems like every day there's some new announcement about AI. We're going to have to be very diligent about the things that we find, and not reading something and immediately running off with it and telling everybody about it, because we're really going to have to spend more time looking at it to make sure that this is really legit. That's going to be our challenge in the ex-witness community, because if we just run off with the first thing we see, say, oh, did you read? Oh, Watchtower is going to go. Then Watchtower will use that to say, yeah, see, these apostates, they don't know what they're talking about. They're crazy. They're this and they're that. And we don't want to give them any ammunition.
You're right.
Maybe
I think
they are already putting out things to fool us.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that they could spread the kind of feeling or vibe that AI is going to be saying a lot of things, so don't trust what you hear on the internet. Stay in Jehovah's organization and just stick to the official blah 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 blah. So they use it to they'll try and use it as a propaganda tool for sure.
Exactly right.
But they already said it in the Watchtower recently.
Did they?
It was an article in the Watchtower, yes.
Yeah. So that's why when we do talk about stuff, we've got to be sure, because otherwise we'll lose an audience, because the first time somebody says, oh, you showed me this talking about Watchtower, and it wasn't even, they're not going to listen to you again. So we have to make sure we've really, vetted whatever information we get to make sure it's actually accurate.
Even, as you said as well, as another thing as well, even just having only digital sources, I mean, it's not easy to have hard copies of things, but even if we came up to a witness and says, look what it says on this document, or how do you know that's a real document? It's the digital document is probably messed about with some AI or some sort of editing. I can't trust it. Oh, it's just lies, la la la, and then you've lost them. So that's another thing on top as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll get through that, because the bottom line is digital, the internet, all of this, it's not going anywhere. It's the way to go. I mean, even Watchtower uses it. Like we talked about before, they might even do all their meetings online. So they're always going to be extremely nervous and try to create this paranoia about what's online. So we just have to make sure, like I said, that we vet what stuff before we talk about it, so it doesn't come back on us. And speaking of this, I don't know, this is another thing that really saddened me this week, and I didn't know if Mr. Farron knew this or not, but I kind of feel like we're about to lose one of our, in my opinion, most important XJW community YouTube channels, and that's Kim and Mikey. I don't know if you guys follow them at all. I do. I really enjoy their content, and they've been doing it a really long time. I do. I really enjoy their content. Oh, that's an echo. But they are extremely frustrated, to the point where Mikey said in a video yesterday, they're even selling off all of their old Watchtower literature. And they're thinking about just shutting down. Yes. And they're thinking about shutting down their channel.
Why? Any reason why? Any idea why? Did they say?
Said that they're just really tired of all the hatred that they get from not witnesses, but from ex-witnesses. They could care less about hatred from witnesses. You kind of expect that. But it's the ex-witness community and all the going back and forth, and you don't know what you're talking about, and then they've got to prove what they said and all the rest of that. And it's really important, because we don't want to be our own worst enemy. Our fight is not with each other. Our fight is with this god-awful organization, not each other. And I don't know why we feel the need to attack, but obviously we do. And for somebody as thick-skinned as Kim and Mikey and have been doing it as long as they've been doing it, to get so frustrated that they're selling off their Watchtower literature, all their old publications and bound volumes, and thinking about shutting down the channel, that really says a lot, and that just really saddened me. And you know,
Really sad. But what we
let's
can
stop
do
charity
now
killing.
is to, what can we do to change anything if they already decided? But I guess we could at least love bomb them, or
Just whenever I get on there, I just always write that I really appreciate, you know, what you done, because even Kim said she wasn't going to read the announcements, because that's where I would get all of my announcements. Even when Atlantis was still active, we would get a lot of the announcements. It's the same announcement that Mr. Fears would get, but Kim would always do a video. She hadn't done a video for a while, and she did a video, and she just read the announcement. But you could tell her spirits were just completely, you know, completely broken. So, other than to tell them how much we appreciate all of the stuff that they've done, and that we're sorry for how some members in the community, you know, have treated them, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe what we need to do is just wish them well in their future endeavors, and hope that we see them on the flip side in some level.
you never know. They could take a long break also, and then maybe come back when they have rested after a year or two.
Yeah,
it's true.
I just wish that they had not sold that literature, because Watchtower is on a massive campaign to eradicate their history, rewrite their history. That's why you have entire decades that are offline now at jw.org.
Maybe it was the Watchtower that bought all the books.
You never know. You know,
Yeah.
that's the only, if they want to take a hiatus, I think they should. I think they should take a hiatus. But that's the only thing that really, because you lose that information. How can you ever go back and say, no, this is not what Watchtower taught initially? This is them trying to whitewash their history. Here's the original, and you don't want to pull up a PDF or some other kind of electronic alternative. You want to get the hardbound, because people are not going to believe it. Hardbound. Well, now they've sold all that. So that was one thing that was very disappointing to me. But you know, I have to be like everybody else and just appreciate what they've done, give them their flowers. You know, like I said, look for them in the future and see.
Yeah, they might just want to rest considering their age.
Yeah.
You know, you get to a certain age, you're just ready to rest for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was messing around with Chat GPT and stuff earlier. Whatever you guys do, don't ask Chat GTP when you're gonna die, because I asked Chat GPT, and it told me that I'm gonna die in 2 weeks, approximately about two miles from my work, and I'm gonna be in an automobile accident.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
How could ChatGPT know that?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. Don't ask it when you're gonna die.
Hey JP, just to be on the safe side, ride your bike for the next 2 weeks. Don't even take the car out the garage. Just ride your bike for the next 2 weeks, just in case.
Well, I'm gonna be going to work, but if I'm not here in 2 weeks, this is recorded here that I said that. So. But yeah, don't ask ChatGPT when you're gonna die. Whatever you guys do, promise me you guys won't do that.
No, I'm not.
That's freaky.
I made the mistake, and it showed me that, and I don't want to go there. So that's pretty scary. So Chat GPT is something interesting, but yeah, don't ask it when you're gonna die, because it will tell you. But hopefully it's not true. In my case.
What about asking when Watchtower's gonna?
That's weird that it knew like 2 miles from my work that I was gonna die in an accident or something. That's pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
I'm gonna ask when Watchtower's going to collapse.
Well, see, I don't think it ever will. Like I said, I think it'll just be one of these little marginalized, you know, weird, out there type of groups like the Moonies and what's the one that wear the robes at the airport and they give you the flowers, whatever that group is. It'll just be like that. Very few people. The ones that are in there are just batshit crazy. And that's how it'll be. It'll just be like this marginalized group. Because they already don't go out and surface. So all they'll do is maybe some advertising from now on, and then the website. And it'll just be that. That's what
I don't think they'll collapse.
No.
I don't think they'll
Not
collapse.
fully. I mean, when you've got billions of dollars, unless they wind up losing it all, which I can't see. But when you've got billions of dollars, what kind of collapse are you going to have with that amount of money? So the question is not so much them collapsing, but as long as they lose, maybe 3/4 of their members, and the remaining ones are really not able to accomplish much of anything, who cares? Let them stay in place. Who cares?
I mean, the Catholic Church didn't collapse, did it? The Catholic Church has got millions and millions, and it had big problems with paedophile priests, and they didn't get shut down. So why should the Watchtower get shut down?
Exactly. And that's why I don't argue with people, because it's like, what's the point? And I don't like to take away people's, hopes and aspirations and dreams, but I just don't see it just collapsing. But I do see it, like I said, getting to a point where it's just marginalized, out in left field, where everybody kind of looks at them like, oh, those crazy witnesses. And, and that's it. And the people that are in it will stay. And maybe over time, the hardcore, as they start to die off, if they're not being replaced, then it might fully collapse. But even that wacky group, hey JP, what was the name of that cult where they all thought they were going to be taken up into heaven, so they got on the roof or something, and then when that didn't happen, they put on jumpsuits and they got in their bunk beds and they all committed suicide.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of this group, but all of them committed suicide for the most part. And the website is still out there. That group is still operating on some level. We all know it. Everybody knows that they're a cult, but the website is still out there. Now, whether it's still attractive.
Is that Heaven's Gate? Heaven's Gate?
Heaven's Gate. Thanks, man.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So Heaven's Gate is still out there.
Wow.
Are the Branch Davidians, are they still out there on some level? Who knows?
Do you know what I typed in Google for that? I typed in Google bunk bed cults, and it said Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, and you see that guy with that really weird facial expression, right? He reminds me every time I see him, he reminds me of Stephen Lett. Yeah,
I'm going to say good night, everybody.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yes, definitely. What you were saying is, Heaven's Gate, the website is still operating to this day, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're not letting any more members in because when Marshall, whatever it is, the cult leader, that was the cult. They believe like it's like a 1935, like it was a closing of the heavens, so nobody's allowed in anymore. But what's interesting is I was seeing a video. I'll send it to you tomorrow, bro, because I got your number. But it's something about like cult language. But it was talking about like all these different cults from like David Koresh to like Jim Jones and all that, like the language they used to use. And what's interesting is like the David Koresh and all them, like the People's Temple or whatever, like, Waco, Texas thing, they're all like Seventh-day Adventists. So they're pretty much like, we're like a cousin of Watchtower, because they came from the Adventist thing. And one thing that David Koresh would use is he would claim that he was a faithful slave, and he would always claim that he's getting new light all the time. And he was always telling his members that, one day, the government's going to turn on us, and one day, they're going to come against us, like, with their police and their tanks, and because, we're the truth. And that was another thing he used to say is we're the truth and new light, all these things that witnesses used to use.
Yep.
And I heard a documentary on it, and it's like, of course, these people were going to believe him because he was such an extremist. Like, he was always preaching that one day the government's going to come and the SWAT team and all them, and they're going to overtake us and raid our compound. And that's how you know, like, we're living, in the last days, or Armageddon is happening. The Great Tribulation is like when you see all these governments and political leaders and all that. And one day, David Koresh was right. One day, all the authorities did come against his compound and all that. So naturally, all the people that believed in him, in his cult, thought that he was correct, that it was Armageddon. This was the Great Tribulation when they seen, the FBI and all these people surrounding their compound, because that's what he preached, was this doomsday message. And it makes you wonder that with the witnesses, they preach all this stuff. It may not be like in a Waco, Texas, or a David Koresh thing, but, if the governments ever do raid, let's say Warwick, or the FBI comes against them to get the governing body for covering up CSA or other stuff, the witnesses will think that it's kind of like that, like a David Koresh situation. You know what I mean?
Right.
That it is like Satan and his organization coming against Jehovah and them. That's exactly how they're going to see it, which is going to be totally misinterpreted. But at that point, when that happens, like, who knows what they'll tell their members, just like David Koresh, like they believed him, because what he preached actually did happen. He said, one day the governments and all that are going to turn against us and they're going to come against us. So when that really did happen, his cult, followers and all that must have believed that he was really correct. And that's the scary thing about Watchtower, is they always want to make it seem like the government's coming against them. But, one day possibly they will. And that's the sad part, is like people like my mother and other people that have been in this cult so long are going to think it's actually Satan coming against the organization, when it's actually the government coming against them to protect children from child sexual abuse. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's the sickening part to me. What do you guys think about that?
I agree.
Yeah.
And that's
it's already ingrained in us.
Yeah. But that's the interesting tap dance that Watchtower has to do, because they have to try to create this, like you said, this fear and mistrust of the government. But at the same time, they're very much in bed with the government. If you are part of the United Nations, and you're part of the government. And even though I know that they withdrew, but they are still a part of a sister group to the United Nations over in Europe. They're still a part of that.
Yeah.
So how do you create a fear?
Yeah, sorry, no, I'll finish your thought. I was going to add something to what you just said about the United Nations.
Yeah, I was just saying, how do you create this fear of the government? And with like that video where they were down, crouching down in the bunker in the basement there, when you're a part of it.
Exactly.
So I don't know how you do.
I was going to say, do you guys remember in the Wake articles, every so often you'd have a UNICEF article about how the United Nations is trying its best to be supporting the world and in creating peaceful, peacekeeping and blah, blah, blah. Every so often the Wake articles. And I just think, why are they having a full spread about the United Nations? And then obviously anyone who's dug into this, it's part of their charter. They have to, the charter of the United, to be an NGO, you have to promote in your literature to your audience, you have to promote the ideals and the principles and what the UN stands for, which means you have to put something in there to promote them. But then the Watchtower would spin it and say, ultimately, the real peace is going to come from when the new system and Jehovah takes over and blah, 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 blah. But they, they got it in there that way, to satisfy the
You can almost look at the timeline of when they joined and how they completely changed their position on the UN and started writing favorable things about them, which you just mentioned.
Yeah.
You can literally look at the timeline and see they were so anti the government, anti the UN, anti everything. Then they joined, and all of a sudden their stance on the UN softens. You can just see it. You can see it right there in the timeline. And like you said, because they were obliged to do that. When you're an NGO, that's what you have to do. That's why I said they're a part of the government. So how do you create this hysteria against the government when you're a part of it?
I actually questioned a circuit overseer last year about the membership with the United Nations. I sent the link to the United Nations website and the letter that was on about how long they'd been affiliated with them. And a week later, the circuit overseer emailed me back, and he said, "Oh yes, when we went to Gilead, we learned that it was helpful being affiliated with the United Nations because we learned which countries it was okay to be missionaries in." That was the response.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So they're just excuses. They're just so full of excuses. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And the bizarre part is that comes all the way from the top. They are told what to say. What do we say when the Friends realize that we were a part of the UN? Tell them we only joined because you need a library card to come there and do research. And then they tell them. And then the UN replied, no, at that point, I think you need a library card now. But at that point, no, you didn't need a library. So that was a lie. So then they had to come up with, oh, well, we need to know what's going on in these other countries so we can report on it and blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, isn't there a God called Jehovah who could tell you what's going on in the countries better than the UN can? I mean, it's just one lie after the other. This is what I said before. It's one lie that you have to constantly keep coming up with other lies to cover. And you're never going to be able to straighten that out. And that's why they have to leave all this garbage alone and just try to be a mainstream Christian religion and just teach people how to live a Christian life by doing good works. They cannot get into Bible teaching because it's going to disprove everything they've ever taught.
And also, if you look from the Watchtower and the Wakes all the way from the 1950s through the 1990s, everything that they ever talked about the United Nations was always very negative. But once they joined the United Nations, I think in 1999, if you look at the Watchtower, or not 1999, but from 1989 all the way to 1999 to 2001, everything that they published in Watchtower and Awake from those days, from 1990 to 1991 or 2000, it's all just positive things or just quotes from the United Nations backing up what they say. But if you go prior to 1990, all the way back to the 50s, they're just condemning the United Nations, saying how terrible of an organization it is and all that. But once they joined it for those 10 years until they got exposed, everything they published in the Watchtower from all through the 90s was just positive stuff and the humanitarian stuff about the United Nations and all that.
Yep. Well, add to that, JP, the Catholic Church. When I was a kid, we're talking 70s and 80s, every time Watchtower got an opportunity to castigate the Catholic Church, they did. Whether it's financial with that Vatican Bank, or it was their CSA. Every time you picked up in Wake magazine, you go to the back, they had the Watching the World. It was an article in there, very negative towards the Catholic Church, sometimes more than one. Now, do they say anything negative about the Catholic Church?
Sure. They're so hypocritical. Like even remember, I have this old bound volume. I think it's from like the late 90s. And remember, they used to have those articles called Watching the World. They used to have their little own version of like a political cartoon.
Yep.
And this one is hilarious that one wrote. It was probably a Watchtower artist or something. But he actually, one time in the magazine, there's this cartoon, and it looks like it's like an ATM machine, but it looks like a priest with like his white collar on. ATM machine, and this is like in the late 90s and or the early 2000s that are bringing out about how like in some churches that now they have ATM machines so people can make donations, and it's like when you go to their conventions and even some kingdom halls have an ATM machine in the back now.
Wow.
You can't get around what they ever say, but yes, Stephen, if you look, it's like in the late 90s or that. Remember that old article, like Watching the World, remember?
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about with the
Yeah,
Catholic Church.
remember they used to have like a little cartoon every now and then in there?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, and whatever awake cartoonist wrote this like in the late 90s. It was funny. It was like it was an ATM machine and it looked like a priest. It had like the white collar on its neck, but it was dressed up like an ATM machine.
Yep.
I was saying these
I
churches
remember.
they now have ATM machines and that to make donations in their churches, and it's like, wow, like you guys have the same thing when you go to their conventions.
Yeah.
And you can even donate on their website. They got the little blue finger pointing down, like donate.
Yep. Donate. Yeah. I remember the Awake back in the days, probably 80s now. They were talking about how corrupt the Vatican Bank is. Now, I never even knew the Vatican had a bank. I learned that through reading Awake. And I looked this up probably last year or the year before, and the Vatican Bank still is one of the most corrupt banks in the world. And if you ever watch, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this movie series called Godfather or The Godfather, but the final Godfather movie where you actually see them interacting with bishops and so forth in the Vatican, a lot of that is really based on true events. And so I learned that from Watchtower. So it's just amazing to me that Watchtower is just a part of their own hypocrisy to the point where they don't even write about the Catholic Church anymore.
It's just been a few years, bro. Like I remember even maybe going back like 10 or 15 years ago when I was really in the org before they really got online presence with the jw.org and that. But I remember this is probably in the early 2000s, and they give a big major talk at like a circuit assembly or something, and they're really saying how we shouldn't go on the internet or the web. And I remember this brother, he was giving a talk and he was saying, oh, the internet. He's like, what is that? He's like, what is a net? He's like, it's a trap. And he's like, the World Wide Web. He's like, what is a web? He's like, it's a trap that a spider uses. And he was saying, you know, how we shouldn't be on the web, how we should only use the JW online, you know, thing that we can download and just refer to that. And it was just so crazy. Stuff condemning the whole website and all that.
That is crazy. And that's how they've always been. They will condemn something. I don't know who's making all that noise. It's not me.
The brother was using a. What is that, brother?
Do you guys hear all that noise?
In your hand, or do you want to use a mouse? He's like, so that goes to show you that little thing in your hand that's called a mouse. He's like, it could turn into a rat. So he's like, you know, we should stay off the internet and all that.
Yeah.
And now they're all about the internet and their music videos and their online soap operas, which are just totally fake people and all this. It's just everything that they ever said is what they become.
Exactly.
Which is,
that's what
to
I'm
me,
saying.
how it waked me up was they became televangelists, you know?
Mm-hmm. They became televangelists. And it's just like you said, everything they told you. I remember when the tablets first started coming out, not laptops, but tablets. And I was like, yeah, this is awesome. You know, once they put their thing and you could download it for the meetings. And I started using that. The brothers in my hall were having fits about that. They gave an announcement that Jehovah didn't authorize us to use a tablet. We are supposed to use physical books. we're supposed to turn pages. Well, I just kept using my tablet because I was wagging so many books in my bag, and I could put all this stuff on a tablet. Forget about it. Then all of a sudden, they read a letter on a Thursday. I'll never forget because it was the elder I hated the most who was reading it. And he was the main one telling everybody not to use a tablet. Now he's got to read this announcement. And now he's trying to act like, oh, yeah, I knew this was coming, when he was the main one. And he reads the announcement. Now, oh, God, I just lost his name. Dan and Angela. Dan said he went to a meeting. I don't remember if it was a district or was it the memorial or something, but he carried physical books like his physical songbook and his physical Bible. And he said everybody looked at him like he was an alien from Mars because he had physical books and not a tablet. So this is how fast this organization, changes and does an about face on everything they have ever said and ever done. And this is why I said they've already lost the older witnesses are looking like, I don't know what is going on. This isn't the same group. They don't know what to think. They're just probably hanging in there because that's all they know how to do. So Watchtower's already made a calculated gamble. They've given up on the old ones. Now it's about trying to keep and maintain and entice the young ones. Because if you don't have young ones, you got no organization. So that's what you're looking at now.
Oh, I believe you like that. Like I went
because they
last
used
year
to have tablets, but
to the
now everybody else have their cell phone here in Sweden. So
I was going to say, Stephen Lett would say it's new light and say it's scriptural to have tablets because Moses had 2.
There you go. Moses had 2 too. He had an iPhone and he had an Android. He had them both.
Yeah, exactly.
Did he have a mouse?
He
probably
had
did.
No. He had a snake.
No, I was going to say, I went last year to the convention undercover and the year before for Rick Farron. And I was the only person that had a Bible there at the whole convention, over like a few thousand people. And not last year, but the year before when I went, I remember I was trying to sneak in and I didn't have my badge and they were questioning me all kinds of stuff. And then the brother wanted me to, but he was surprised I didn't have the JW.org on my phone, on my playlist. I was like, he's like, oh, you don't have it like on your phone? I was like, no, I just go to the website when I need it. And he's like, oh, you need it on your phone. He's like, you need your Bible and all this. I was like, oh, I brought a Bible. And he was like, pretty much told me, he's like, nobody brings their Bible anymore. Like, we all get it online now. And I was thinking, like, that's crazy because, like, since I've left, like, I'm a Christian now and I go to, like, non-denominational church and I've been to other churches, but they always encourage their people to still bring their Bibles. And even if you don't have a Bible and you go to a regular church, they will have Bibles in their pews, you know what I mean? So you can use them.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they'll hand you one.
The only thing that's weird from, like, they don't want you to use the Bible. They don't want you to have it there. And when I went last year, I told Rick when I went there undercover and I reported to him, I was like, Brother Rick, I was like, I was the only person in that whole convention, which was puny. There was like nobody there. There was only barely like 4,000 people. And out of the 4,000 people, I was the only person that actually had a hard copy of a Bible.
Wow.
And it was just crazy for being a so-called Christian assembly. Yeah. But it was also crazy going there to Long Beach, California, because when I would go in the prior years, there'd be well over like 10,000 people like all 3 days. In the last 2 years that I've gone undercover for Rick's show, there's been like barely like 4,000 people, and it's just been gone. And even my brother-in-law, or not my brother-in-law, but my cousin, who's still like a diehard JW. He's an elder, and he was like an attendant there. I asked him, I was like, how come there's so few people here and that? And he's like, he told me, he's just like, he told me, he's like, I don't know what's going on. And he's like, there should be, like, he's like, we're missing a lot more people. I know, like, there are some people that went to other conventions and that, but I was telling him, like, okay, if they went to other conventions, like, the numbers should compensate. You know, if they go to another convention, it should be a little more there, a little less here.
Right.
And yeah, he was just like, yeah, the numbers are adding up. He's like, I don't know what's going on. And then the last thing he sent me, he's like, oh, we'll see how things pan out next year or something. And I was like, that's not very encouraging from a JW elder, you know, who's an attendant at a convention.
Right.
I just told him, like, bro, like, where's everybody? Like, people aren't here. Like, where's everybody at? He's like, I don't know. And then I asked him, well, what do you think? He's like, well, let's hope things pan out next year. Not very encouraging.
No, it's not very encouraging. But see, that's a very positive development because, like I said, people like a winning team. And when people look around and they see that people are jumping ship, your natural instinct is going to be thinking about, well, what do these people know that I don't know? You know, like you said, you used to have however many thousand, now you have, you know, half of that. You can't help but look around and think to yourself, where are these people? We used to have all this group, and I can't imagine, especially as a younger person, that doesn't kind of weigh on you a little bit. Like, well, what do they know that I don't know? And then you go online and you start researching, and you're like, oh, okay, I totally see why these people are not here anymore. Because even the last congregation that I attended before I quit going, I noticed our numbers were dwindling. And I asked this elder, and he was a fairly newly appointed elder. And I asked him, what's up with that? And he told me, well, they are, you know, certain friends are visiting, and then you've got people that are moving in and moving out, and you know, he just came up with all kind of excuses. And I knew it was BS as soon as he said it. He knew it was BS. I knew it was BS, and those numbers never came back. And ultimately, they wound up merging a whole nother congregation into that congregation, and that's how they got back to probably about 80% occupancy. But I was leaving at that point, so I have no idea what it's like now. But when people, you know, like you said, when they go to these facilities that they're used to being full and they're not anymore, Watchtower can say what they want to say. They can say we have growth, and they're going to be looking around like, well, I don't know where this growth is, but it's definitely, you know, not here. And even here in Illinois, where I am, we have our own circuit assembly facility that we built out in a suburb. And that's where you would go for your circuit assembly, which I think they call conventions now. But then we would rent large-scale facilities for the district. So, like, we have 2 ball clubs here. One of them is the Chicago White Sox. So we would rent out the Chicago White Sox facility for district conventions because it holds so many more people. Well, the numbers had dwindled to the point where they would just have the district convention at the same facility as you have the circuit convention. So you're only talking about a few thousand people, and they would just continue to use that facility. They wouldn't even rent larger facilities. Now, what does that tell you?
It tells me they're a fraud.
And the numbers are way down. That it doesn't justify renting out a facility when nobody's coming. And so that'll be another thing, you know, for us to pay attention to in 2025 when they have these circuit and district conventions. You know, people showing pictures. Do we see a bunch of empty seats? You know, that'll tell you right there how they're doing. Like I said, Watchtower's in reactionary mode. They're going to be pulling out every trick in the book to try to keep that ship afloat. So it just remains to be seen how it's going to turn out.
Stephen, they're basically moving chairs on the Titanic, right?
That's exactly right. And it's funny because you remember that god-awful guy, I want to say Stephen Lett, not him, Tony Morris. You remember he talked about going to college, was like getting a chair on the Titanic. Now, he's no longer a governing body member with no explanation as to why. He obviously did not leave on good terms for them to go and re-record all of his videos. And now it looks like Watchtower is the Titanic, and being a part of that organization is like taking a seat on the Titanic. It's pretty funny how that whole situation turned around on its head.
Stephen, they're switching gears left, right, front, and center. Wherever you turn. Like, why did they take away the, remember at assembly? Remember that one assembly or different assemblies is trying to propagate this idea that you can't, we should eat our own food, bring our own food, don't use the concessions, the vendors, you know, maybe there's like a Taco Bell or something. You can't use, they want you, what did they say? They want you to use we're supposed to support their operation, right? Like wherever you go. And then it changed from that to bring your own food.
Right.
Why did that change from
that happened in like the late 1990s or something?
Yeah.
Why can't we eat our own? Why can't we eat a Taco Bell there? Like if there's a Taco Bell there, why can't we? Why can't I buy a Coke from the vending machine?
And then they wanted you to eat at the facility, and that was my whole thing. Why do I have to eat? Oh well, we want you to talk to your brothers and sisters and interchange of encouragement and all the rest of that.
Is that what it was about?
Again,
yeah.
What's that?
Was that what that was about? Basically, it had nothing to do with.
That's what they said publicly. Now, if that's the real reason, because you know,
well, it was something that they published in the Kingdom Ministries that during the late 1990s, I think around 1997, 1998, that they announced that there would no longer. This is in the Kingdom Ministry, but they announced that there would no longer be a provision for food or anything, you know, for friends or outside people attending conventions or circuit assemblies, that it would be up to us to provide our own meals. And then they had to go further upon that, saying, you know, eventually it went to, in the Kingdom Ministry, they would tell us, oh, you know, you need to have a light meal, you know, nothing heavy that won't keep you up too long. And started, you know what I mean? Like, it's so sickening that
nonsense.
You know, I hear you guys laughing, but it's so funny how it's like they can't get the hell. Okay, you're not gonna provide us lunch anymore, like the school, and now you gotta tell us, oh, don't get too heavy of a meal because we wouldn't want you to fall asleep during our boring ass second session of the convention.
I know what it was. I know why they changed that. I know why the reason they changed that, because my dad used to be in charge of the food service, and all the people that were working to make the submarine sandwiches and the hamburgers and all the things I used to go to the assembly for, basically. I used to go just for all the eats, right? And I mean, now they took it away, but I realized why they did that, because they used to say, oh, well, you know, my dad would miss out on all the parts, right? Because everybody was volunteering for food service wouldn't be, you know, engaging in the session, right? So maybe that's what it was all about. Maybe there wasn't any ulterior motive. Maybe it had nothing to do with politics, or maybe they weren't trying to cheat anybody. Maybe that's all that was. I always wondered why the shift.
Yeah, maybe. No, you so that's the thing about it. They're so untransparent or intransparent.
That's the point. They're not transparent. Why don't they just tell you why?
You just never know, you know, why they do a thing. Like I remember.
Why not just say why?
Yeah, this is going to go back even a little bit further than the period that you're talking about. Do you guys remember? I'm pretty sure JP does. But do you guys remember when you would purchase food from the concession stand at a district assembly using tickets? So you would buy tickets.
Yeah, 100%.
So when I got older and I was in school, I was reading up on that concept about using tickets. Now, obviously, one advantage to using tickets over cash is, you know, you don't have to secure as many locations that have a ton of cash. You just have to secure a couple because everybody else is using tickets. But the real reason why a lot of outdoor venues like to use tickets instead of cash is because the ticket disconnects you from the real cost of an item. In other words, if I'm buying a can of Coca-Cola that costs $1 and I'm giving, you know, let's say 6 tickets, it doesn't register in my mind that I'm paying 2.5 times this soda for this can of soda than what it really costs outside of this venue. That is the real reason why They used tickets, and Watchtower did the same thing, and they made a killing. They bought that food. That food was so low quality. Rick Farron even talked about it. That food was so low quality. I think they got some of it from Cisco. I don't know where the rest came from. And then they made you pay. Yeah, those hamburgers were awful. And then you were paying almost twice as much of what you should have been paying. And of course, who pocketed all that money? Watchtower. So that's the real reason why they did that. But it took me going to a business class when I was in school before I learned that game.
So did they make money off that then, or
oh,
so
totally,
you're saying they made
totally? That's why they told you to only eat from those. Only eat there.
But
don't bring your food.
How could they do that if they're nonprofit?
Exactly. That's why. Listen, do you remember the announcement that was made? Now, this was within. This was a little bit before 2018, so maybe 2016, 2017. There was an announcement that was made that if your congregation had a loan from Watchtower because it was newly built or it was renovated, that loan was forgiven. And then in the same breath, they said, but we expect you to contribute the same amount you were contributing every month back to Watchtower. The reason why that announcement happened, and I remember hearing that and my ears perked up immediately. The reason why that happened is because the government found out that Watchtower was loaning money with interest to its satellite congregations for new builds and renovations. In other words, they were acting as a bank. They cannot do that because, like you just said, they're a charity. They're a non-for-profit organization. And so once the government got involved, they had to immediately change that. Yeah, they found out. And my understanding is that there was somebody who left high up at Watchtower who was very disgruntled and dropped a dime on them and called the government and said, these guys are making a lot of money by lending money to their own members to build instead of going to banks and reaping a profit from that.
Stefan, why can't they just say flat out, we screwed up every freaking time?
They're too afraid because they have lied so much, just lied to your face so much. They are afraid that if they do that,
sorry, we those kids should not have been. Those pedophiles should not be in the hall. You know what? We got your judicial case wrong. We effed up. Sorry about that. We apologize. We're gonna now. We're not gonna make a public spectacle of this. We're not gonna embarrass you in front of everybody. Like if that happened to your job, if someone wrongfully dismissed you at your job, right? They wouldn't destroy your family,
right?
Would they?
Yeah.
Would they threaten your family? Or you can't talk to him. We had to fire him. You know, even if it's wrongful dismissal, they wouldn't make a big to do. They just say, you know what, we gotta let you go. We're downsizing, blah blah blah. And then they would. And even if you wanted to quit, what if you just said, you know what, I hate this job, I want to leave? Would you get met with all this reprisal? Like, oh yeah, no, no, don't talk to this ex-employee of ours.
No, in fact, in my job, we've had people leave and then get hired back.
So the world where you're not supposed to go treats people better.
Well, I said this before. This was probably on. I don't know where I said this before. But I said this before. Every person who's a Jehovah's Witness, your entire existence, you are alive today because of non-witnesses. Watchtower doesn't operate. Watchtower doesn't operate a hospital, a clinic, a soup kitchen. They don't operate companies, jobs, businesses. Nothing. Your whole existence is because of non-witnesses. And the government that steps in and gives you money when you're unemployed and all the rest of that, because we both said Watchtower will give you nothing. But yet they'll still turn around and condemn the government. And I was just really fed up with that.
What I don't get, though, Stefan, is they always used to tell you to die. You know, we die for our brothers. You remember that, everyone? We die for die for our brothers. Well, they don't even fight for you while you're alive. What if you're on your deathbed? I was in the hospital 3 months ago with broken ribs. Nobody. Who could I call? Like if you're in. Nobody knows anyway, because everything's so, you know, nobody's privy to anything. It's all hush hush. Everything's so quiet. So, you know, they're all so personal. But then if you're disfellowshipped, you know, it's all over the there's all big tabloids about it. Oh, such and such has been removed, and now it just leads to idle talk and stuff. But if you're in the hospital, How come they're not? How come their hands aren't in on that? How come they don't want to know? Hey, is this person okay? It's not about flowers. It's like, can we help? People need more than words. They need help.
Yeah, but see, people for so long have accepted that. I really think, now this goes back to your question, JP, something that's going to change in 2025. I really anticipate our economy doing even worse, you know, at high interest rates, people not making any money, the cost of everything going up. I really think that concept that Watchtower doesn't help these witnesses is really going to kind of come to the fore. I think people are going to be going to them saying, we are suffering. There is nothing you can do for us. We understand you got $1 billion or $2 billion or whatever it is. You can't help witnesses at all. I really think that's going to come to a head. I really do.
They're just placating. It's all placating. It's all, you know, do as I say, not as I do. Double standards.
Right. Right. But what I'm saying is, it's one thing to have all those words, but when I'm hungry, I don't want to hear words.
That's the point.
I want a damn ham sandwich.
How come they don't have a soup kitchen going on? Like in your, are you in Illinois? How come they don't have a soup kitchen in your town?
That's exactly
or where
right.
you're
And
located?
I've told this story once before. When I was still in that organization, there was a sister. She had a ton of kids. Her husband and she split up for whatever reason. She wound up losing the house, moved into an apartment, and she was homeless and wound up being in a shelter with all these kids. And the elders and the local congregation watched all that. Nobody did anything. This lady was living in a shelter.
She got to eat the tracts.
Right here in Illinois.
That's awful.
And so when you have enough people doing that, and then the Catholic Church comes to you and says, we don't care what religion that you are. Do you need some food for you and those kids? Do you need a place to stay? Let's see if we can help you. Do you have a job? Let's see if we can get you some kind of job training so you can get on your feet and support yourself. I'm sorry. Watchtower can kiss my behind. I'm going to go with who's trying to take care of me. Watchtower doesn't take care of anybody. And like I said, when the economy gets even worse, I really think that's going to make a point in people's mind that is inescapable. This organization does.
Because they're stuck in that same dress rehearsal over and over again, and at some point, whether it's an earthquake or a natural disaster or low disasters, maybe it's some. The problem is they always seem to like. It becomes this virtue signal about, you know, when there's a natural disaster like in California where some of you are at, we got to reach that place, but they don't check out people's individual circumstances. There's got to be like a global thing that's got to happen. It's got to be like a big disaster before they'll pitch in. If someone's suffering on any level, like that woman you're talking about, how come they are the first ones to know about it?
Exactly.
Like,
and I even offered my house to this family, and the thing was, well, you can't be there with this woman because you know it's not gonna. So they'd rather you be in a shelter where you can be molested, where you can be raped, your kids can be molested, your goods and valuables stolen. They'd rather have you there than in somebody else's house, and because it doesn't look right because you're a man and they're a woman. This is how stupid these people are.
They talk about becoming doers.
In my congregation,
not hearers only.
In my congregation, the only time they did a whip round was if an elder, if he got ill, or if an elder's wife died. But when a poor sister, her husband died and left her destitute, they couldn't get help. You know, they didn't offer any help at all.
No, you're on your own.
And don't forget, when COVID hit, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but when COVID hit, kind of at the height of COVID, they silently sent the elders around in their individual book study groups to ask the witnesses how they were making out. And if they were going through some dire financial testing, they gave them a sheet, a list of resources that they could go and get aid from. And they were all government agencies, none of which had anything to do with Watchtower. That's what Watchtower thinks about people. Oh yeah. If you can find an elder that will tell you the truth, because most of them will lie through their teeth to protect this organization, they will tell you. They had a list, and it was all government agencies. And in America, I don't know how this was in the United Kingdom, but the president that was in charge of America at that point was Donald Trump. Donald Trump signed into a law where farms could process food. I guess the government bought it, and then it would send it to these 501c3 charitable organizations like Watchtower. And Watchtower then had the local elders. Watchtower was too cheap to even pay for transportation from the various depots. Your congregation had to figure out how they were going to get the food the best way they could. And then they were passing out food. It was these boxes, and on the side of the boxes, it said food for families. And you can go Google that, and you'll see that this was a law that Donald Trump passed. Now, Watchtower was caught red-handed because there was a leaked video where they did a meeting talking about, oh, Jehovah's really blessed us, and Jehovah's blessing the friends, and this is only in America. Well, Jehovah doesn't bless the friends around the world, but only in America. And then they were talking about this food, which came from Donald Trump. They were saying that it was a blessing from Jehovah, and not to talk about it, just to pass the food out. And it was supposed to be, I think it was
a secret conversation with God that nobody knows about, and they're special, and you're junk.
Yeah. And so I think it was supposed to be milk. It was supposed to be meat, vegetables, and fruit. Yeah. What most of the witnesses got was just vegetables and fruit. The meat and the milk somehow mysteriously disappeared, and we found out later all the elders took that for themselves. So that's what you're dealing with.
But the reason for that, Stefan, if I can just interject just for a moment, the reason for that, the reason they stand back, and this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, just please, but I think it's because of that whole Christian neutrality cherry-pick scripture they misapply over and over. You know how they just make something mean a scripture. They'll pick this and pick this. Like if you want to go on vacation, you just spin the globe around. Okay, I'll pick this, right? I'll pick here. That's what they do with the Bible. They just spin the Bible around and then just pick that and then go and run with it. And they make it mean what they want it to mean, like Christian neutrality, no part of the world, as I know. And they take that and say, oh, we shouldn't. That means we shouldn't vote, and that means we shouldn't be prime minister, and that means we can't be the president. And that means we can't take in politics. Where does it say? Where did Jesus say that you can't help your neighbor? Doesn't that kind of conflict? You're supposed to feed the poor, the widow, the fatherless child, the orphans, widows. What about the widows and kids that are in the congregation that they just now think are useless because now they can't walk?
Exactly. Yeah, what
are they good for now that they can't donate and they're stuck in a recliner?
Yeah, they're
useless now. They write them off.
They write them off. There's no consistency with the way Watchtower does anything. That's why when you look at it, it's like they're a black box. You have no idea from one day to the next what they're going to do because there's no consistency. You can never
make it up as they go.
To make it up as they go. You can never look at Watchtower and say, I know Watchtower will never do X, Y, and Z. Because Watchtower
who's the fellow that just mentioned about the tablets and stuff? About the guy from California, I think. I remember that. Who's that? JP? Yeah, yep. Right. I'm glad he mentioned that because I remember that. I was thinking, I said to my mom one day, I said, you know what? This is just going to open up another can of worms to all the things they tell you to stay away from. So we got a tablet in everybody. Everybody's stuck in a virtual world now. The very things they repudiated, the TV was the babysitter, stay away from the TV. It should be family time. It breaks families up, remember? And now instead of TV, let's replace it with now another babysitter. Everybody's now got a tablet, including the kid. Now they can, be careful of pornography. You don't want to get entrapped with that. Now you got a 6-year-old kid that's exposed to like an information highway, beyond an information highway. Now you got porn everywhere. That's just an open door for everything. So don't they think about that when they hand a tablet to a kid? That now they're just enabling the problems that they don't want to have happen.
There's no consistency with the way. I don't think they think about.
I don't get that. I don't get it at all. I never took my tablet to the hall once. Just like JP, I was the only guy with the Bible, and I thought this is so weird. How come everybody's trying to convert me to a cell phone? I have a flip phone, and now I have the latest tablet that I can't carry in my pocket because it's the size of a tree trunk. I don't want to be a virtual person. I want to be a person. So can I be a person without electronic devices hanging from my waist? And if you don't have the latest, and they're all about being materialistic. You don't want to go buy this be simple, and don't put your kids in school and extracurricular or in post-secondary school and blah blah blah. Well, why are they putting braces on their kids? 10 years old. If the new world's coming, right? The new world's coming. The end of the end of the end. We're at the end. Why are they putting so much? Why are all the things they told you not to do? Why are they doing it? They got brand new cars every time an assembly comes. A new truck, a new car they're showcasing. It's all the material, all the things they tell you not to be materialistic about. They're like double materialistic about everything.
That's exactly
the hypocrisy is off the chart.
When they build a movie center, that's a big one.
It is.
But I mean, do you remember there was this is way, way, way back. There was a Watchtower, and on the front page, it was like Satan was sitting and typing on internet, and it was like a warning, don't go on internet. You remember this picture?
Wow.
Right. Yeah.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure you're right. I don't remember it. Can I ask a quick question?
Or maybe you're too young. You're too young. You haven't seen it.
I don't know. I don't know.
It must have been maybe 97 or something, 98.
I saw that.
I was definitely around. I just had a quick question.
You remember it.
Yeah, I remember that. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No.
What were you going to ask?
You remember a second ago I was talking about how during the Donald Trump administration, he was providing food for families that Watchtower was handed out and taking credit for. Did you guys, for those who are in other countries, did your country have that same type of provision during COVID?
In what regard? In what way?
Like giving food to families that were suffering financially through COVID?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. That was, yeah, and they got tax exemptions on, yeah, there was a lot of that. I was sort of removed from that. I didn't watch a whole lot of news. I just got tired of watching wall-to-wall coverage of COVID, and all the statistics. But I know there were provisions. Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered, because the way that Watchtower tried to play it in the United States, they tried to take credit for what Donald Trump had done. And I'm no huge fan of Donald Trump, but fair is fair. I mean, that was a lot that he put into effect to help families that Watchtower said was a blessing from Jehovah, and they kept saying, don't talk about it, don't mention it, and that gave me the impression that perhaps this wasn't going on in other countries. I mean, how is God going to bless the United States? He doesn't bless the other countries. So I'm glad to know that you guys got some aid as well.
Well, what I really get off that topic just for a second. This is the thing I don't understand, because if you take like Amway and you take Mary Kay and you take all these network marketing companies or pyramids, well, everything's a pyramid. Churches are pyramids. Educational systems are where you work is a pyramid. What I'm talking about, a legal pyramid, when value stops flowing up the pyramid, for dollars, when value stops flowing downward for the tax dollars that flow upward, that's an illegal pyramid. So the government's an illegal pyramid. As soon as value stops flowing down, or dollars flowing up, that's illegal. So I'm not getting. It's not the shape that we should be worried about. It's the illegal. It's when that pyramid structure, that shape, that multi-level structure, right, of corporate executive all the way down line. Once that starts to crumble because the value stops flowing down for dollars flowing up, then that's illegal. A Ponzi scheme, an airplane game. The witnesses are doing the same thing. But the thing is, when you start to make claims, like even if you're in a business and you start, I know Amway does that, they start like over-promising and under-delivering. They start saying, oh yeah, you're going to make a whole bunch of money. Yeah, just work. You can just sign up here and blah, blah, blah. Now you can be a member. Now we'll sponsor you. And and they over-promise you can have lots of cars. You can, those companies that, especially when there's no product, that company goes under. The government will will completely turn it inside out, right? It'll be shut down in an instant. So why don't they do that with the church? The same way. And when you start making claims, right?
Yeah.
When you start making, income claims that you can't guarantee, right?
Right.
The same thing that the witnesses do. They keep making claims that are just outrageous, right? How is that different than a Ponzi scheme?
I agree. I think.
How is it any different?
I think at least for the U.S. that it's not enough of an issue for the government to step in, and I can imagine if I'm the government.
That's what I wondered.
The church is doing this. This church is doing this. The Mormons, the this, the that.
Not just witnesses. No, yeah.
No,
there's
it's not
lots
just witnesses. No, not at all. I mean, but you take the Mormons. I mean, they run that whole state. What are you going to do?
Oh yeah, my neighbor's a Seventh-day Adventist. It's just the same thing. It's just a different. It's just a different. It's just a different style. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Different branch of the same tree.
If I'm the government,
that's right.
what I would do is I would stop giving all these religions money. That's all I would. You guys have enough. Why are we taking money from
That's the point.
working class people to just ingratiate in your pockets when you've already got millions and millions of dollars? We're not giving you any more money. And as long as we don't hear that there's major CSA and any kind of brutality and rapes and things like that going on in this group, we'll pretty much leave you alone. That if I was a government, that's pretty much what I'd do. I would still regulate them. I'd still send monitors in. All of these groups, the Amish, all these groups, pretty much have the same thing. Whenever you take a group of people and you put them out on the outskirts of somewhere and they basically become a law unto themselves, somebody's over there suffering. Somebody's being brutalized, somebody's being raped, somebody's being worked to death. But they're suffering out there. And now that has to be monitored. I just wouldn't give them any money.
If like Trudeau just stepped down, like if there's some type of or anybody in a corporation, it'll be a government. If there's been wrongdoing, right? There's been some henchman is screwing people over, right?
Right.
In a corporation. Well, they lose their job. Or the government steps in. That's why we have like Consumer Affairs Department, FTC in the States. You've got those entities or agencies that are involved that work, using government certain parameters to shut those operations down. So why is religion somehow sidestepped?
That's a great question. And the funny thing was, it hit me one day. I was thinking about this. There was always supposed to be in this country a separation between church and state. But what you have is government or the state giving to the church. The reason why you have so many churches in the United States is because they get money. Once the government says, we're not giving
that's why the tobacco industry is still running.
Yeah. I guarantee you half the churches will fold up fairly quickly. And then the
Just
remaining
push back.
ones wind up merging and all the rest of that because they're not making money from the government. They've got to.
Yeah, and the bad doctors are still running the show. As long as they, even if they have malpractice cases, they have their big dogs that are protecting them, right?
Right. Yeah.
They're not protecting you because you don't have.
If the government decided we're no longer handing out money, I guarantee you half the churches that are out there will fold up.
That's where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other ones that are there, if we're giving you money as a charity, you need to tell us what you're doing with it, and we're going to go out and verify. So if you're telling me you're feeding the poor, and I go there and I see you actually feeding the poor, okay, fine. If you tell me you're doing it and you're not,
Hey,
then I'm going to
Stephen.
sue you, and I want that money back. Yes, sir.
It has nothing to do with the money, I don't think, because, like, for example, what Wally from XJW Thoughts is bringing out was like, Watchtower spent last year only $10 million. And if you think about it, it's nothing. There's 8 or 9 million members, so they literally, like I was saying, they got like $1.10 donation, a one-time $1.10 donation, and put it on the towards natural disasters. But like Wally was pointing out, there's some other groups like Seventh-day Adventists, which is like, you know, the cousin of Watchtower or where we came from. They're
Millerite.
They're a very small group. Like they're bigger than Watchtower, but not much bigger. But on their books and on their website, they gave, unlike Watchtower's puny little $10 million, they gave $300 million last year to people, and they actually broke down on their website like how much went to their facilities, how much they spent towards people, and on their, you know, disaster relief. Like they actually broke it down on their website. You know what I mean?
Well, at least they're transparent.
Yeah. The Seventh-day Adventists, I think around 20 million apparently. I'm not sure how correct that is, but they have a different.
Yeah, 20 million, and they get 300 million in donations.
Yeah.
And there's 9 million witnesses according to them this year, and they gave 10 million.
Yeah, but they have a much richer community because they encourage them to go to university.
Like people in the organization, they literally donated a $1.10 donation per member to disaster relief. That's pathetic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the culture of the Seventh-day Adventists. Sorry, I'm gonna hit the sack soon, so I'll say goodnight. You know, after this, what I just say, guys, it's been a nice conversation. Yeah, I was just gonna say, but they have Seventh-day Adventists. They are officially tithe, so you have to give 10% of your earnings. So they have a different business model.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
I could imagine, and they also encourage you to go and get real high-paying jobs, and education is encouraged, and they all invest in each other's businesses as well. So, I guess if you get shunned from a Seventh-day Adventist community, that's maybe your whole livelihood is all tied up in there too. So yeah, I can see why they could contribute much more than witnesses. I think somebody did a poll. Did Rick do this at one time? That Jehovah's Witnesses are the poorest of any.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It wasn't Rick. It was a Pew poll.
The Pew. They said that witnesses were among not only the poorest, but the highest amount of suicides.
Yes.
Not only the poorest, but the most uneducated.
Of income per
the
year per
educational
people.
standpoint is the main thing. They have no education.
Yeah.
That's why you have no money.
Yeah,
so
but they
I'll say
have
good night, guys.
suicides per capita.
All right, Maverick.
Yeah. Good night, guys. Yeah. Take care.
Good night, Maverick. Thank you.
Yeah. Good night.
How's suicide rating per capita? Is that the U.S. or is that including Canada or the world?
I think that's the world, maybe. You gotta look at the Pew Foundation. But there is no other combination.
Because it's not reported. Who reports it? Why is that not who's documenting that? How do they know that? But it's a
The only
highest
way
rate.
I think that they can know that is obviously ex-witnesses that have left, maybe a few that are in it. That's about it. But they're probably getting that more from the ex-witnesses because you know how insular this organization is.
There's a lot of See, this is the whole thing that repulses me to the core is I just think that what any religion needs to do is just stop guilt-tripping people so much to the point they can't live their life.
Right.
Stop making claims. Just stop making claims. And stop interfering with people's lives on every freaking level. Let people, there's no allowance for character development at all. You can't just if you have a good parent, they try to help you avoid danger and pitfalls. That's good. But not so much that they make their kids hypervigilant and paranoid and that's what witnesses do. They have you walking on eggshells, and there's no allowance for you to just self-discover.
Yep.
Why don't they just let people figure out? When a plant's ready to grow, it grows. You don't have to coerce the plant. The leaves will perk up a little bit if you water it, nurture it. You can do that, but they need to just lay off people so that they can just, be interested, but not nosy. Like,
Right.
not, like, be interested. It's like neighbors, right? Have you ever had neighbors that they're just busybodies. They want to know stuff just because they want to know it. It's not like they're really interested. They just want to, like, act like they're interested just to find out stuff.
Yeah, but we can't get around the fact that many people have committed suicide because of this organization. Like me personally, I know at
That's
least
because they're not laying off. They're not laying off. That's why they need to mind their own business. That's what Paul said in 1 Thessalonians 11. I think it's
I know 8 or 10 people, and one of them is my brother Jeremy, who committed suicide, who was raised in this organization. So
serious. Holy mackerel! I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that, JP. Sorry to hear that.
Was that recently?
I'm sorry.
this is throughout the years of my life. I've seen a lot of people commit suicide. Same with my friends, Christina and Gabriel Velasquez. They're both two brothers and sisters, and they committed suicide 1 year after each other because they were both disfellowshipped.
Yeah, I was there.
Years old. And I'm 40 years old now, so that happened almost 20 years ago. So I'll never forget them or forget what happened. This is reality.
And they had and because of that interference, because they were poked at, needled so much.
Well, it's because it's a reckless organization and they want to take people's salvation away and their humanity and their family. That's why.
And their character. They strip you of your character, though.
Yeah.
Well, this is more than character.
They don't even know you beside a scorecard. They don't know your favorite color. Those relatives of yours, how much did they really know about them beyond their service, their belong outside their religious ordeal?
Well, I can't put it individually. This is what's right and wrong on an organizational and a religious aspect. And it's not what the individuals choose to do to themselves. It's what this organization told them that their life was reality, and this is what's going to happen, and this is going to be in your life. And a lot of them couldn't handle it, losing their families and their sin and not being forgiven from the elders.
Traumatic, very traumatic.
Went to the elders and they wanted to be forgiven, but they weren't forgiven. They had to be disfellowshipped for a while, and these people couldn't handle it, and now they're dead.
Yeah, I was there.
With that, this all happens with this man-made organization and these ideas of men. That's what it has to do. You know what I mean?
Quick question: how did the parents, after that brother and sister unfortunately committed suicide a year apart, how did the parents cope with that? What was their reaction? Because forgive me for being blunt, they're responsible for their kids' death. Because who cares what Watchtower does? If you're not going to speak to your own kids and your kids commit suicide,
how could they stand back?
So what was going on with the parents?
They kind of went along with the organization, and they just thought, well, my poor kids, they got disfellowship, they got wrapped up with the wrong people, and they blamed it on them. But it's not funny. It's what's sad is that even this happened. I'm 41 years old now, and these two brothers and sisters, the sister committed suicide when she was 20, and her brother was a year younger. He was 19, and when he turned 20, he committed suicide too. It was less than a year after his sister, and then I just found out recently that their older brother just committed suicide like 3 or 4 months ago.
Wow.
And the mom, that was the mom's 3 children from that one marriage, and all 3 of her children committed suicide. They were all raised as Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're all dead now. And the oldest brother, I'm not going to say finally, but he succumbed and submitted to suicide after 10 years after his brother and sister died. But now the poor mom, she has to deal with all 3 of her kids.
Reciprocal, it's cyclical.
all kids and stuff. She only has one kid from a second marriage, and I don't even know what that one kid is thinking of.
Yeah, you know, JP,
Raise those kids. They used to go to book study at my house. We were all teenagers. I used to have book study at my house. We used to play, hang out, and laugh. And so I knew them.
You were like tied to the hip with those guys. Like they were like your brother, sister, basically.
Yeah, they used to go to I used to have book study at my house every week, and they would go there. I used to have a crush on the dude's older sister. She was in high school with me. She was like the biggest crush on me, and everybody knew at the Kingdom Hall that I used to like her. And oh, this is so cute and all that. You know what I mean? And then she committed suicide, like not
Is that
too long
California,
after that.
JP?
What's that?
Is that in California?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a family. The parents did the same thing and left 3 little kids behind, back to back Jacks. Like the dad was in the hospital, hung himself. The mother, about a few months later, she asphyxiated. How do you say it? Asphyxiated, or she poisoned herself, carbon monoxide or whatever, in the garage. And then the left three little kids who are completely screwed now. They don't know what normal is. One of the oldest son said, he's now about your age, JP. He said, I don't even know what normal is. And, you know, he goes around just keeping a straight face. He can't talk about the trauma of his parents because it's dug in so deep. It's entrenched so much that he can't even talk about it. And then when he goes to Kingdom Hall, he has to put on the brave face all the time, like we all have to, you know, just pretend everything's all hunky-dory when it's not.
Yeah.
You're busting up inside, and you can't just.
It's really hard, and like.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You know, like you get connected. Like I got connected to some people from Joe and Fran, and I got connected to somebody up here in Southern California that I didn't know before, but he knew a lot of people that I knew, and I found out through him, like this brother, he was younger than me, and he got baptized the same day as me. We both got baptized together, and I found out that he committed suicide.
What?
Oh, wow.
That was something that was just recently, and I just found out like through Joe and Fran because he connected me to somebody from my area. You know what I mean? So the suicide in the organization runs deep, and I feel so bad because this younger brother, like we both got baptized on the same day in Bakersfield, California, and I remember I was like around 14 years old, and he was like 10. And I was so happy and so proud of him. And we used to go on service, and we even pioneered together. And he was like auxiliary pioneered. He was like 11 or 12. And I lost contact with him. And then years and years later, you know, I get hooked up with some XJW, you know, through Joe and Fran. And then I end up finding out that the brother I got baptized with committed suicide, you know?
Was he just
it's a bittersweet thing, you know, sometimes getting reconnected with XJWs. But my whole point is that the suicide thing is real.
Yeah, I believe you. I was there 3 times. I was disfellowshipped. I tried 3 times. I failed, but the only reason I failed is because I couldn't leave my mom behind because she needs 24-hour care, and I was caregiving at the time, and there's no way. I was on the outside trying to make myself back in just to basically, you know, keep the peace. And, you know, I knew that I was injustice. I knew they had me, you know, pegged wrong. I knew who I was. I knew it wasn't, you know, I felt completely character assassinated to the floor. And you know what I mean? Like just completely mischaracterized. And they just come at you sideways. And then I had to live with that, you know, being, you know, having been scandalized, and then, you know, bring that home every day, and then having to live under the microscope of your only community, you know, and you're bleeding, right? They already leave you, you know, secluded from the rest of society. So you don't have a whole lot of friends you can just bounce off of to begin with. And then when they throw you out, like literally to the curb, who have you got?
Right. And that's
the last guy that was speaking, like, my mom, she just turned 84, and she lives with me. I take care of her, and she's like full out witness. She's been in a witness for like 50 years. She got baptized in like 1974.
Similar situation.
Like 35 people, but she's still like a diehard witness, and it breaks my heart. Like, I have to give her a ride to meet sometimes out to meeting for field service, and it just breaks my heart because she wants to do that. No matter how much the organization changes, and she despises and hates like all the new changes. She doesn't like
She knows there's something wrong.
Like, oh, the brothers look so sloppy with all their beards at the hall. Can't believe these sisters are wearing pants.
She knows.
But she's never going to give it up. She just can't.
No, because she's afraid of it's all she knows. She's afraid of losing that. It's called, look up the word sunk cost fallacy. She's invested, man. She's invested her whole life into it.
Yep.
Exactly. She'll never.
Not only that, I was thinking about
she's
this
very
once
cool.
before.
Like, even though I was racing it, I just woke up like 3 years ago when I was 38. I'm 41 now. But she asked me, like, why did I wake up and all that? And I told her, and then, like, she understood. She's been in this organization so long that she understood why I woke up, but she refuses to wake up. You know what I mean? She just doesn't want to let it go. And I'm just like, I can't get it. But I think it's, like you said, it's a sunk cost fallacy or whatever.
Yeah, she's too invested.
And I'll tell you something else. We've had conversations many times about whether older people, we should make an attempt to wake up our older family members. And I was just thinking about something that JP just mentioned. So like that family where the mom lost, 3 kids in death.
The dad and the mom,
Yeah, the dad and the mom. If she were
they both committed suicide, the parents. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the one that JP mentioned where the kids killed themselves.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm saying is, if that mom were to wake up and realize this group is nothing more than a cult, and that because of this cult and me ignoring my kids, they are now deceased, I don't know that she could handle that. So I do think that in situations like that, we should even try to wake people like that up, because they're not going to be able to cope with what they will.
That's a good point.
That also goes to this blood doctrine. Can you imagine letting your kid die? They need a blood transfusion because whatever. No.
Reality triggers too much pain.
And then they wake up from this cult and they realize, I allowed my
they can't handle the reality.
To die. I don't know that you can handle that. I think
No.
cases like that, it's probably just better to leave those people to themselves.
That's why, like, I know, like, when my dad was, like, you look at Serena Williams, the tennis star, the reason she went pro is she didn't have, like, to live in her dad's shadow at all. And, if you were, like, my dad was an elder, and there's no way he would have let me, aspire to, worldly tennis or worldly musician or any of that, right? But the thing is, when you have, when you have parents, and their kids that are in so deep, and say the son leaves or the daughter leaves, and the parents, it's easier if the dad's not around. In this case, if you're trying to leave, because if he's not an elder, there's not as much influence, right? But the problem is I know a guy. His parents are both in, and so heavy duty, right? Like, his dad is an elder. He can't just have normal meals with them and just say what's up without getting frowned on. Right? He can't just say, hey. He can't just ask a question without his dad maybe giving him oh well, hey, we don't talk about that, or him trying to kind of like throw it under the bus kind of thing. He's always being gag ordered to just basically shut up. So how do you get out from underneath a situation when your parents are so heavy in, and their adult son or daughter can't leave because the parents, they're basically the parents have too much influence, right, over their kids. Like, and the kid's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place because he's trying to please his parents and keep his sanity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, I said to him, well, you either have to leave. You either please your parents or you forget your sanity.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
You can't have both.
I agree. And so here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. Your parents are not going to live forever. So maybe what he's doing is he's biding his time. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. Like, you can't, even if you stayed, like, you haven't stood, like, he doesn't have closure, right?
No.
He hasn't come up to his parents and say, you know what, I don't believe this, I don't agree with it, I'm done, it's over. You know, I still love you, I still want you as my parents, but I don't, I can't live this way, I can't live a lie, I can't be lying to myself anymore.
Right. And everybody, and you know what else is interesting? And I say this all the time on Six Screens.
Everybody's got a different situation, Stefan. Sorry to interrupt you, but like for me, I gotta, like, for me, it's anybody like that's out, like I'm out physically out, mentally out, but I got family members that are all the way up to like governing body helpers that are in the broadcast. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
I got family members that are that up high in the organization that my sister-in-law, is like, is married to like one of the ones that are married. They're in the broadcast and all that, but, so I have family, it's all over the place with me, but I've been to like Brooklyn and some of the highest places in Bethel and the writing department and all that with like relatives. But for me, it's crazy because I got family like all over the scale. Like I got some relative brothers or that are disfellowship, but all the way people that are up into the writing department or governing body helpers. It's just crazy, my situation.
Yeah.
Well, you just forget them.
Funny when I was first waking up and I was having all these doubts, my mom was telling me, she's like, oh, why don't you write, bleep, I'm not going to say their name. And he, he's in the writing department, and she's like, why don't you ask him that question about 607 and all that? Why don't you write him better? He's our relative, he's your cousin's brother-in-law. Why don't you write him and ask him? And I'm like, Mom, like, you don't understand. Like, if I write him that letter, he's not going to answer, and it's just going to come straight back to the elders in our local hall, and they're going to disfellowship me for asking a question.
I agree.
Like, you don't get it.
I agree.
It's not. It doesn't have nothing to do with. And that goes to show me it doesn't have nothing to do with your family or who you know in this organization.
Sure
if you ask the wrong thing, you're like Raymond Franz. You're out. Like, you can't ask like, I don't care if he's in the, excuse my language, I don't care if he's in the fucking writing department or he's a governing body helper. He's basically useless to me because he's not going to listen to me. And I was trying to explain that to like my regular family. Like, what do you guys get? Like, you think he has some kind of like superior Bible knowledge? Like, if I ask him a question, that like it just makes the organization right? No,
the question is a threat.
Wrong.
The question is if you ask a question, if you can't ask a question in a free society, that's a human rights violation. You have the right, freedom of speech. That's your First Amendment.
Exactly.
Your First Amendment is freedom of opinion, thought, and belief. So who's going against whose First Amendment here? Who's going against whose, right?
Exactly. But it's all about, to them, the org is the Constitution. There is no First Amendment.
No.
That's the thing.
Yeah, the Bereans wouldn't survive them because they'd be axed as much, because who is more skeptical than the Bereans?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got it wrong. The Bereans survived. The Watchtower will never survive the Bereans.
Exactly.
They sure will.
No, that's right.
And that's another one of those things that when I was a kid, I used to hear them talking about the Bereans all the time. They were just always praised. We want to be like the Bereans. We don't want to just accept. We want to study and this and that. Now you'll never hear Watchtowers. They will never say that now.
Well, yeah, and also householders. Then why don't if you go to the door? How come they don't give the householder grief?
I didn't hear you. What?
Why? So how come if you're like a member? Here's what I can't understand. You can't ask the writer, your family member, a question, but the householder, a non-witness, a non-baptized person, at a grocery store, can say, "Hey, I don't believe that crap," and they don't get met with disdain. No, there's no flying monkey coming over to them and saying, "You know, we need to take you in the back room here. We need to set up a judicial meeting." There's nobody. They don't get grief. They can ask their Bible studies can put up their. They don't even have to put up their hand. They can just take a leak on what they say anytime, right? Say, that's crap. Yeah. I don't believe in no Trinity, or I don't believe in, or whatever. I don't believe in, whatever, right?
Right.
But how come they don't get met with the same kind of grief that you would, JP, or anybody else in the organization?
Well,
I don't understand that.
Obviously, they're trying to get them in the cult, right? And so they're going to just kind of pull them along and smile and be polite and try to get them into a publication. And then when they bring up points while they're studying that publication, they'll say, "Listen, we're going to try to just stick with what we're going to, because if we don't stick with what's in the publication, we'll be all over the place and we won't get anywhere."
But Stefan, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I'm talking about your neighbor. Your neighbor. They don't fight with your neighbor beside them, who's maybe bringing in call girls, or maybe they're like my neighbor's like a pothead, and he's sleeping with every Tom, Dick, and Joe, like girls all over the place, and nobody says anything. They don't go to their house and say, "Oh, we need to you need to stop that. This you're going to die at Armageddon." They don't go to those people. They don't harass them and say, maybe they do die at Armageddon, but God decides who does. Why do they make it their? Why do they take it upon themselves to decide? Like, why do they feel that they have to play God and decide someone's fate? Can't that grown man figure out that he's on the right or wrong path by himself? Why does he need someone to hold his hand?
I think the closest I got to an answer to that would be Watchtower's principle of they judge those on the inside and not those on the outside. That's probably
that's what I don't understand. To me, that's a double standard. Because wouldn't you need to judge everybody? Why does it matter if they're members or not? If they're fornicators, wouldn't you go to the fornicator and say, "Hey"?
Action against them. You know what I mean? They can't take any action against them. So since you can't do anything against them, why bother?
When you say action, what do you mean exactly? Like an action meaning what they can throw the book at them?
Exactly.
The thing that baffles me the most, and that's what I was bringing out earlier, like on JW World News on Rick Stern's show, I think, is like, I don't know how they still survive. They're like the cockroaches of doomsday cults or doomsday groups. How are they still surviving? I mean, you go back to like 1879 to Zion's Watchtower, and then claiming 1940, it was the end of the world was in 1940. They've been around since the 1870s. They were all around to the 1900s when we were around and in this cult. And now they're in 2025. They've literally gone 3 centuries from the 1800s all the 1900s, and then the end of, we're into 2025 now, and they're still going. To me, that's what baffles me. They're like a cross of doomsday groups. I don't know how they're still going. What do you guys think?
That'd be like you going to school for like 20 years to become a doctor, and you haven't graduated yet.
Well, I got one for you. I don't understand.
140 years.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, obviously, your whole family hasn't.
I know what you mean, bro. I'm just joking.
I don't understand how the Bible students still exist. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but they still have Bible students. That was the original group that Charles Taz Russell actually formed. And then when he died and so-called Judge Rutherford took over, a lot of witnesses left, and they continued with just.
Yeah, I'm friends with one right now, Stephen. It's amazing, but there's still people that believe in.
That's the group that I don't understand how they still exist, because their main source of doctrine are the old books that Charles Taze Russell wrote from way back in the, what would that be, 19th century? That old arcane language. No, I'm saying that's what their doctrine is based on. They still go by all the books that Charles Taze Russell wrote. That's their, so how Watchtower has the Watchtower and Awake and all their publications.
Instead of actually by the Bible.
Instead of by the Bible. But they still use
by the Bible. It's just...
Yeah, they still use the original books and literature that was written by Charles Taze Russell. That's how I can understand how they exist.
No, they're definitely still around. I still got the 6 studies of scriptures, and I got it from the Bible students. I just wrote them, and I ordered it online, and sure enough, they sent it to me, and I got the original studies in the scriptures, that were printed by Watchtower.
Yep.
And I compared it to the ones that the Bible students, still print, that still follow Russell, and sure enough, like, everything is correct word to word, in the publications that they still, but like you were saying, Stephen, it's crazy how there's still people that still believe in the writings and the beliefs of Russell, but there still are Bible students out there. I know quite a few, and
And there was a guy he was
one
of my
more nicer than JW.
There was a guy who was one of my closest friends. He's probably the oldest friend that I had in Chicago, and he was disfellowshipped for 18 years. They just were not going to let him back. But anyway, while he was out, he went to a Bible student meeting. I think he went to about 3 meetings in Minnesota. And I asked him, I said, well, what was that like? And he said, well, believe it or not, he says, it's a lot like Watchtower. He says, if somebody just kind of like blindfolded you and just put you in one of their meetings, he said, for the most part, you would think you were at a Kingdom Hall. It's just not that different. He said, but where they lost me was they celebrate birthdays. I'm not really sure about Christmas, but for sure I know they celebrate birthday. He said, but the thing I did like about them, he said, is that when somebody commits an infraction, basically the entire congregation addresses it, which is the way the Bible actually says to do it.
Yeah.
It was like, so that, you'd have to say, I cheated on my wife, I killed somebody.
But isn't that too personal? Why would you want the whole... What? I don't know. You want everybody knowing
how they do it. But I'm just saying, at least they do it the way the scriptures actually outline. And he was saying that it does seem to work out better. He says, because more people are involved. So it can't just be, an elder who's got an axe to grind. I don't like this guy. I'm going to just get rid of him and make sure he never comes back. That kind of thing can't happen because all these people, have a say in it. And then here's what really got me that I thought was excellent. So let's say that you were married. You cheated on your husband cheated on his wife or whatever the case is. And you go before the congregation and they decide, well, you say that you feel really bad about it. You're going to work really hard to never do it again. That's enough for us. But here's what we're going to do. We are going to reach out to the wife because she might be going through some emotional things. We're going to reach out to her and be supportive to her. And then the males are going to reach out to you. So if you ever get into a situation where you feel tempted to be with this person that you slept with before, call Brother Bob. Can't reach Brother Bob, call Brother John. Can't reach Brother John, call Brother Tim. Call whoever you have. Get the help that you need, and we'll sit with you, and we'll pray with you. And they actually provide help, unlike Watchtower, where when they just disfellowship you, you're just SOL. You're just sitting here unable to talk to anybody for however long, and that's it. They don't do it like that. If you need help, they try to help you. If you need a phone call, they come around and bring the count.
Steph, and then where does the actual Bible apply in that situation where it says to go to Jehovah. If you have sins, it will be forgiven.
Right.
Where does it say in the Bible God needs to do a security check?
Well, there's what they're applying is something that Paul wrote, because so all your disfellowshipping comes from Paul, right? He's the one who wrote about a man who was having an
to not sit with.
But then he also wrote that you were supposed to take the matter before the congregation. So that's what they call themselves applying. That's all I was commenting on.
What were the witnesses have taken that then? Paul's words then? And
that's the only scripture. That's the only scripture. And my argument against that is they only follow that portion about not speaking to a person. They don't follow the portion about bringing that person before the congregation the way that the Bible students do. So the way the Bible students do it is probably works out better because people can really get help. If you say you're sorry, they're not going to disfellowship you.
Why did Peter Gregerson get disfellowship then for just having a meal then with Raymond?
Oh, they did a Scientology thing. They actually sent out people to follow brothers from Bethel to follow Raymond Franz everywhere he went to try to find an excuse to disfellowship because he had never done anything. See, Watchtower tried to spin a narrative that he was kicked out of Bethel and he's an apostate and this and that and the other. He was never kicked out of Bethel. He left of his own free will and accord. And when he left, the brother that you just mentioned who owned that chain of grocery stores said, well, why don't you come here? And, you can work here or do whatever because once you leave Bethel, you have nothing. This man was in his probably 50s when he left. He had nothing. And he had a wife to support and all the rest of that. So they sent Bethelites to follow him.
Such a wicked man.
Some excuse.
Poor guy.
Try to find some excuse to disfellowship him and to disfellowship this brother because they were mad because this brother allowed Raymond Franz to work on his estate on some level.
And why?
That's so wicked.
The only matter was. Well, no, I know. It's just the fact that simple trying to clear the air on any given matter is a problem. Trying to clear the air. I got to clear the air on something, so I can't wrap my head around this. I don't understand. Forgive me if I sound like an infant. I don't want to emasculate myself any more than you are emasculating me. I would just simply like to know why this is not sitting right for me.
Right. Nope.
And can someone please explain? I don't get it. What is the harm? How you're not killing anybody? You're not committing. You're not taking someone's wife. You're not stealing. Even Jean Valjean wasn't a criminal because he needed a loaf of bread. Why do they take things so extreme? I don't understand that. I just don't get it. JP shouldn't have to live in fear because his family members in a writing department. That's just silly. I mean, this guy's not like King Tut. He's not king. He's not like Cyrus the Great or something. Like, can take your head off. And even then, even if he was Cyrus, right? Who cares? He's just a man. Doesn't the Bible say they're just a blade of grass? And even doesn't Jehovah say that? Why fear them? Why fear? Why should you fear men? Some of men. Doesn't that apply to them too?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
Oh, sorry, Grace, are you out there?
Sorry. No, it's Donnie here. I'm just.
I'm sorry.
Feel so threatened. They must feel threatened that this the younger friends figured them out because they must know that they're all talking a load of nonsense. So until somebody points it out to them, they're threatened and they want to make them look bad, don't they?
Yeah.
And I remember reading. Raymond Franz was so well respected. He was very much loved, and more importantly, he was very respected. And I remember, I believe it was Carl Olaf Johnson and a number of the elders in his congregation, when they heard that Raymond Franz had essentially been railroaded out of Bethel, they actually got on a plane and they flew from wherever they were in Europe, and they went to the royal headquarters and demanded to speak to the governing body, who, by the way, refused to meet with them. They eventually, because they raised so much hell, they were eventually able to speak to somebody, and they demanded to know, why is a man who is this loved and who is this respected, who clearly has God's spirit, clearly has tremendous Bible knowledge, and all the rest, why was
Doesn't God have that already pegged out? He already knows.
Yeah. So you could actually go online. There's an interview where he talks about that, and when
I saw that.
they refused to meet him, and
Yeah.
when they eventually got back to Europe, they all got up and left. And I don't know how many were left, but it was basically
Yeah.
like most of the congregation got up and left. They said Watchtower
You're
is
talking
not
about
the true religion.
No, it's true. I'm looking at the February 22nd, 1982 issue of the Time magazine.
Okay.
I bought it, and that's when Raymond Franz got disfellowshipped, and he went to the Time magazine, and he told his whole story. But they have a picture of him in Time magazine, and it says Jehovah's Witnesses, Raymond Franz, and it says under the headline, it says, losing heaven over one restaurant meal. And that's when he got disfellowship from for meeting with Peter Gregerson for a lunch. But it's funny, like even in the Time magazine, it says losing heaven over one restaurant meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's the February 22nd, 1982 issue of the Time magazine. I actually went on after I woke up and all that. I actually went on eBay and I bought that magazine issue just to see what Raymond Franz said, and it was a nice article in the Time magazine that talks about Raymond Franz. Like it says, the name of the whole thing. It's called Witness Under Persecution, and it says a secretive apocalyptic sect shuns a former leader. That's the name of the article.
What month, JP?
But it's funny, they show his picture, and under his picture it says, leaving heaven over one restaurant meal, or losing heaven over one restaurant meal.
Yeah, see, because back in those days, you would have had to go to the media, because this is what Watchtower does. When Watchtower can't compete with what you're saying, when you're absolutely and entirely right, then what they do is they assassinate your character. You're a disfellowship,
Exactly.
and so in their mind, you don't have a voice. So the only way to get your side of the story out, you would have had to go to, the media. And that's what's so different about the situation that we are all in now. We don't have to do that. We can go right to the internet. And this has been...
what would you do? Like, before the media, there would be like, it would just be like nobody would know anything about anybody. They would never know what grievances in place anywhere across the globe within any respective congregation, because it would, that's just worldly, that's just apostasy, that's doubly fine, that's fifth estate, or that's the, what's the states have? All those that's all that, anything that the media would cover. They think, oh no, they would just basically, discard that and say, oh yeah, that's just heathenistic, that's apostate, don't listen to that. But now the cat's out of the bag everywhere. Like the media, like the YouTube, how can they stomp that out?
They tell you not to go online. That's it. That's the only reason. But I want to go back to something real quick. The same Carl Olaf Johnson, when he wrote Gentile Times Revisited, part of the reason why he wrote that book was to publish his research, because he had actually already sent a lot of that to Watchtower.
Yeah.
And then he got wind of the fact that they were going to disfellowship him for apostasy, because he was telling people about what he found out. And so he was trying to get his book, finish writing it, and get it released before he was disfellowshipped, so that Watchtower could say, don't read this apostate book. I don't know if he got it in time or not, but this is the level of control that this cult exercises in people's life. I mean, it's insane. But right now, with the internet, all of that is going by the wayside, because people are getting online, they are telling their story, and more importantly, they're being heard.
Yeah, now it's exponential. How do they track everybody?
They can't. They can't.
There's an army now.
It almost seems like every week there's a brand new person on YouTube who, with the video with the title "Why I Left the Jehovah's Witness," a brand new person almost every week from somewhere.
And they can't censor it. They can't censor it. They can't censor every.
No, they can't censor it. But the fact that so many people in their different ages, they're men, they're women, moms, dads, whatever the case, and it's just wonderful to see that people are reclaiming their life and getting out of this destructive cult.
They can't handle the pushback.
We were talking about like earlier, Stefan. Like they're gonna change so much in their doctrine and stuff. It's not even what Chat GPT says and all that. What they have to change it, but we just know, like, as people that were raised, like I'm 41, I was raised as a witness, and everything that they ever have taught and teach now, like you, I know you're close to my age, like we both know, like everything that they're teaching now and the whole structure of the organization isn't what it was when we were kids. The message isn't what it was when we were children.
Completely different.
So they're going to have to change, and when they do change, it contradicts what they taught. As far as, and then eventually, okay, this is what one thing that I can get. I'm an ex-JW, and people say, oh, I don't know, I don't think this religion will ever die. It'll keep going on. So people are say, oh, no, it'll die in the next 10 years or whatever. I don't know when it's going to die, but my only thing I can say is one day it will die, and it has to die because they're a doomsday cult. They've set dates. They've done all that, and they can't get out of it. They've based it off of 1914. The whole 1914 thing is dead. That's what we preached when I was young. I mean, I'm 41, but, you know, when I was in my teenage years, up until then, we still believed, like, oh, the generation that saw 1914 will surely won't pass away. That was in the cover line of the Awake magazine that I used to distribute, just like probably many of you, to millions of people. And that was something we believed. That was something we said. That was what was coming from Jehovah.
And it was concrete, right? They never said it's going to change a month later. Oh, this might be, you know, this is just interim, you know, it might change a month later or 2 months later. You know, we might change, we might switch gears on that. You know, we're not sure. They never ever entertained the uncertainty of that, right? That was like a certainty. It's going to, that generation will, right? Not
it's
pass
dead,
away.
it's gone. And with this religion, it can't go on. This is one of the religions, unless they have major drastic changes, which they may do. We can see the new governing body and that changing stuff. But the point being, in order for this religion to survive, they have to change, and they have to redo everything they've ever said, because it was a doomsday cult, and they set dates, parameters, and time periods when the end was going to come, and nothing that they ever said or ever published. And I tell my family and that are JWs, and even though they hate it, I tell them, and I'm still a Christian, I say, thank God, thank the Lord Jesus that they were a publishing company, and they publish all their false prophecies in their magazines and their books. That way we can go back and look at it. It's not me just making this stuff up, and it's just not Jerry or JP making this stuff up or saying it. And I tell them, you know, if you're upset and you're angry what I'm saying, don't be mad at me for saying this. Be mad at them, because I didn't make this crap up, and I didn't tell millions of people to go around the world and preach all this stuff in the name of God or the name of Jehovah and do all this stuff. So if you got, you're upset or angry at me because things didn't work out, well, don't be mad at me. Be mad at them. You know, don't.
You know, the really sad thing is they're violating Proverbs 13:12.
You know, you guys, instead of being mad at me, you guys should be writing headquarters complaining to them and bitching to them. And then you guys want to turn around and you're mad at me because I'm bringing up stuff that they said in their publications, in their articles, in their magazines.
Mad at the wrong people.
I didn't make up this crap. I wasn't in the writing department. I didn't publish this and tell millions of people to go proclaim this all around the world. So don't be mad at me. That's what I tell my
mad at the right people, right?
What are you gonna say? Don't be mad at me. Go right upstate New York and tell them what I'm saying. Oh,
get
but
mad
they're
at
not
you.
going to.
Yeah, they victim blame all the time, don't they? 100%.
Yeah,
Don't
I
get mad
didn't.
at
No, you, me, no, we didn't make this shit up.
No.
We didn't do this and say we're coming in the name of Jehovah, we're Jehovah's mouthpiece, or we're Jehovah's channel, and then constantly change it. And then instead of saying, oh, you know what, we're wrong, we turn around and blame it on Jehovah and say, well, this is new light and this is how God works.
It'd be like a company blaming their customers, right?
Things. Either you guys are wrong or God's wrong. And I think I know what the answer is.
Exactly. Yeah.
So don't tell me this and don't be mad at me. If you're mad, write a letter to upstate New York and be pissed off at them. Don't tell me. It's not my fault. I didn't make this shit up.
Yeah,
I'm just calling it out. You're mad at me because I'm calling out all this lunacy and this bullshit. Why are you guys mad at me? I never told you guys to claim this around the world, shun your family, and then die of blood transfusions and all this crap. I didn't do this. Why are you mad at me? Be mad at them.
Yeah.
You
It's
know
like
what I'm saying?
Safeway blaming all their all their customers for not getting the, for getting E. coli or something.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Hey, we got E. coli from eating the peas. Well, don't come to us about that. Are you complaining about our operation? Are you questioning our operation? Yes. We got food poisoning.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we can. What do you got to say?
That's what's so infuriating to me, that Watchtower has taught nothing but erroneous teachings. I mean, they're a false prophet. And this is another thing that when you bring up, and when you say active witnesses get enraged when you say that, but they are. You go and you read the scripture, and then they'll say, well, Watchtower never said they were a prophet. No, they did. You can show them that in the Watchtower literature.
Yeah, they did.
And then eventually you'll get to
years.
This is very clear and easy to understand. If a prophet says something and the thing doesn't come true, they are a false prophet. They're to be stoned. And there's nothing that they can say about that. But the thing that infuriates me about Watchtower has taught all this erroneous doctrine for all these decades. And then instead of coming out and saying they got this wrong and they got that wrong, they also have put it off on the brothers to make these corrections for them. So what I mean by that is, before I quit going to meetings in 2018, my last 3 talks were basically all talks on new doctrine changes. One of them was the no more type and anti-type. The other one was that Watchtower had taught forever that if you die in this system and then you come back in the resurrection, you can't be married. You can't get married.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was one of my talks. And then I can't for the life of me.
How did you manage to pull that off?
I was mad the whole time. I'm going to be honest with you, because I got one of my pet peeves, JP. I don't like cleaning up somebody else's mess. Right now, if it's a family member, that's fine. But like if I go to work, I don't want to go into work and clean up somebody else's mess. That drives me insane. And that's the same feeling that I had when I was on that platform, giving this talk about how the Bible doesn't say whether you
say the wrong thing and you could put that person over.
And it's like, here, why am I standing up here apologizing for Watchtower? Just like you just said, Jerry, I wasn't the one who wrote this crap in the first place. Watchtower wrote this. Why am I standing up here cleaning up Watchtower's mess? Watchtower should be cleaning up their own mess. And that was the last talk I gave. I said, I'm not giving another talk. I'm not giving another talk. There was a sister that was talking.
That's what I always tell my family when they say anything. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, thank God, thank the Lord Jesus that I'm not a false. You guys are. I always tell them, like, thank the Lord Jesus that you guys are a publishing company and that it's all in print. So I'm like, everything that I say, you guys can't say, oh, he's just making it up. He's just some, bad apostate that's making up a bunch of apostate lies.
Going beyond word or going beyond law.
Thank God, thank the Lord Jesus that you guys are a publishing company and everything that I'm saying is all in print and this isn't coming from my own mind or my own ideas. And I tell them, I'm like, you know what? I've read the Bible and I'm a Christian, and as a Christian, I couldn't even come up with this much of crazy, gnarly shit that they came up with, and it's all in print.
Right.
So thank God for them that they put it all in print, and they're a publishing company. And there's your proof, and there's your evidence. Amen.
Yeah.
Can I just shock you now? Can I shock you about Zion's Watchtower? Because I've got to go out in a minute. Watchtower, Zion's Watchtower, 1898. If you go online, if you want to buy the copy of the August 1898 Zion's Watchtower, they are selling it for $270.
Really?
One copy. I tell you, all the Watchtower stuff, all the old books and the literature.
No way.
It's so expensive. There's so many books and they cost a fortune.
Wow.
Trying to get hold of them now. I'm not. I throw all my stuff away, but everybody wants to buy it. So I'll leave you with that shot. And
commodity.
Have a nice day. Thank you so much, everyone.
You
Bye-bye.
too.
Thank you for that.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, JP, I'm gonna check out too, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going too.
Stefan, before you go, I just want to get your take. You gave that talk on marriage. Why that can be disturbing. That could really disturb someone's life, like a lot of their policies can really throw a loop into someone's life by them attaching, accepting something like that could be fictitious like that, and then taking that on as reality. Because now, can you imagine if that was true? Now you have all those single people that now think if they're ones that aren't married and they die, now they're just going to be, I don't know, what do you call it? What do you call it? Like a guy without testes.
Eunuch.
Eunuch. Now they're all going to be eunuchs. So, where did they get that view from? Because I knew a brother that gave that same talk at Hall.
If you remember, when this big scare came of 1975, the closer they got to 1975, young unmarried witnesses, I'm talking about teenagers, I'm talking about 17, 18 years of age, were marrying the first brother and sister they could find because they were under the belief that if 75 came and if they died, they wouldn't be able to get married. Right. So 75, of course, came and went. And majority of them, to my understanding, probably wind up getting divorced over time because they married for the wrong person and for the wrong reason.
And that still continued, whether that belief,
So they get that from a scripture in the Bible where these people came to Jesus.
Like the angels?
No. It was the false religious leaders. They came to Jesus and they had this scenario about a woman marrying. And she married one man, he died.
Right.
And then she married another one, and he died. And then
Would her husband be?
Yeah, which one would her husband be? And this gets back to the point that I made earlier. Jesus never taught an earthly resurrection and paradise earth. He never taught that. And that's why his answer was, no, you don't understand. In the resurrection, you'll all be like angels, because he's talking about a heavenly resurrection. This is the reason why Watchtower had to change that teaching. Because the resurrection of Jesus, when he says that, he's talking about resurrecting to heaven. He never, ever, one single time talked about a resurrection on earth. That's why Watchtower had to change that.
Doesn't that refer to, because he refers until you'll be like, comparing those people like the angels, they don't marry.
He said you would be like angels who don't marry, Right, exactly.
But that doesn't mean that all people will go to heaven, or, because what about Psalms 37:29? That the scripture that wasn't necessarily Jehovah's Witness teaching, that does say in the Bible that the righteous will possess the earth.
I have done a deep dive into the topic of does the Bible preach a paradise earth? And first of all, when you look at the word paradise, I think it appears 3 times in the Bible. All 3 references to paradise are heavenly, including Paul's reference in that verse that I mentioned before, where he talks about a third heaven. He talks about the paradise of God and the third heaven.
Is that Revelation 19?
I don't know where it is, but it's definitely Revelation. No.
Revelation 19, verse 1, I think.
No.
It's in Luke, Revelation, and then there's one time where the Song of Solomon talks about it in the Song of Psalms.
Right.
Song of Solomon.
So when you go
every time that the paradise appears in the Bible, whether it's talking about Paul when he was talking about whether he was in the third heaven or Revelation, it's clearly showing that it's not, it all has to do with
earthly. It all has to do with heaven, right? And this is the.
Well, what's the earth for exactly then?
It's the scriptures say the earth is going to endure forever, and that's all it says. It says the meek will inherit the earth. That's all it says. And then there's a lot of the verses in the Bible that Watchtower uses to come up with the scheme about a paradise earth, but really, all those verses are really just talking about restoring the nation of Israel to their sovereignty.
But why was Adam and Eve not put in the heavens then? Why, if that's where our resting place should be, why would God's purpose change then for Adam and Eve?
I asked that same question because if the Bible is to be believed the way it's written, then the earth is basically just a proving ground. Like you're born here.
That's what Seventh-day Adventists do.
Yeah, and I'm not
just a grounding pass. It's just a grounding pasture for the millennial heaven, or you're going to heaven for a while and then you're going to come back to earth. They teach.
Right. Now, I don't presume to know
I'm not
anything. I'm just telling you when it comes to paradise earth, those verses that Watchtower uses, they are specific to the nation of Israel. Even in Isaiah, where it talks about Jehovah's Witnesses, you will be witnesses of me, it's talking about the nation of Israel. It's not talking
about Revelation 20. What about John 5 and 28 and 29? You throw that out now?
Refresh me on that one, please.
John 5, 28 and 29, they'll hear Jesus' voice and they'll come out of the memorial tombs.
Yeah, who knows? Are they coming out of the earthly memorial tomb straight to heaven? Who knows? There's so many verses that we can't know what they actually mean. They're just, we can only read what it says and go there. We can speculate all day long, but we can never say we know.
Like there's things in Genesis, but it never said that Adam and Eve was going to live forever and never die, like physically. It never says that.
They say that?
It never said. It says that God said everything was good, but they would die. But it wasn't, when it said that they would die, it wasn't necessarily just going on a physical thing. It was a spiritual death and a cutting off from God. But God never guaranteed that they would live forever on earth. And if you look at all the people that died from Adam, they never made it past 1,000 years. Like they got close, like Methuselah. A lot of them lived to like 900 and something years, but God never allowed them to live 1,000 years. So that kind of goes to show something into the millennium. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but death wasn't even mentioned though until after they defied God's laws. Death wasn't even mentioned until they went astray. He said from the east,
so
from that tree, the day you will die.
It never meant for them to live forever.
Really?
So let me say this, and then I'm gonna get ready for bed. It's the thing for me explaining this is I'm not a Christian in the sense that you guys might be. I know the Bible well because I read it a billion times being in this organization, but I don't look for a paradise earth. I don't look to go to heaven and all that. If it happens, I'll be the most surprised. I'll be like, I'll be damned.
Well, I agree with
Where's
you.
JP?
I agree with that. We'll find out when we get to where we're supposed to go.
We'll find out, yeah. But when people ask me these questions, what I'm saying, and this is an argument that Watchtower is always trying to fight against, is the Bible contradicting itself. They will tell you the Bible does not contradict itself. Now, you and I are sitting here discussing the contradiction because the Bible.
We're caught up in our faith, really, like what you're saying.
Earth.
Yeah.
The Bible does not teach paradise earth. The Bible does not teach a great crowd who are resurrected and who will live on the earth. That great crowd is in the heavens, right there with the 144,000 and Jesus and everybody else. So who's going to be on the earth? You see, none of this is a contradiction. And the only way it makes sense is that we're describing two different things or two different, narratives at two different places, or we just have no flipping idea what the Bible writer is talking about. And there's no way to know.
Well, look at the what do they call Muslims? Muslims think that, look at all these stinking, stupid wars that they, like the terrorist acts they do. They think that if they can kill themselves in the name of their God, they'll be with 7 virgins. So where did that come from? Not invented. Well, how do you know that when you're? Be careful what you think, right?
Yeah.
Don't believe
and they've already said, I remember Christopher Hitchens said this, and then there was another Arabic expert, and he said that thing about the 7 virgins is actually a mistranslation. It doesn't say 7 virgins, it says 7 something else. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
But it's not 7 virgins. And that's why the joke was, can you imagine that they strap a backpack on, go and blow themselves up, and then they get there and it's not 7 virgins, it's like 7 figs or something crazy. You know?
They're going to find out it's not what it seems.
You're going to find out it's not what it seems.
Well, if you
that's why I feel bad when we get on these subjects, because I can't give anybody conclusive answers because I really don't believe in it. It just, there's too many questions that can't be answered, too many contradictions.
We're speculating too, just like witnesses are. We don't know. But we're admitting we don't know.
The different,
I'm willing to say I don't know. That's why I had to stop going, because I couldn't keep going door to door anymore, because I felt like, oh yeah, all these things were saying, oh yeah, when you could become a witness, okay, when you're trying to convert them, hey, we don't have divorces here, even though we have high divorce rates. And like Jerry said, like the suicides back then, I was a kid, I didn't think about the suicides back then. But if I just knew back then all the things that were contradictory, I just couldn't keep lying to people anymore. Because I didn't really know. I wasn't absolutely sure. So why am I putting the cart before the horse? Why am I trying to tell people something I don't even know of? Just because my dad believes it doesn't mean I do.
Right. And let me ask you a question. JP, do you recall when we were talking about suicide earlier, the family that you mentioned, were they allowed to have those children's funeral in the Kingdom Hall?
Yeah. Was at just like at a funeral place, like and they specifically said that they couldn't have their funeral at the Kingdom Hall because they had committed to.
Because they had committed suicide. See, that was a Watchtower teaching, and I remember.
I don't know. I mean,
no, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't a regional thing, because there was one kid that I knew who committed suicide. He went to the sister congregation, and I remember, my parents and everybody went over to express our condolences. There were a ton of witnesses there, but the topic for conversation that the grown folks were having is whether or not they were going to be able to have the funeral at the Kingdom Hall. That's all anybody was talking about, and at the end of it, they were not allowed to have it because Watchtower is teaching that if a person commits suicide, you cannot have the funeral at the Kingdom Hall. Now, this, if this doesn't tell you that this is a demonic organization, what does? You can't have the funeral at the Kingdom Hall?
That is so disrespectful. I can't even. That's disgusting.
The place that disfellowshipped the child, which is why he killed himself in the first place, and you can't have the funeral there. See, I should have woke up just from that, but I was too young.
Well, we can go to a worldly person's funeral and just show respect, but we can't go to our own kid's funeral because he took his life. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he had cancer, it's okay. If he had cancer and renal failure, that's not a problem. But if he has mental health, everything's about mental health these days. We've got to make sure mental health is looked after. All the paramedics, the doctors that are burning out, the people, suffering from all the COVID mandates, they're mentally burnt out. If they're mental, we got to make sure we support them. But if your kid at the hall dies because he can't take the pressure, and he kamikazes because he has no support and nobody to fall on, because everybody's tight-lipped, we can't attend his funeral because it might make us look bad.
Well, no, you can attend it. It just can't be held at the Kingdom Hall. You have to go to regular funeral pub.
But why not?
That's their teaching. Their teaching is if you commit suicide, the funeral can.
But why is that?
I don't know that I was ever told why that is. I don't even know that I've ever seen
that. Like if he dies of heart failure, like my dad, or someone like JP's, relatives, I don't understand how there's a barrier there. Like what?
Yeah. But why
is it categorized? A death is a death.
They will not.
He died.
Yeah, I agree.
He died.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Where's the dignity come in? Where did Jesus see? This is the thing. I would always entertain the idea. Anytime something comes up that just seems conflicting, I would say, would Jesus have talked that way? Would he have done that? Would he say, I want you to take life?
That's what makes the point of Jehovah's Witnesses is that they want to interpret death, like whether you died a believer or unbeliever, whether you died an apostate or that, or you have no hope in the future. They define all these things that aren't even in the Bible, and that's what makes them be a cult. And if you look back through history, one of the oldest cults is Islam, and they do the same thing.
Yeah.
What these people like the Mormons did or Jehovah's Witnesses, they take these old books, like they took, the writings from the Hebrews or the Jews, the Talmud, the Pentateuch or the Torah, and then they get, the new writings from the Christians, and then they add their own twist. It's the same thing. You can go back to that, but like Islam is, and I didn't know it until I was looking at on a video. It's literally one of the oldest cults, which takes, the Abrahamic faith and make it into something else. That's what Mormons did. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses did. That's what the Seventh-day Adventists did. They take the old writings, the Hebrew writings, the Old Testament, the New Testament writings, and they put their own twist on it, and they make up all these rules and all these things and this whole new religion. That's what a cult
what they wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, they just spin it. They spin the Bible the way they want it to fit.
Exactly.
Let's make it mean what we want it to mean. I take a scripture like when they talk about there's more happiness in giving than receiving. Well, you know what? A person that's not a witness would look at that Bible. Let's say they weren't religious at all. Let's say they read the Bible for what it is. They read it for what it says. And they would just take that in general. It's not just on Christmas, but the witnesses take the happiness of giving and receiving, and they cherry pick that to mean, we need to do more charitable tract giving. It becomes about theocracy or ministry giving. But what did Jesus, was he referring to like happiness in giving just meaning handing out tracts and proselytizing, or did he mean in general? Maybe you should be generous to the poor, or maybe you could hand out some eats to someone that doesn't have anything, or maybe you could just give your mom a nice gift for, maybe she's like your mother's 84. Why don't they say, hey, this means, being nice to your mom extra, when she's older and frail, maybe you could be more kinder than necessary. Maybe you can go the extra mile and help your mom out more. But they apply it to ministry all the time. Every time they bring up the scripture, it always means ministry, nothing else.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
JP, your mom is 84?
What's that?
JP, they said your mom is 84? This is Aaron.
Yes. Yep.
Wow, I think you're the same age as me, right? 41, so she had you pretty late.
Yeah, she had me late in age. I was a only child from a second marriage. My mom and my dad were both JWs. They both had gotten divorced and remarried, and then they had me. So yeah.
Wow.
I have older siblings on both sides, but
no,
my
JP,
mom is
that can't be
72.
correct. JP, that can't be correct because JWs don't get divorced, so you're making it up.
you think
You're making it up, JP. Stop telling tall tales.
I wish I was.
Yeah, that was something when you were talking about your mom, doing for your mom. It always bothered me about not being able to celebrate holidays, but the one that really bothered me the most, it wasn't birthdays, it wasn't Christmas, it wasn't Thanksgiving, it was Mother's Day. It just seems so wrong not to celebrate I mean, your mom brings you into this world. She feeds you. She takes care of you in a way that nobody else would. And even in this organization, you know, if you were a male in the organization and you're reaching out, you know, you're probably not even home half the time. So really, the mom's doing everything, and you can't celebrate Mother's Day. You can't show special appreciation on that day.
So why,
you know, flowers or go to dinner or something. That was just wrong to me.
the semantics? Why can't you just say happy? You know, if you're having a birthday, it's got to be like, can you even say Happy Stephen Day? Would they get wrong? Like, would they wrong you for saying Happy Stephen Day? Right? Happy Mom Day. You know, like
yeah, that always bothered me.
It's the wordsmithing at its finest. They take a word and make it mean something wrong.
That's why I'm saying, Stefan, for this year, this is one of my predictions that the Watchtower is going to change. Is they're probably going to ease up on the Mother's Day, Father's Day thing.
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Oh, they're going to quit birthdays and all that. I think they will do that eventually, but how much easier would it be just to like let go Mother's Day and Father's Day? That'll be much easier than birthdays or Christmas. You know what I mean? For them.
Right.
How about shunning?
I think
they're
just
rules,
afraid.
Policy.
I think they're
Yeah,
just
I think
afraid
that'll
of
be
the action
things that they're going
when
to
they
is
make
Mother's
that
and
announcement.
Father's Day. Even before birthdays, I think they might do that because I think it'll just be easier. There's definitely no pagan, even Thanksgiving. No. How? Come on, like you know, birthdays. Okay, they do have some kind of a, you know, some kind of a thing that they can use for their defense, which is pathetic. But I mean, as far as go to Thanksgiving or Mother's Day and Father's Day, it's like there's nothing in the Bible or anything that you can say that Thanksgiving is bad or Mother's Day or Father's Day. So I think that's one of the first things that they may change as far as holidays. We don't know. God knows what this organization is going to do. But I think they have to change that. Like I was saying earlier with 144,000 things, but I think with a holiday thing, yeah, Thanksgiving, Mother's and Father's Day has to go. I mean, there's just no reason why they are denying our parents or you know, people in general of that beautiful holiday. It's just ridiculous.
Right. Well, how about Happy Brother's Day?
Why not? I mean, hey, if you can wear beard, sisters can wear pants. You know, sky's the limit. That's how I look at it. I mean, can you imagine?
How about Happy Sister Day? How about Happy Granddaughter Day?
I mean, can you imagine how much fuss they made over not wearing a beard and all of that?
All the grief for nothing.
Funny. Yeah, all the grief for nothing. When I stopped going to meetings in 2018, the first thing I did is I let my hair grow because I was so tired. Let my beard grow. I was so tired of having to constantly shave, right? Constantly.
Yeah, I know.
And then I ran into some witnesses, razor burn. I ran into some witnesses, and this one sister, she just was tripping over herself, just looking at my beard, just making it totally
freaking
obvious.
Out to the devil.
Yeah, just like he has
you
a beard.
Poor devil, you.
You poor devil, you. And now it's totally
You're
okay.
wicked.
Now it's totally okay. In fact, if you don't have a beard, they're probably looking at you funny if you don't have a beard.
That's a contradiction. That's a huge contradiction. So why were you wicked? Why were you frowned on before, but now you're not?
Exactly. Because these
people.
people.
What was wrong with it before?
Exactly. Nothing. That's why there's nothing wrong with it now. But it's just amazing. So the sister is just tripping over herself to make it so obvious that she's looking at my beard, which is a statement of my lack of spirituality. Now you can wear one, and if you don't wear one, they're looking at you funny. Well, you're not supporting the new arrangement. You don't have a beard. The governing body has a beard. You don't have a beard. So now you were pressured at first to not wear a beard. Now you're pressured
Same with
to
the
wear
pink
one.
shirt. The pink shirt stuff. And were you around in the 70s when the pink shirts were frowned on? Did you wear a pink shirt?
I was around in the 70s, but I don't remember that.
Pink shirts and necklaces. I wore a set. I think I got a necklace with a. It was like a Sprite bottle, a Pepsi bottle, or something. You know, you buy at 7-Eleven. I was 12 years old. You know, you're just trying to be, you know, hip, cool. You know, be a chum. You know, and the necklace is like, oh no, can't have that. That's gay. And the pink shirts were gay. And then after the pink shirts started to be acquired, right? It was wrong. It's not just beards. It was pink shirts, man. And back in the 70s, 80s, you know, with the disco era, you can't, you know, now if you're wearing a pink shirt, that's not the necklace for a guy. No, can't do that. Long hair on a guy, you know, you got to have it above the ear like UPS. And then all of a sudden, I noticed as they started to acquire that and accept that, it kind of tapered off. It became more socially acceptable. Years later, it became a one-color suit.
Yeah.
White shirt.
That's it. Yep.
One color.
Solid.
No coordinates. Giving a talk.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I remember getting counseled for not having a one-color suit for reading the Watchtower. The very first Watchtower and the last Watchtower I ever read. I got counseled right after and said, "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Whatever. Great talk." Even though they were faking their, you know, you could tell it was just fake. You know, like congratulations. There was no even congratulations. It was just right to the constructive criticism part. The counsel. Well, do you think you could get a one-color suit the next time? What was wrong with what I was wearing exactly? Who is it offending?
Right.
I can see if you look like a bum.
You know, or they'll come up and say the friends are saying that it's offending. And that's the other thing they used to trip me out.
Did you get slapped with that?
Makeup.
It was offending Jesus.
Yeah.
No, they would always say the friends. It's offending the friends, and then when you would ask, well, who is it offending? They would never tell you who, and that's how I caught it eventually. It wasn't offending anybody; they were just making it up.
Yeah, even my dad knew that was a joke, and then I had to fix it. Instead of him fix it, who's the elder, I had to be, you know, they just scapegoat the situation. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, totally. Because I remember.
So why am I having to fix your administration issues? Like JP said, why are we having to write the letters in? Why aren't you writing your own letters? If there's an issue that should be apparently like, it should be like, if your ducks are not in a row, why are you putting that onto your customers? Right? We didn't cause the E. coli outbreak. We didn't cause some rules that are causing people to take their lives.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a problem.
That because they're stupid. I had that same conversation with this elder. He came to me talking about the friends were complaining about this and I said, I went and I got my Bible and I pulled out and I went to where Jesus said, "Go make peace with your brother." I said, now why is it that we don't apply? Why is it we don't apply what Jesus said? I said, why do the friends, if they have an issue, friend A has an issue with friend B?
Right.
According to this, friend A is supposed to go to friend B, and if he doesn't
not
get
turn him in
for friend B, then you can go and bring some other, you know, people with you. I said, why do you guys not impose what the Bible says? He said, well, they came to me, and I said, and what you should have done is say, go look at your Bible and go figure out what you're supposed to do, because you're supposed to go to your brother yourself. Then you have to go and bring one or two others with you. They completely.
But Stefan, the people that are not witnesses don't have these qualms. Your neighbor's not going to someone saying, you know what, I think your beard's offending me. The neighbor down the street, and the next neighbor is not going and saying, you know what, I didn't see you in a one-color suit today in church. Or maybe they weren't in church. They just took the garbage can out, and maybe they went out in their underwear. Nobody's saying, hey, you know what? You need to get some clothes on even, right? They let people alone. Didn't Jesus say, let her alone? Who's that woman? Leave her alone. She's doing all she can. Like, well, why don't they just let people be? Like, really, that would make it easy. If they need support, they'll come talk to you.
Because they're a high control cult. And high control means they have to try to regulate every area of your life that they can regulate.
But with a fine-tooth comb, though, right?
With a fine-tooth comb. And this is what has bit them in the ass, because so many people have left saying, I don't need to be bothered with this crazy. Now they're trying to, you know, repurpose themselves as this kind, gentle organization. Oh, come back to Jehovah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You kicked me out. I told you I was sorry for what I did. You kicked me out. As a matter of fact, when you kicked me out, you told me you handed me over to Satan. So even if
Yeah,
I wanted to
exactly.
come back, how exactly do I wrestle myself?
You don't
How
want me to
do
go there, but you send me there anyway.
Yeah. How do I extricate myself from Satan? Because that's what you said to me.
Are you supposed to protect me? Are you supposed to protect me? I'm not. Why are you canceling out your own advice?
Yeah, these people are a joke, man. A total joke. Now,
One time I was sitting beside Stephen and JP. One time I was sitting beside this gal at the back of the hall. It came in late, no beard, nothing. Oh, I think I did probably have a beard, whatever. Either way, I wasn't giving talks or anything, and I was making my way back. I was disfellowshipped. I came back, was reinstated, came back. But I learned when you're disfellowshipped, it's not over when you come back. They still give you the funny eye. They still don't don't go out of their way to talk to you. They still marginalize you there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come back, the elders, all eyes are like, it's like you're on surveillance. It's like a parole officer still looking at, see if you've got your boots chained to the ground, right? And I was sitting beside this sister because it was an open chair, and I'm thinking, I was just minding my own business. And right away, there was a witch hunt. And I had this elder, I could see him gawking at the back, wondering why I'm sitting beside this girl as if I committed some unforgivable sin. Like, what do you think? I'm making out with her at the back of the hall?
That was the other thing that was so bizarre, is you just sit next to a sister. That automatically means that you guys are engaged.
You're married, dating, yeah.
What kind
And he was so offended, he came up in the middle of everybody and said, you might be making her feel uncomfortable. He never went up to me and said, you see the sex, like, talk about sexist or feminism. I don't know what it is or both. But he didn't go up to me and say, he didn't go up to me or her and say you might be making him feel uncomfortable. It was the other way around. Why did he think that there was a problem at all? She left. From that day on, when I told her when I got home what he said, she said she was done. Her marriage was on the rocks already. She was getting heat from that, and they were just playing, playing God on her marriage and stuff. Yeah. After that incident, that was it for her. She never looked back.
Yeah.
Like, just the humiliation in front of everybody. It's not even in a back room. Like, they talk about discreet, but there was no discreet in that. So you can be just minding your own business, and people think you're up to no good.
Yeah. And that's the thing I think about now. If one of these elders said something stupid to me, I'm telling you right now, they would have to surgically remove my shoe from his ass.
It's awful.
I have no problem putting my hands on somebody acting crazy and talking crazy. And I guess to that reason, I think that's the reason why none of these elders, after I quit going to meetings, none of them ever came to me. They never came to my door.
Yeah.
One of them called me a couple of times. He left me a text and he said, call me back. It's important. And I text back, important to who? Never heard from him again. Yeah, never heard from him again.
That's a good answer.
What do you mean important? Important to you? What's important to you is not important to me. And if it's not important to me, it's not important. So
I never asked for your approval. I don't believe I asked for your opinion, did I? Right?
Yeah.
You could say something like that in a nice way, in a diplomatic way. I'm sorry, but I didn't. I don't. Is this about you or about me?
Exactly.
Is this dealing or predicament you have about you, more about you, or is it about me?
Right. So they're used to bossing around these effeminate people in the Kingdom Hall. That's not me. You won't tell me.
Pushing their weight.
I don't need to talk to you. You come over to my house. I promise you probably never ever want to come back. So you might as well just leave me alone, because I'm not that sheep like you are used to dealing with. I'm the wolf. Don't bother me. Let me be. I don't bother you. But I'm telling you right now, you come over here, I got all kinds of guns. I got a 130-pound Rottweiler, and then I got me. Leave me alone.
Well, if you're going to care, then care. But if you're not, you're lost. Like,
get lost. I'm not the one. And don't talk crazy to me. And yeah, I even had a cousin, because my cousin was still a witness. She died. She was in her 80s, and this was not last year, but the year before. I went to the funeral. All anybody said to me was hello, good to see you, and that was it.
Well, were you disfellowshipped?
No.
See, that's the thing. So that's the thing. There's another rule then that people don't talk about. It's not about disfellowship people. You can be just totally, if you're not seen doing right, Your visibility equals spirituality in their minds. If you're not visible in the limelight, then you're not spiritual enough for them. If you don't appear, it's all about optics. And if they don't see you doing as they or out or in and out of the festivity or the religious festivity, they just imagine that you're just not good enough for God. Not good enough for God, you're not good enough for us. You're not with us, you're going to die at Armageddon. Exactly. And they don't think that maybe God's been molding you behind closed doors for maybe for 50 years, 41 years. Like JP, maybe he's been working on you more than you even know he's been working on you, but they don't know. How can they be privy to anything God's doing? They're not privy to anything that God's doing behind closed doors.
They know everything.
Why do you? That's why I say. Why do we think God needs? Pardon me.
I said they think that God. They've been told and they believe that God's Spirit reveals things to them, and that's really so funny to me because even when you go back, this part's not funny, but even when you go back to all this pedophilia, if God's Spirit was on this organization and God's Spirit worked the way Watchtower always claimed, how is it that an elder can stand up on the platform and do parts and give criticism on the theocratic school, and he can take the group out in field service, and he can open with prayer and close in prayer, and then go and molest a child?
Yeah.
Tell me how those two things, tell me how those two things even work.
With a straight face.
How in the world is there with a straight face? And even in the scriptures, it talks about if a person, when it comes to prayer, that God knows what you need even before you need it. So even if a child could say, "Oh, God, help me," why does God need somebody to say that? See,
that's another reason I came on, because that's the epitome of everything, I think. Why do we feel that we need ourselves to supersede what God's already got pegged? You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then for you to have
he can't supersede for himself.
You have this many elders molesting kids, pedophile rings, where you're sitting around passing it. That's what we're learning in this Pennsylvania case where they arrested, I think JP said they arrested 16 elders, including the one who was molesting this autistic child 50 times. He raped this.
That's unbelievable.
And you're an elder.
That's sick.
And you want to tell me about Holy Spirit? Something's not computing here. Either there is no Holy Spirit, or there is, and it's definitely not operative on this organization, or all this whole thing with religion, the Bible, and everything is BS. I don't know which one, but I can tell you something's amiss here. Totally.
Well, I always say, don't believe what you think.
Meaning?
And that goes for everybody. Just because we believe something doesn't make it true.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And I think that, like JP said, that whether it comes down in our lifetime, it remains to be seen. But I think at some point we just have to go on with our life and let it take care of itself. The cream will settle to the top at some point.
Yeah, but this is there's a scripture in Revelation, and like I said, I'm not into it anymore, but there's a scripture in Revelation where it says, "Get out of her if you don't wish to share in her sins."
Babylon the Great.
I was asked by Babylon the Great. I was asked by this elder why I don't go to meetings anymore, and I read that scripture to him. I said, "That scripture said, get out of her." I said,
they think that only applies to everybody else.
It doesn't say sit there in case they get some new light and in case they finally figure it out. It says get out. That is plain as the nose on your face. If you don't get out, and there's a God, and he comes to you and says, "Why did you stay with that horrible organization, molesting kids and all the rest of that?" And you're going to sit there and you're going to say, "Well, I was waiting for the new light." And then he's going to say, "Didn't I tell you in Revelation to get out?"
Well, they're waiting for the reward.
Once you identify something as
like
religion,
he's going
you're supposed to get out.
Like he's going to say, I never knew you.
Oh, yeah.
Never knew.
He's going to tell him, I never knew you. And
I never knew you.
one last point I'll make, because I got to go to bed soon.
Yeah,
is
we
that,
should go. I'm going to go too here.
the witnesses, one last point is that they do everything that Jesus said not to do or not to follow. Like, for example, Jesus said, don't follow the one that says the time is at hand. C.T. Russell's second book, Studies in the Scriptures, his book is literally called The Time is at Hand. Jesus said, don't follow anybody that says the time is at hand.
See?
You know, he also, you know.
Exactly. That's Deuteronomy. What Stephen was saying earlier about false prophet, any false prophet.
And then another thing he was saying about his return invisibly. He was saying there's some people that are going to say, oh, here is a Christ, there is a Christ. Oh, he's in the woods or he's in the upper chambers, meaning he will return invisibly, i.e. like 1914. He's going to return in 1914, but invisibly. That's what Jesus said. And then he said, don't follow people that says, I am the Christ or here's the Christ. What does Christ mean? It means anointed one. Who is the only ones that say they're the only ones that are anointed?
Yes.
Literally everything that Jesus said, they are not doing it. You know, like everything that he warned about, that's what JWs are doing and saying.
Matthew 23 verse 3, all the things they keep telling you to do, they say, but do not do according to what they say, and they bind heavy loads upon the shoulders of men.
Yeah. Yep. Another one too is like one last one. Jesus said, if you don't eat or you don't drink of my flesh, you don't have no life in you. What does Watchtower say? Oh, don't do communion. What did Jesus say? Oh, you don't have no life in you. Watchtower says, well, don't do it because only the anointed 144,000 can partake and do that. Where does it say that in the Bible? Nowhere.
It says anyone partaking. Anyone. Say some.
Yeah, and see,
and one thing, it was like when he said to the Pharisees, he's like, you know, you guys aren't going to see the kingdom of the heavens, nor do you allow anybody to go enter into it.
Right.
And that's exactly what the governing body in the Watchtower does. By them denying us of communion at the memorial, saying that we're in the last days, and he returned in 1914 invisibly. Literally everything that we teach and say is everything that Jesus warned us about. But that's all I have to say. I hope you guys all have a good night. It was a great discussion, and I love you guys all.
Yeah, take care.
My other
God bless you.
friend,
God bless you guys.
What was your name? Hello?
Me is JP Jared.
No, not Jerry. The other gentleman. What was his name, Jerry?
Oh, sorry.
Doug.
Doug?
Doug.
Oh, okay. That's my middle name. Good. All right. Nice to meet you, Doug. Cool. All right. You guys have a good night or good morning.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Praise Jesus.
Is everyone gone now?
Yes, they all hanged up.
Hey, is that Grace? What's going on, Grace?
I was just thinking, I forgot what I was thinking about. So what are you thinking?
I was thinking about the the beards. We're talking about it earlier, and I'm thinking, you know, you go back 30 years, 25, 30 years ago, you would see a lot of times in my hall, you would see a disfellowship person come in, and they would be wanting to come back, I guess. And sometimes they would have a beard, you know, especially if it was like a young black male. And I remember that happened on quite a few occasions. And then you look at them and you're like, he's worldly, right? I mean, that's what you're thinking as a JW. But now, now 30 years, 25, 30 years later, the governing body has decided that that they don't have a problem with beards, although they didn't say that based on scriptural prayerful consideration that they don't have a problem with beards. They just said the governing body doesn't have a problem with them. Now it's almost as if you don't have one, you're going against the grain. Like, it just goes to show how people can't think for themselves and they just follow the crowd. You know, it's pretty sad. And people have short memories.
Hey, Ron, is that you? Yeah, this is JP. You were asking me earlier. You were saying something about mom. She's 84 and she's still a witness.
Yeah. Oh, your mom?
I know. Yeah, she's been one for 50 years. I think from what I've heard from you, you have a mom's kind of have a similar situation as me.
Yeah, my mom is, well, she's still in too. I mean, she's been in pretty much most of her life, but I guess she was out for a time when she was younger. But she went back. So, and my mom is 72, so she's getting up there too. But yeah, we haven't talked since the memorial time, because I had a brother that was an elder that I used to know in the hall that would contact me pretty much right around Memorial time every year, or maybe it wasn't every year, but it was a few years there. And eventually I had to tell him to stop contacting me because I don't want to, I'm not interested in going back at all. And so I think my mom last year was like, well, I'm going to try to get him to come. And it didn't work out well for her either.
Oh, so you're like, I'm 41. My mom's like in her 80s, but you're probably close in age to me, and your mom's in her 70s.
Yeah, I'm 41, so I'm her only kid. I'm the only child that she ever had. But my dad had two others before me who were never witnesses, and therefore, I never really hung out with them that much.
Yeah, you're very similar situation to me. I'm 41, and I'm the only child from a second marriage from both of my parents.
Wow.
But I have siblings on both sides, but I was pretty much the product of remarriage from both of my family. My mom and my dad were both witnesses when they remarried, even both of their prior marriages didn't work out. You know what I mean? But they had me later in age. I don't think it was planned, but it is what it is. But yeah, I still similar to you, like you're my age, but I still have a mother in the organization. My mom's been a witness. She's 84, but she's been a witness for 50 years. You know what I mean? So
she wasn't born in.
No, she wasn't born in. My dad was. But he ended up leaving and becoming an apostate like in the 80s when I was very young, even before I was like a year old. So he was always like demonized by the religion and my family, and even me. Like, I totally rejected him my whole life just because he left the truth. You know what I mean? And I never really gave him a chance. Which he passed away in 2020 from cancer. I completely he passed away in 2020, and I woke up in 2021, and I would give anything to go back now and talk to my dad, like prior to him being sick and me waking up, because I would just like to know what woke him up and why he cared about me so much and why he wanted to wake me up. And I always rejected him and shunned him like for decades because I was thought about him as evil and mean and bad person because he was an apostate, And of course, in reality, he was just a good man, just your average, like, upright citizen, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with him now that I'm looking back at it, but Now it's too late because he's gone, and I woke up, and when I woke up, he was already, gone. But I have to. That's something that I have to deal with now. After waking up and feeling the guilt from shunning him for like over 20 years, and even when he was sick and dying of cancer, I was still shunning him and not being very nice to him. Even though I was talking to him a little bit, I still viewed him as an apostate. And honestly, I just didn't see him as a good person, which is what the org wants you to make you look at people. And it was just terrible. And I woke up a little after a year after he died, and I just totally feel so guilty because I think, man, if I had just gone back a year before or a little more, I would have had so much of a more meaningful relationship with my dad. We could have mended things, healed things, and I could have actually questioned him and found out, like, why did you leave in the 1980s when I was born? What woke you up? I know it did. Like, my mom told me, he used to always have this apostate book that he would carry around, and he was always trying to show my mom in the 80s. So to me, there's only two books. It was either Crisis of Conscience or maybe Apocalypse Delayed. Those are the only two books that really exposed the witnesses back then. But I think it might have been, Raymond Franz's first book, because I think the first edition was in 1983, and that's when I was born. Yeah. And that's him and my mom first had like a bunch of problems, and which led to their divorce eventually. But it was primarily because my dad was considered back then an apostate. But I shunned him for so long, and I would give anything, Aaron, to ask him now, like, hey, Dad, what woke you up? What was that book you were reading? Like, I would love to, like, talk to him and ask him all that stuff, but he's not alive anymore, and I was shunning him when I was still, believing in the organization, and it's just sad, I can't go back on that, and I regret it every day, to this day. And I talked to Joe and Fran and a lot of other people, and they helped me get through the regret of shunning my dad for 20 years and even when he was dying. But at the same time, I've been out for like 3 years since I woke up, and I had to spend the first year deconstructing the organization. And since then, things have come together, and I've looked at my life as it's gone by, and I do have that guilt and remorse for rejecting my dad and shunning him. But at the same time, as I've talked to other XJWs and that, I've learned to deal with it a little better. I still have, a lot of guilt and things that haunt me day to day for rejecting my dad and shunning him, even when he was dying of cancer. But since talking to a lot of XJWs and stuff, I've come to realize that, I didn't, even though it was terrible and it was wrong what I did to him by shunning him, even when he was dying of cancer and dying on his deathbed, I did talk to him a little bit, but it was very limited and very minimal. Looking back, I should have called him like every single day when he was dying of cancer, but I would just call him maybe like once a week or something, because I still viewed him as like a dangerous apostate. And now that I woke up and all that, like, I have a lot of guilt in that, but I don't feel as bad because I realized that I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I was still indoctrinated. So even though it was terrible what I did and I feel bad about it, I know it wasn't completely my fault, but at the same time, it doesn't excuse what I did. That's something that I always have to live with. But talking to XJWs like Joe and Fran, Eric, and just so many people, like I have a lot of good friends like Gilbert and a lot of people that I know from Six Screens, Debbie, it's helped me to heal a lot, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, you can never forget, you know, some of the things that we did as when we were believing witnesses, but we just learn to live with it. And, you know, to an extent, we do forgive ourselves. But at the same time, like me, like, you know, you can never forget where you were, and never forgetting who you were, not where you were, but who you were, who you, you know, it always helps you to move forward to where you're going to go. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's all I wanted to say.
No, I think you're right there. I mean, you can always look back at things and say, well, you know, if I had done this or I had done that, then, you know, maybe things will be different. But it's kind of like, the way I look at it is everything that you've done in your life brought you to the point where you're at now. You know what I mean? So if you'd done anything different, you might be in a worse place now. I mean, who knows? There's no way to know for sure. But I mean, my dad died in 2010, and I didn't really have very many dealings with him because my mom and dad were still in the organization, and I was not. So it was kind of the opposite side of the coin for me. But he did help me with a few things here and there after I bought my house. But, you know, I never really had a great relationship with him after I came of age, just because I left the witnesses when I was 23. So, but as far as all the people that, you know, I shunned and all that, I mean, I know different people have different views on that. Rick was, I remember Rick saying on one of the streams that he really felt bad about, because he brought so many people into the organization, and he tried to catch up with a few of them, and I know he brought a few of them back out, and that was his way of, I guess, making amends. But if I could, you know, maybe specifically remember anyone, maybe I would try to do that. But I really don't feel that bad about, you know, the shunning, because I did what I thought was right based on all the knowledge and information I had at the time. So, you know, I can't really fault myself for that. So that's kind of my view on it. You still there, JP?
No, I hear you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like, when you leave the organization, it's like a different scenario for everybody. So, like, everybody's waking up process is, you know, it's like a million different stories. Same with the time that we're in or exit thing. Like, we all have different phases. Like, some of us are guilty of shunning people and being very cruel, and some of us were pretty laid back, you know. But now that we're all awake, like, we can kind of comprehend things and make a little sense of stuff, you know. At least that's what I think. But I think every one of us, like, and that's the beauty of this community, is everybody had a story of how they came into Watchtower, whether they were born into it or joined later in life, like some people did. And we all have an extraordinary story of leaving, whether we left as born in and we left, you know, family on both sides, or you joined later in life, and like Joe and Fran, like, you didn't lose all your family, like your whole, like, outside family, but you're losing your kids, you know. That's terrible. But I think each and every story, from whether somebody became a witness or left, it's a very unique story. But ultimately, every story ends in tragedy, or you lose something. And that's what's sad about this church or this religion, if you even want to call it that, that no matter what our story is of our background, whether it's like you or me, because I think you were raised in like me, or whether it's like Joe and Fran when they came in their 30s and raised their kid and woke up in their 70s and left and their kids are leaving them. It's all a very unique story, the coming in and the coming out from Watchtower. But the one thing I think that we could all relate to, even though none of us have an exact same story, is the one thing that we all have in relationship is that no matter what, when all of us got out or we left, we lost something, whether it was our faith in God or what we thought about God was. I mean, some of us didn't lose our faith. Like I left, I lost my faith in what I thought God was because I believed it was the truth and I was a true believer. So when I left, I still believed in God. That's why I'm a Christian now. And like, I've, embraced other things and I've gone to other churches and stuff. But some people leave and they don't worry about that. And then some people lose their family or some people lose both. Like they were a true believer and they lost their family, or some people just didn't really believe it and they're kind of like a PMO, but when they woke up, they ended up losing their family anyways. Or there's just some people that were just came in their mid-age and then left later, but didn't have no family in, but they still lost all their friends and their circle of belief or what they thought was comforting to them as far as their destiny, what they think is going to happen to them in their afterlife. So I think no matter what, when you leave this organization, you lose something. And you lose your time on top of that, but you're going to lose something important, whether it's friends, family, a part of your spiritual or emotional thing that gave you comfort in life. But there's no way that if you're affiliated with this organization long enough that you can leave it and you're not just going to come out of there unscathed. You're going to lose something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For sure.
Even if you're just a Bible study, got baptized for a year and you leave, like you're going to lose those one or two friends or people that coerced you or you thought they were your good, close friends. And then whatever else time you lost, everybody loses something no matter what your status is, no matter if you're, Raymond France, like, former governing body member, or you're just your average, Joe publisher. If you leave that organization, you're going to lose something, and it's going to hurt. It's not easy.
Yeah, especially if you're raised in it. I mean, and most of your family and friends are all JWs, and you decide to not become baptized. Well, that's great for that person, but once you get older and all those people are still JWs and you never turn into one, well, people are going to shun you anyway, I think. So, and even if they don't, then when they do talk to you, they're always going to be preaching to you. So in a way, being baptized and then leaving, maybe not the shunning part, but I don't know. At least they'll leave you alone for a while. Because if you're unbaptized, then they're always going to be like, oh, you gotta come back, you gotta start going to the meetings, you gotta get baptized and all this. And for me, that's one of the things that, even though my mom was talking to me for a while after my dad died, it always had to turn into a spiritual, conversation at one point or another. Come back, start coming to the meetings again and all this. And of course, I was baptized, and I'm actually disassociated. But that got to me, even though I was I was disassociated. So I can imagine how your family's trying to get you to come back to the meetings and everything if you're not baptized at all.
Yeah, and like you were saying, I totally agree with you. being raised in, Aaron, is so hard because I was raised in it, and I'm not bitter about it. I had a wonderful childhood. I was happy, and my mom did her best. She worked damn hard to take care of me, and I had a good childhood. I had friends in the Kingdom Hall and all that. I would go play with my friends. But when I really look back at it now, and I didn't realize it back then, I thought it was all normal. But just all the times when we'd have to turn down saluting the flag, not celebrating birthdays, the holidays. Holidays are like almost every month. And then you're in a classroom with 30-something kids. It's almost like every week it was somebody's birthday, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then just like being at school assemblies and not and standing in front of people. Yes, I think we were very faithful kids in that, but when you look at it on the grand scale of things, it was just all unnecessary and it wasn't good. Being dragged to meetings during the week when we should be at home doing our homework, going to bed early. We're getting dressed up in suits and ties, having to study for the meeting. Like, I don't even know how I got through elementary school or high school and all that as a JW kid. I don't even know how I did it, but I did it.
Yeah.
But we went through all that during the week. I had book study at my house from when I was 8 years old to 16. And I was like a latchkey kid. My mom was like cleaning houses and doing everything she can. She was a single mom, JW mom, raising a JW kid. I remember coming home after school, walking home sometimes or getting the bus, you know, depending on where I was and what school I was at. But we always had the book study. And I remember just getting home from school and my mom wasn't home from work. And I remember having to set up all the chairs for meeting, setting, you know, the coffee pot, trying to do my homework, and then trying to study the lesson for the book study. And then sometimes my mom would get home so late, you know, I'd be letting the friends in, you know what I mean? Book study started at like 7:30 and mom would get home like 7:10, 7:15. She would just like run to her room and just put on her dress and come out real quick. So hard working. And we did so hard to put up our house. And I just look back and this, all the fear of Armageddon and we're going to die and everybody at school was bad. It was like, that wasn't normal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I look back at it now, I'm like, I definitely did not have a normal childhood, even though, you know, I had a roof over my head. Mom worked hard and it was you know, there were happy times. It was definitely not normal, you know, your kids going to, you know, church and actually hearing the gospel like on Sunday, like how I go to church and it's a positive message and stuff. It was like doom and gloom, Armageddon, we're no part of the world. No birthdays, no flags. It was every day was a traumatic. It was always a test, and we always had to be worried. And I don't ever remember as a kid like I think I was happy. I want to say I still was, but honestly, like thinking about it now, like I don't think there was ever a day in my childhood up until, you know, like 3 years ago when I woke up when I just didn't have butterflies in my stomach. And it didn't matter whether I was a Jehovah's Witness or not. I think my whole life, dude, I just realized it right now that I'm speaking. I think my whole life I just had butterflies in my stomach and I was always worried whether I was a fool in, fool out, or a pomie, Pima, whatever, like my whole life. And I'm just thinking about it now, and I was like, man, I don't think I've ever been at ease in my mind or my heart or my whole soul or body up until just a couple years ago. And even then, it's like a big stress when you wake up from witnesses and you realize that this isn't the truth, and you learn the truth about the truth, and then you got to be careful around your family and all that. It's like a whole other stress, but I think the biggest relief of my life ever is like finding like 6 screens and like the people I've met on here and, you know, other people that I've gotten their numbers and stuff. I think that's been the only kind of relief in my life. But now that I'm really thinking about it, I'm like, I think since I was like 5 or 6 years old, I've just been worried about life and if I'm going to make it or whatever, you know, and I don't think that's normal, you know?
Well, they say it's never too late to wake up. I mean,
Yeah.
look at Joe and Fran. They were 70 when they woke up, and there's people that have woken up later than that, people in their 80s. So just have to enjoy the time we have left. And, yeah, learn
definitely.
from our experiences.
Can I speak up?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been sleeping. I was 68 when I woke up, and I'm 78 now. So I've had 10 years of freedom. But yeah, everything you said is so true. I raised my kids in it, and all 3 of them are messed up. 2 of them are still in it. The one that's not messed up is the one that got out. I'm not disfellowship, but I can't speak about the Bible, and I can't speak about the religion at all, you know, to my kids. Otherwise, I would get DF too. But you know what? And I have so many regrets because I ruined my kids' life too by raising them in it. But the one thing that I was going to say, I have so many regrets because both my parents are dead, and I can't go back and get back my life with them. But the one thing that I have is my dignity. Do you ever listen to Beth White? Geez, I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, he did a video today, and he was talking about how hurt, you know, our feelings are hurt so many times. My feelings were hurt so many times, and I put up with it. And I was depressed every day of my life. And I came in at 18 and left at 68. And every single day of my life was depressed because of that religion. But I have my dignity. And we put up with so much. We put up with so much hurt, you know, our feelings getting hurt and the depression and everything. And that's the one thing that I have. I lost all the friends at the Kingdom Hall too when I walked away. But I have my dignity now. So that's the one thing I'm glad about because I put up with so much. So that's the one thing I'm glad about.
Thank you for sharing that. I agree with what you're saying, and I recognize your voice. You used to make some good videos. I miss your videos.
Oh, thank you.
But I didn't know that you have kids in that you still raised in there, and there's still some in. But yeah, I can't even. I just want to say, like, I'm sorry because I know how you feel. It hurts, but we have our dignity. We're kind of moving on, but it still hurts, you know, like all aspects. But I know with that situation, that must really hurt deep and hard, you know. But I think that as things are going on, there's a good chance that they're gonna be able to wake up and stuff and be like, Mom, you're right, you know.
Yeah, I get
and
along with
they'll come back to you because this isn't like 10, 20 years ago. There's so many people waking up, and there's so much information.
Well, the thing is, I get along with them really well and everything as long as I don't talk about the Bible. But the thing is, I don't want them to waste their life because going from 18 to 68 was the best years of my life. And now they're all in their 40s. And, I just don't want to see them, give away their life because like what I did. That's the thing that hurts the most. Like you can be happy that you're in your 40s because at least you're not 68 like I was.
Yeah. But I know how you feel because I was raised in like your kid, and before I woke up, I gave my whole life to it too, pretty much, like it's not just the time you do out in service, but even the times when I was disfellowship, at a time when I was younger, the couple years that I was out, I wasn't really out. I was just in, but I was like depressed. And I was just a shunned version of me as a witness. You know, I completely believed it. And I just felt isolated. And I just couldn't think about almost anything else except coming back. And that's how much control that they had over my life. So I think that I can understand, like, you know, kind of how your kids are, especially raised in, about how they might feel and what they're going through and the mentality of it. And it is such a strong belief and influence and brainwashing and manipulation that they do. And it's not your fault. Like, even my mom and that, like, I don't blame them. Like, my mom came in, you know, she's 84 now, and she came in when she was, I think, 33, like in 1974. But my dad was raised a witness, and my grandparents were in there. So I think you can't, everybody just thought they were doing what was right. But the thing is when you're out, you realize that it's not really the individual. It's just, it all comes from the top, but it just, different witnesses and different families were influenced more from the organization than others. Like, I had some friends that were like elders' kids, and some of the families were a little more laid back. And then I had some other friends, like, they were so strict. I really, like, used to feel really bad for them, you know, like some of the kids in the hall, and we're all like the same age. So it was just kind of crazy too, within like all the little congregations that we're in. Just some people like took it to a different level, you know, and took like what was even in the Watchtower, or even what the circuit overseer would like say on stage, or the counsel he give to the hall, people would take it back home. And some people were pretty balanced, and then some people were like crazy as hell, you know. And I would like to think that, like, in my household, my mom's pretty much like right in the middle. Like, she wasn't too liberal or conservative of a JW, you know, mom, but she was pretty strict and upheld to the rules, or whatever was printed in the Watchtower, or whatever were counseled, or whatever the elders said on stage. But I knew some people, man, their parents and that, it was, I was like, God, it must have been awful to be like those kids, you know. And then there were some kids in the hall that were like, man, I wish my mom was chill. Like, I wish I could go see that movie, or they let me go do that, you know. But I think I fell somewhere in between. But my point being, it was just such a wild experience. And for all of us, it was nothing normal, whether you're a child or an adult going to work and having to put up with your workmates. It's so weird. You know, we're all part of this doomsday group. It was just so strange, I guess. That's all I can say.
One thing we can look at the good points. You know, it wasn't all bad. I mean, we did learn how to speak in front of people, and, you know, we did, like, I have my kids. That's not a regret. At least I have my 3 kids. You know, it's not all bad.
No, I learned a lot of stuff from the ministry school. I made so many good friends, and I had learned a lot of stuff from the brothers, because my mom was a single mom, and there was a lot of brothers that would come over and, you know, work on our house or fix things, and they would teach me how to work on stuff. And I always had a good experience. Like, I never experienced any kind of abuse or anything in the organization. I had seen it in our halls and other halls when I was growing up. But me personally, I never experienced it. I always had a good experience for the most part from the brothers and elders. And even working on the home, I always enjoyed that. I used to like, you know, going out in service and stuff when I was a kid, and doing stuff because I really was genuine. I thought it was right. So, and I used to like getting talks and handling the microphone, especially when I was young, like a teenager and stuff. I used to really enjoy stuff like that. So it wasn't all bad, like you said, Jay. And I think just it was just the thing, the lying aspect that we were lied to, given a false aspect of the end days and the fear that they put into us. And that it was the things that they kept from us that hurts the most when you wake up. And then how strict they are, how when you do wake up, we just can't leave. They take away our family and they terrorize our name, even though we didn't do anything wrong. Like, all I did was ask a question and I showed you an old Watchtower from the 60s, and now you're mad at me and don't want to talk to me anymore. You know what I mean?
Well,
And that's wrong. Nobody should be in an organization or a church where that happens to you.
The society absolutely knows what they're doing. They absolutely do. What woke me up was reading the Bible, because they insist that there's no contradictions, and all you have to do is find one contradiction and you're kicked out if you tell anybody. That's what it's a wake-up call for. That should be a wake-up call for anybody, to the control that they have over you. And there's no way the Watchtower, that those people that are running it, the governing body, there's no way that they don't know what's in the Bible. There's so many things about the Bible that it will wake up anybody. Like I said, just one contradiction will get you kicked out if you tell somebody, because they insist that there's no contradictions.
Yeah, you're supposed to wait on Jehovah for those things to be resolved, right?
Yeah. And if you
one thing I learned from you, Jane, it was very important to me, because I'm still kind of consider myself like I'm trying to be like, I followed some of these seminary classes and stuff like that. But one time you made a video and you were talking about how the chronology of the kings and the Insight book are 20 years off from Josiah on to like what secular history says. And it was just some videos like that you made when when you had your channel, I was first waking up, so I watched a lot of your videos, and those are things I would look in the Insight book and little things that you would point out. But yeah, the Bible is quite an interesting book.
Very. If you go to the Insight book under Hebrews, the language, it very clearly says in there that if they were going to translate the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, into words, it would be half as big. It would be half as big, and it says that right in the Insight book under Hebrew, the language, that they had to add all of these words so that you would know what it's saying. So they can have so many different ways of saying these sentences, and so how there's no way of knowing exactly what those words would have even said, because they had to add all these words so that you would know what it's saying. It says that right in the Insight book under Hebrews. And nobody knows that. You can't if they came to your door, if the elders came to your door and asked me why I left, I would just bring that up. It's like there's no way, like when you read the Hebrew Bible, it's so big, there's so many words in there. And if you just read the Hebrew for what it says and not what they added, all the words they added to it, the Jews read it, and they supposedly know what it's saying. But that's because they can read Hebrew. Very few Christians can read Hebrew. The Jews can.
And what was your YouTube? Did you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it was XJW Jane Doe.
Oh, okay. I don't know that I ever saw that one, but it's not up anymore?
No, I took it down about 10 months ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a good one, everyone. She used to just go through the Bible and a lot of
And the
Watchtower,
insight book.
the Insight
I
book.
went to the insight book over and over.
Yeah, and the Watchtower library too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I was like, it got my gears turning and stuff.
My
Well,
daughter discovered it, so I had to take it down. My JW daughter.
Oh yeah, that's what you think you were saying. Yeah.
Wow. Well, when you said you still have your dignity, I thought of this song, "Greatest Love of All" by Whitney Houston, and there's a lyric in there that says, "I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity." So I had to look that up, but it made me think of it when you said that, and I think it's a good song for people that have left the religion, because they are finding out, a lot of them, that you really have to love yourself enough to kind of find the truth about the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
we may leave there as a living soul, and that, but they can't kill us when we leave.
Mm.
When you start reading the Bible, not because you have to, for the ministry school, but when you actually start reading it, it's quite interesting. It really is.
Yeah. Thing I was most fascinated with was like how much.
Hold on, folks. The phone went out, but what we'll do is we'll get it back on again. You just hang in. We'll get our jamming of the JWs back on with us again. Just wait a few seconds here. We're getting right back on. We have the phone systems that go off every 6 hours, so hang in with us.
Welcome to My One Number. If you are the host, press star now.
It says that there was giants in those days, and it said in the days after.
Yeah.
So that shows that they kept living. There's giants after even pre-flood days, even after those days. It was kind of crazy.
Well, it's mentioned in the Bible. The Nephilim are mentioned in the Bible, and Watchtower knows that after the flood. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's why I say they know there's no way that out of how many do they have now? 10, governing body. I don't know, but anyway,
Yeah,
there's no way
11.
there's no way that they're reading the Bible and don't know that. They do.
No, because when you read it, it says it right there.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like in the Bible, like it's not even in a Watchtower; it's in the Bible.
Yeah, and then if you read Judges, you get to the end of Judges. Aaron's grandson is mentioned at the end of Judges. Now that's 400 years after Moses. The same one that killed in Numbers chapter 25, that killed that Hebrew that was having sex. Went into the tent and killed Phineas. He's mentioned at the end of Judges, which is 400 years later. So then if you go to Hebrews and you go, in the Insight book and go to, or not Hebrews, Judges, if you go to Judges, in the Insight book, it says, well, it's all out of order. The book of Judges is written out of order. That's why you see Phineas at the end of Judges 400 years after Moses. Yeah.
Wow, you have a lot of knowledge.
Well, it's interesting to me, you know. That's why I say my biggest point on my videos were don't give up your life over blood transfusion until you read your Bible.
Wow.
It's like, read your Bible. You're not going to die if you need a blood transfusion. You know.
Yeah, that's so clearly made up by the governing body, and it just takes a little bit of even just common sense to realize that. But unfortunately, a lot of witnesses don't even have common sense.
No.
No, I didn't. I almost died of a blood transfusion, you know. When I was 19, it was 1 month after I got reinstated. And I was out with some friends that weren't witnesses. I didn't come home, and I was supposed to study with the elders the next day, because after you get reinstated, they usually want to study with you for like a couple months to make sure you're spiritually strong. So the next day, my friend was driving, and it was early, and I woke him up, and he fell asleep at the wheel, and he crashed.
Oh, wow.
And he was okay, but I was on the passenger side. I got really messed up. And even to this day, I have medical problems and nerve damage on my arm, but I had to get airlifted. And I was that messed up in the accident. I had to get airlifted, and then I went there, and they told me right away, like, you're going to need a blood transfusion because you lost so much blood. And I denied the blood transfusion. And I tried to give them my blood card, and they were like, this card is meaningless. Like, you've lost so much blood right now. We need to know what you're going to do right now. And I said, well, I'm not going to take blood. And they said, okay, we're going to have to do surgery on you. And it was the anesthesiologist. He says, you know, I can't put you under, you know, anesthesia when you've lost this much blood, because you might not wake up again. He's like, so you really need to take a blood transfusion. And I said, no, I can't. I'm Joe's witness, and we can't take blood transfusions. So and I remember telling him, like, you just do the best you can. And I have faith that, you know, my God will resurrect me if something goes wrong.
Wow.
And I told him not to worry about it. And I was okay with that for like the next 20 years or so. And after I woke up when I was 38, it wasn't even until maybe when I spent the first year, you know, after I woke up, just deconstructing, you know, Watchtower belief and all that, everything that I had learned. And then, you know, I'm a Christian now, and, you know, I go to a non-denominational church and other stuff, not regularly, but that's the faith that I did find. Like, I did become an actual Christian, but that's not the point right now. My point is, like, I spent a whole year deconstructing, and after deconstructing the first year, like, actually towards the end, I remember one day just like laying in bed, and I was still kind of tripping, you know, that this wasn't the truth, and trying to figure out what's going to happen in life and how did this all happen. And I just thought one day, and I was laying in bed, and I was thinking about the car accident and all that, and me turning down the blood, and I was like, actually broke down, and I was like, you know what, and I cried and that, and I was like, thank God I'm alive. And that was the first time that actually, you know, during the whole deconstruction period, that I actually was so happy that I was alive. And it was because I did survive that blood transfusion, and I realized how close I was to death and how I almost died. I was like, I almost died. So I didn't almost just die. I almost died for nothing.
So they didn't give you blood.
No, I turned it down and I did that surgery and I actually survived it.
I
was anemic for like the next month and I could barely walk. I was so weak and all that.
Right. Your
But
body had to replace the blood.
Yeah, but I was a true believer, man. Like when they were telling me, you know, like we're gonna put you under because we have to do this surgery. I had just gotten airlifted from an accident, so I just got airlifted there, landed at the hospital. They took me right into like the trauma thing, ready to operate, and they're like, "You need a blood transfusion." I was like, "I can't get one." So they were like, "All right, we're gonna do the best we can, but you may not wake up after this. We just want to let you know that." And I was like, I'm okay with that, you know. And even when I did survive the surgery and recovered from the accident, I was like, oh, you know, I was thought, oh, you know, credit. I was like, oh, thank Jehovah, you know, that he got me through this. But even after I woke up and I realized, like, man, I almost died for nothing. I also thought too, like, man, how stupid and kind of selfish I was, thinking like, oh, thank Jehovah, you know, because I turned down blood that he got me through this. Like, what about, and I thought, what about all the kids and people that did die for blood?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing that they want to make you think. And everybody in the hall, even when I was recovering, everybody was like so supportive, like, oh, you turned down blood, like, oh, you're so faithful to Jehovah and all that. And Jehovah's really going to bless you, you know what I mean? And I never even took the time to think about what about all the people that died and Jehovah didn't bless and he didn't get them through that.
Right.
I'd never thought about that till I woke up. And then when I did, that made me break down again. I was like, wow, I was so selfish to think that it was like, oh, let's thank God that I survived because I just did this stupid thing that this organization told me to do. It had nothing to do with God. And it's a lot to think about, you know?
Yeah. And I called in last night on the news and I pointed out how the blue envelope, he did a video about Jehovah being the God of real estate, because those are all the times, according to their own material, that Jehovah intervened on behalf of all these building projects to get them done. Whereas when the people were, you know, kids even were dying because of the whole blood issue, most of the time, according to their own material, then Jehovah didn't come through. So yeah, I mean, he didn't come through for them, but he certainly came through for his buildings, right?
Yeah. Think of the parents that let their kids die and then wake up from the truth. How awful they feel.
Oh, it must be so terrible.
Yeah.
I couldn't even being awake, you know, now and knowing what it is for the organization. If I ever met, you know, a parent or something that woke up after that, I could do nothing more than just give them the biggest hug. What can you say to something like that? It would be so hard, you know? And it's not their fault.
No.
But still, it's just, it's this. How can this organization, the governing body, and them live with that? They know exactly what's going on. That's what I don't understand. And no wonder Raymond Franz woke up and wrote his book. But how can they just continue on like this? They know it's so stupid. It's these two stupid verses in the Bible, in Leviticus and Acts, have nothing to do with that. And they know every night that another kid with cancer or somebody or some kid or some parent or some man is going to get in a car accident tomorrow. And how can they know it's wrong. And you know, if it happened to them, they're not gonna probably let themselves go with that.
Well, I think they'd take a blood transfusion if they could get away with it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they would let themselves go like that.
I don't either. No.
they think they're way too important for that. So it's
Women
just,
that get pregnant, it's like they have to worry about what if they have to have my daughter had was pregnant with twins, and her platelets dropped, and because she's always had a problem with platelets, and that's what makes your blood clot. And her platelets had dropped from, I think, like 70,000 in the morning to it was under 50,000 within hours, and they said she had to be cut open, you know, and so you know you call New York, there's nobody available, you know. There was the liaison committee wasn't available. My brother-in-law was actually on it, and they didn't know what to do. You know, they called two elders from that congregation, and all they could do was bring the kingdom ministry, you know, talking about blood fractions. Well, platelets are one of the things they say you can't take. Well, if you can take fractions, then that means somebody donated that blood. So they're just hypocrites. They're hypocrites. You know?
I think I'm pretty lucky that I never had any accidents or anything like JP you're talking about there. Man, that's really you went through a lot. I mean, I'm pretty lucky. I never had to deal with anything like that, you know. And I had the blood card for a long time when I was a teenager, but I never realized how much you're really giving up by signing one of those.
Yeah, the best thing you could do is tear that thing up when you.
and then the thing they want to try to use is like, oh, you know, if you get a surgery, like surgeons are just sloppy and they don't want to be clean with the surgery. And, you know, a lot of them, they talk to their doctors and they can plan bloodless surgeries. Like, yeah, that's fine. Yes, they're correct. It'll probably be a quicker healing process, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like myself in a car accident where you're airlifted in an emergency and you don't have time to talk to your doctor, or like when a woman is giving birth to a child and she's hemorrhaging blood. But they try to use that as witnesses to say, oh, you know, it's more, you heal faster, and you know, we've made improvements to bloodless surgeries. They try to put all that out. It's like, that's not the point. We're talking about emergency situations. Of course, if I could get a surgery and not get a blood transfusion, I would prefer that. Anybody would. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that. But we're talking about an emergency situation, you know? And that's the thing. There's some situations you can't get around to where you do need a blood transfusion. That's what we're talking about.
They don't think about that until it happens. I didn't think about it until it happened to my daughter. I didn't take it seriously. I worried about it the whole time they were growing up, but I didn't take it seriously until after it happened. You just assume that they can dilute your blood out with water, with saline, and that doesn't. It's not going to work a lot of times. You need blood.
Yeah, that's the exact scenario, Janet, you're talking about. It's like with your daughter.
Yeah.
It's not time to talk about what we can do, this or that. Sometimes it's just like, we need to do this now. This person's dying. We don't have time to think about it. And that's what we're talking about. Yeah, they have
in an instant, like what happened to you.
Yep. But they have much. Their blood goes up to the high heavens, though, I think, with Watchtower. As far as the blood issue goes, with all the people that have died over the decades, all the people that have made to go to prison or die for other things, you know, refusing, you know, going to war or being locked up. Just the amount of of time of people that have been incarcerated or that have died over this organization, I think the sin of this organization goes up clear to the high heavens. You know, that's my thought about that.
Did you have hospital liaison committee brothers there when you had your accident, JP?
They had showed up after I had gone down to surgery, because by the time they got there, it was already too late for them even to show up. That's how quick of a
Wow.
the situation was unfolding. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And once they showed up and I got out, they're encouraging me and my family. You know, they're saying, "Oh, that's good, brother. You know, you refuse. Like Jehovah's gonna heal you quick and all that." Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, what are we? You know, charismatic Christians now that we're like, "Oh yeah, God's gonna heal you quick now." You know, like that's how they kind of turn out too. Some of them, as witnesses, they almost come out as like a charismatic, like Pentecostal type of Christian, like, "Oh, you know, you turn down blood, now Jehovah's gonna bless you."
Mm-hmm.
But if you take it, boy, they know. If you take the platelets or anything, they know. Yeah, and then they treat you like crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, when you get out of the hospital, brother, we're gonna have a meeting with you.
Wow.
That's what they did to my daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, you took the wrong fraction. Well, where in Deuteronomy is that Bible fraction at, brother? Where in Leviticus is that Bible fraction at? I don't see it there. Crazy.
They'll go back to the Noahide law. They're not going to use the Mosaic law because Jesus supposedly did away with that. So, I mean, they're actually not going to stick to Acts chapter 15 so much as they will with Genesis and Noahide law, that they had to pour it out. But, you know, like I said, somebody donated it. If you're going to take fractions, somebody donated it. So.
Right? I mean, what does it mean to abstain from blood if you're taking something a part of blood that somebody donated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, pick and choose. Well, I'm gonna have to get going, guys. I gotta go to bed, but it was nice talking.
Yeah. Thanks for coming back on, man. I thought you were hitting the bed an hour ago.
I was, but you know, it was you guys. But yeah, you guys. God bless you guys, and it was good talking.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing everything. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, I'll say
Yeah,
good
take
night.
you in. You too, Jan. Be well.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Night. Good morning.
Well, I was trying to keep it going until Rick woke up, but I don't know if we're going to be able to now. It happened once before last year. I think it was back in the spring or so. We went until like 8:30 on the morning, and it was on a Sunday morning too, just like this. And Rick and Susan came on. It's pretty awesome. But anyways, if no one else is there, I guess I'm going to sign off myself. All right. Have a good night, everybody.